We're live. Part 2. Right?
That's right.
Kenny, how's your day been so far?
Oh man, busy. We've been doing all kinds of stuff here, getting this going. We've got a little delay on our next guest. DDP's having some technical difficulties, which we're working on. The new moderator, we're going to thank him for being in, is Rob the Slob. He's known from the Great Vicious Circle podcast with Psycho Sid Vicious, and
Yes.
great podcast. Nice to have him. Looks like right now I'm getting a message from Fight TV. So we are broadcasting now on Fight TV. They're getting this stream, so
Thank
stuff
you,
is good to
Fight.
go. So what I wanted to do is just come on here real quick again and thank all the fans for coming for the first half of Saturday's COVIDCon here, where we put a bunch of stuff together. Lots of people came on board. So we're thanking all of the guests, all of the vendors, all the speakers, all the wrestlers, and all of the authors for coming on. And also thanking the moderators. I want to thank Deadly Ed and Rob the Slob for taking over today. If you want to help those guys out, we made a t-shirt just for them to pay for the software that they got for this, which we had to upgrade and all. And it looks like until a different guy who's known for no showing now, DDP at the moment, until DDP is ready, we're going to plug the shirt. Here's COVIDCon's shirt. You can get that at ProWrestlingTees.com. And I think Hurricane Helms said he'll jump in for a minute and talk here while I go off, and I'll give DDP a call and see if I can help him with his technical difficulty here.
Perfect. I got to ask you one thing, Kenny. I really do.
Sure.
I've been sitting here stewing on this. Deadly Ed, Rob the Slob. I'm seeing a huge difference in names. I'm just saying.
Come on, man. These are your COVID names, all right? So Deadly Ed, there's some kind of COVID relation there. Rob the Slob, you can pass it. I don't know. I'm trying to get a little gimmicky here. I didn't bother with my mask, though. I have it off here to the side. I was going to put it on again like this, so just for the gimmick. But it's not really a laughing matter, but trying to find something fun in all of this for the fans, if you know what I'm saying.
Absolutely. That's why I'm wearing it proud. Rob the Slob, right up there on the screen.
Do you see anybody in the room waiting?
I do not yet.
Okay, so I'm going to jump out, and I'm going to make that happen. If you could cut a couple of promos here with the plugs so people know what's up, then we'll get going.
You got it.
Thanks.
And yes, so my name's Rob. I am one half of the Vicious Circle podcast with the vicious one himself, Sid Vicious. And he will be coming up tomorrow at 8:30. That one I know for sure. Let me just grab our list. Tonight, we have quite the lineup. Once DDP gets things figured out, it's going to be him. Then we'll be having Al Isaac, the founder of Scoops Wrestling. So that's going to be a blast because everybody followed that. Following that at 6 o'clock, Michael Holmes from EC Press. I've got a couple interesting things to ask him, so I can't wait to get him on here. 6:30, Kenny Bolin from OVW. That's all I need to say about that. He's a wrestling manager and he's an autobiographer of I Probably Screwed You Too. And I'm interested to talk about that one. Oh, wait a minute. What is this? Somebody is in our room. And who is this? Well, hello, and how are you?
What's going on?
Good. How you doing?
Filling in for my man DDP until he shows up. What kind of friend I am. I'm here to save the day. Always in a gimmick.
That's right. The superhero thing never, ever ends. And there's the mask, the Hurricane. Loving it. So how you doing?
I'm doing good, man. Surviving this crazy ass time we're living in right now. So just is probably the same way everybody else is. Just going day by day, seeing what happens.
Exactly. Finding something to do to keep your sanity.
Yeah. Oh. So I get to see this camera. I'm all jacked up. I wasn't prepared. I wasn't prepared to have to save the day.
Well, thanks for jumping in. I wanted to ask you about when you got into wrestling. Were you a fan of wrestling before you got into it?
Yeah.
Because you started young.
Yeah, very young. So my first memory of television itself was watching pro wrestling with my dad. And I went to my first live event with my dad in 1979. I was 5 years old. So I've been a huge fan of it all my life. And that's kind of a cliche. So whenever I hear other people say that they grew up watching it, I always kind of quiz them like, yeah, who'd you like? Just to make sure, because I've heard that shit a lot from people and they didn't really mean it. But And then at age 13, an independent company came to my town, and I rode my bike about 2 miles to go to the show. Went to it and hung around at the end. Begged some guys to, hey man, I want to do this. Like I said, I was 13. Of course, they didn't believe shit, but I was already an amateur wrestler too. And so they let me get in the ring, and I kind of showed them something from an amateur standpoint, and they liked that. And I just kind of hung around, and they gave me a little odds and end jobs with this company. I'd put up the ring, set up chairs, run the concession stands, whatever I had to do to get a chance to train here and there. I was a referee at 15, and then at 16, I had my first match, and that was 1991.
And it's been uphill since.
Yeah, all of it. Every damn bit of it's been uphill.
So I have to ask your iconic gimmick of Hurricane.
Yeah.
How did that come around, and how much influence did you have in that decision for that gimmick?
Well, the gimmick wasn't my idea, you know. I mean, like I said, I was an amateur wrestler. So if you saw how I performed at Sugar Shane, I was never really a comedy guy, even though with the three count gimmick, you know, of course, we had to throw a little bit of comedy in there because there was some entertaining aspects of that. But, I mean, I got 22 gold medals. You know, I saw myself as more of a serious wrestler. But, you know, of course, the Monday Night War happened. The Monday Night War was now over. WWE had won. And I'm in the most stacked roster of all time. I mean, the absolute most stacked roster that has ever existed before, since, or probably that will ever have existed. And so this, I'm struggling to find a way, you know, at this point. You know, they wouldn't let me be Sugar Shane, Shane McMahon, you know, because of that. They didn't want two Shanes, which is okay. That's how it is. But they liked my talents, so at least there was that. Head of creative was a guy named Brian Gerwitz. He always wanted to do a superhero gimmick, but never had the right guy. Along comes Shane Helms. I'm a comic book fan through and through. I wear comic book shirts all the time. I got the Green Lantern tattoo. So they kind of presented me with the idea. I did one backstage gimmick with Steve Austin. I think you heard of him. He's a young and upcoming guy at the time.
Yeah.
And so this whole what is it? Hold on, I got a little intruder. This whole gimmick is that all we know about this pre-tape, all I know is he's going to ask me about the tattoo. That's all I know. And this is a funny story that I've told a bunch. And come here, it's my little Sebastian.
Hey, how you doing?
And so they asked. I knew that Steve Austin was going to ask me about the tattoo, and then Vince McMahon was like, "When you go in, maybe you eat a carrot because there's a vegetable tray there." And so you go in, maybe you eat a carrot. Steve asked you about the tattoo, and when you leave, maybe you eat a tomato. And I'm going, okay. And I was, you gotta talk that. And I was, go find your mama. I'm busy.
I'm gonna tell you something.
I love you. The kids don't care. I got this run in. I'll be there in a minute. And so I was very concerned about this vegetable tray because there's a history of ribbon in the company, in the business. I didn't know what was going to happen with this vegetable tray, but I'm going to do my best. And I'm nervous because he's Steve Austin. He can say whatever he wants.
Mm-hmm.
You know? I'm just hoping I don't mess up. And so whenever he asked me about the tattoo, I go, yeah, that's the Green Lantern. He knocked Superman out one punch, bam. And I just say that shit. That's just the first thing that came to my mind because the Green Lantern had a heel turn in the books, you know, either just previously or maybe a year or two previously. So anyway, that was fresh on my mind. They thought it was funny. Deborah McMichael was in she was in the skit too. She starts laughing. Steve's responding to her. This is all natural. All the reactions were natural, and Vince loved it, and everybody loved it. And I kind of thought, okay, you know, hit a little home run off that. We'll see how it goes. And then a couple of weeks later, you know, they would have me doing promos where Brian would go, yeah, just mention something about comics, tell some kind of comic story. And I would go, it never reminds me of the time. And I don't know why I started talking like that. No superheroes talk like that. Just in my mind, I just was trying to be different. And then one week, Stephanie Moran comes to me and she presents to me the superhero idea, you know, a cape and a mask and all of that. You know, I was just in the little trunks back then. And I remember saying to her, I go, I'm out there basically in my underwear now, so whatever you guys need. And I was just, wanting to be a part of the team. We're all fighting for TV time now. Keep in mind, there's no competition. ECW is gone, WCW is gone. This is it. We're all fighting for competition. Fighting for TV time. And I said, sure, I'll give it a shot. And I remember too, she said would go a few weeks, a few months at the most if it don't work. And that was in 2001.
And there it sits, still behind you.
Yep.
That is, so the people know what the people want, and they love the Hurricane. That, without a doubt.
Yeah, I knew too that I would have to make it work. If I made it a joke, if I laughed with it, it wouldn't have worked. I had to take it seriously because the deep psychology of the character wasn't that I was a superhero. It's that I thought I was. And for me to think that, I had to believe that. And if I believed it, I can make the people believe it. And to believe it, I had to really commit to it. So that's what I did. I remember the first outfit they gave me was kind of just generic. It was a gold, like the italicized H. I didn't even have a mask yet.
I remember that outfit.
Yes, it's just as basic as you can be. And so, too, I don't know if you know the story. You ever heard the story about the mask with the makeup? So the first mask they gave me was a Lone Ranger mask, like from Party City, one of these cheap. This thing was probably 99-cent max, had the little string on the back. Like there was no way it was going to stay on my face. And it just looked cheap. And two, like I was saying, man, to make this work, I'm going to have to look like I'm committed to it. I can't go out there with a damn red nose. It's going to look silly. And so I want to talk to Vince about it, but I don't know Vince yet. I don't think I really even know him now. But I picked my spot and I went up to him and I go, sir, I don't think this mask is going to work. And he goes, you don't want to wear a mask? And I go, I just don't want to wear this mask. So I wear a mask, but this thing's a piece of shit and it's going to fall off. And then I'm going to look like I don't care about the gimmick. And he liked that. He understood where I was coming from. And he goes, what about makeup? And here's the best part. And I go, like the Road Warriors? And he goes, like the Ultimate Warrior. And I go, okay, like the Ultimate Warrior then, okay. And so he set up something so that the makeup lady could do it. And that's why I had makeup there for the first couple of years.
That is excellent. We do have one question here. I'm actually curious about, where is it? This one. Oh, right here. How did the pairing with Mighty Molly come about?
Everybody they teamed me with was somebody that they wanted to do something with, but they didn't have nothing for at the time. The strength of the Hurricane character, especially once I started to get it over, they knew that they could just add other elements to it. And so that was it. They wanted something to do with Molly Holly, super talented, something to bring out a different, layer to her personality. And so that's just really what that was. A lot of superheroes had sidekicks. So that became it. She was with Spike Dudley at the time. And I had Ivory in the beginning. Ivory was the first.
Okay.
Because she was in the Alliance with me. So I had Ivory, and that was kind of the story. And it was me, Ivory, and Lance Storm, Citizen Storm. And then we brought in Molly Holly, and then Ivory and Lance Storm kind of went their separate ways. And so then it was me and Molly for a while. Then after that, it became, then I got Rosie, of course. And then for a short while, I had Stacy Keebler as Super Stacy. But every one of those, it was somebody that they wanted to do something with, but they didn't have anything to do with them. So, hey, put them with the Hurricane. But they were all super great and super fun. And that whole gimmick, like if you couldn't have fun doing that gimmick.
Oh, yeah. That's exactly what it was. There's those strong, aggressive type characters. Then there's those comic relief type characters to balance the show. And you played it like beautifully because people bought into that character so much.
Yeah, they did. And that's the good part. Luckily, I think there's a lot of comic fans and people that like just the superhero concept. I think one of the reasons you like pro wrestling, because pro wrestling has such a bigger audience than amateur wrestling. And I believe that the reason why is just you take this, real life situation and just add a lot of fantastic elements to it. But that's just what comic books are.
Literally.
Good guy, bad guy, but this good guy can fly, and this bad guy can pick up a mountain or whatever the hell it is. So pro wrestling is like that. So, I think there's a lot of crossover appeal to the deal. So, and like I said, I just committed to it. I happen to be a, kind of a smart ass. Imagine that. And the thing about comedy too is throughout the history of the business, you've always had naysayers that say funny don't make money. That's an absolute lie. Funny has made a ton of money. Bad funny doesn't make money. Luckily, I was really good with the comedy, and I had a lot of good people to work with too.
Well, that brings up this next question. We'll sneak this one in. One of the favorite WWE moments were segments you did with The Rock. How did that come about, and what was that like?
Right off the bat, happy birthday to The Rock. Today's his day of birth, so happy birthday.
Yes.
That was only going to be one segment in Toronto. There's going to be one segment with me and The Rock. And then later that night, there was a battle royal of some sort. And I can't remember why the battle royal was for, but #1 contendership or some shit like that. I don't recall. But I was just going to have this one little segment with The Rock, and it just went so well that it snowballed into everything else. I know we had this backstage interaction, and when we were done, I remember walking down the hall, and like all of the guys were like, "Man, you killed it! Everything was great. They're so happy for me, And I'm like, "Oh, cool." And then we get to this battle royal, and The Rock's like laying the smack down on this guy, and now he comes to the hurricane, and I block it, and I start firing back, and I can hear the crowd, and I can feel the crowd, and we have this really good moment. But sometimes in the business, just because I feel it, that doesn't mean the office felt it. I'm hoping they did. I'm hoping that they heard it. I'm hoping that they felt it, but I don't know if they did or not. So, but luckily they did. So that led to another promo the next week, and then we have the pretty famous. It was Rock's last match on Monday Night Raw was actually against me in Cleveland, Ohio.
Nice. Well, I'm going to sneak in one more question. We've got Al Isaacs in the wings. He's in the gorilla position, ready to come down the ramp.
Okay.
Now, because of COVID, and everybody's doing the open arenas, because you said you were in that match with The Rock, and you could feel the crowd.
Yep.
How do you think it is different now, like trying to compete in an open arena?
I fucking hate it. It's like training. It's like, when you come up in the business, you have a lot of training and you're working over different scenarios. And when you're doing that, you're imagining that the crowd's reacting and you're hoping that they do and stuff like that. But then once you go into a live audience, some of that stuff that you practice doesn't work. And you have to evolve out of that, So this is just what that reminds me of. Or it reminds me even worse of when you go to a show and the crowd doesn't give a shit about you. That's the even worse part.
The people are there, but they're making no noise.
Yeah, and it's really difficult. Like pro wrestling, more than any form of entertainment out there, we need an audience. The audience is a big part of the equation of what we do. We feed off of them. They feed off of us. We want to manipulate a crowd, but at the same time, they're manipulating us. It's a dance that we do together, the performers and the audience. It's like Broadway, but even in Broadway, you kind of don't, interact with the crowd, but they're there. You know what I'm saying? It's just so different. And I mean, but like I said, more than any other form of entertainment out there, we need an audience. The only thing I can, compare it to is like watching a comedian, but there's no one there. And he could be funny as shit. But if there's nobody there to laugh with you, it's not as funny.
Yes.
It's just not. And like people react, and that makes you feed off of something. That's what the mob mentality is. The mob mentality is that somebody's laughing and they're going to make you laugh. And that energy just builds. There's no energy without that audience.
Well, exactly. I've watched a couple of the late night comedian shows, and they do it from their home, and it is an entirely different feel.
Yeah, they did that to me. What I did? I don't know if you remember before. I'll just tell this real short one and I'll get out of here. But I did this thing where I was doing like a pop-up video thing on SmackDown. It's when after I came back from my neck being broken, I would just pop up and I would be in a little bubble and I would make some kind of comment on whatever was going on in the ring and then I would bounce. Well, while we were filming that, everybody in the room is laughing. But when they would show it on the show, the laughter wasn't there, so it didn't come off as funny.
Okay.
So you don't have the Because if other people aren't laughing, you kind of feel embarrassed to laugh. You know what I mean? If you're the
Yeah.
only one laughing at a joke, somebody says a joke, you're like, ha ha. Oh, nobody else is laughing. You kind of want to shut up.
Yeah. Is this really funny?
Yeah, exactly. You start questioning yourself. So yeah, it's very similar to that.
Excellent. Well, man, thank you so much for being here. I'm going to bring in Al real quick. There's Al.
Hey,
How's it going?
it's
You ever met
going
Al
well. How you doing, man?
I think you got your Facebook thing on. That's where that echoes from.
Oh yeah. Have you got the volume on your computer up?
Let me turn down.
Just a little. Yeah. Because sometimes you get the feedback through the microphone.
Okay, how's that?
That's a bit better. We can make it work.
Okay, because I don't have a headset or anything, so sorry about that, guys.
Not a worry. Not a worry. Do you have to run, Hurricane?
Hey man, yeah. If you don't mind, yeah, I need to bounce out, but I'll be on here tomorrow. So if anybody's watching now, check the listings, and I'll be on here tomorrow, and I'll let you guys handle it from here.
You got it, bud. Thanks so much for coming in.
My pleasure.
See ya.
Be well.
Yeah.
There we go. Now we're here with Al. Buddy, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Just living the dream right now. This is kind of like my teenage daydream, hanging with all these people.
I'll tell you what. I got to thank you as a fan. I got to thank you guys for what you're doing. This is amazing. And as someone taking a part, my family thanks you for giving me an excuse to wear pants today. So this is awesome. Thank you, man.
Oh, hey, not a problem. Now you were part of the big thing at the beginning with what they called the dirt sheets, the information.
Yeah.
Explain
Yeah,
how that
scoops
started
back
for
in
you.
the late 90s.
How did that start for you?
Boy, completely by accident. There was really no such thing. Is it still feeding back badly?
No, we're okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, completely by accident. I was doing a voiceover job here in New York on a hotline. And I went in with a friend of mine, Steve Strangio, to meet with some web designers on the project he was doing. And after about an hour-long meeting with these folks, as I'm walking out the door, they mentioned to me that Steve told them about my hotline deal, and they said, "Would you think about turning it into a website?" And this was at a time in the 90s. Websites weren't easy to come by. You had to have a company doing it for you, and so just as a lark, I said, "Yeah, well, hey, why not?" And I started writing it, and I was writing it as if I was writing for 12 friends, and they came back to me after a month and said, "You have a couple of thousand readers," and it just kind of went from there. So yeah, we had no idea what we were doing. There was no blueprint for this. No one had done it before. So it was pretty amazing.
And how did you gauge the success of it then? Because like you said, it's never been done before. So how could you tell, especially then?
It was a numbers game. It was just seeing more and more people going by. This was the internet was still in its infancy. So it was just it was judged by everything else. And in fact, when we were initially purchased by a company in Oklahoma, by Extreme Interactive Media, they were still going by banner ads and that sort of thing, which to me made no sense, because you were judging by people would go to your website and they'd see a banner ad, and the only way they would consider it successful was if they clicked on the banner ad to go look at or buy something. And to me, that was always like judging, if a sitcom had a commercial for a Ford Mustang, if someone actually stopped watching the TV show at that moment when I bought a Mustang, that's the only way it was successful. So the model didn't work, and we kind of knew it. But it was just the popularity grew and grew and grew, and there were weeks where I'd be watching Raw and someone would hold up a scoop sign, and I'd be sitting there alone in my basement watching TV, going, "Oh, that's me." So it was surreal. It was very, very cool.
And how did you come by this? I don't know if this might be a trade secret. How were you able to gather the information that you did?
It was, boy, you know what? It started in drips and drabs from guys behind the scenes. and as I think, as we went along and people realized they could trust me, I mean, kayfabe was, a much different animal, back then.
Yeah.
More and more guys would get into contact with me. And sometimes the information was good, sometimes it was great, and sometimes I was being played just to, for guys to get stuff out there online to see how the audience would react, so that they could possibly, get a shot. So, it was what it was.
So they used you to push storylines.
Yeah, yeah. There were a couple of times, and like I said, I was a guy in the right place at the right time when all this went down, and over time you learn who you could trust, you learn who you had to get a second opinion from. I went to school for broadcast journalism. I graduated from Hofstra University with that, and I think when we first started, I don't know that I took it as seriously as I should have, but as we kind of went along. It more and more became, important to check your sources and get that second, the backup source.
Gotcha. Now, how did you evolve that into what it became? Because, like you said, you were just doing it for fun to start.
Man, it really, I was just talking to someone about it. Looking back, we did podcasts before that was a thing.
Yeah.
And it really was just kind of word of mouth. Where I would do an interview with a guy, and then a couple of weeks later, someone else would call and say, "Hey, you did a nice job with that. Would you mind sitting down and talking?" Sure. And then it really just kind of I didn't realize at the time how big it had gotten when it did. There were like little moments. Like when I get a call from Good Morning America to get a quote when Jesse Ventura was elected governor in Minnesota, and you go, how do you know who I am? Why am I talking to Entertainment Weekly about Vince Russo jumping to WCW? Why? It was surreal, a lot of it.
And how did that change the way you went?
I tried to not let it change. I still try every morning. I really sat down, like I said before. I tried to write as if I was writing a column for 12 Close Friends. I try, I think one of the secrets of success for the whole thing was that intimacy. That I never tried to present this like I'm better than you, I'm above you, I have more contacts than you. I never disrespected my audience, and I tried as hard as I could not to disrespect the business. I'll give you, for instance, I did a show, and before it began, the guy showed up, one of the wrestlers, and he was obviously inebriated, and his agent came running over to me to try and convince me, he's cough medicine, he's got the flu, you got to understand it, and I basically said, as long as it doesn't interfere with what we see out there, as long as he's not a danger to the guy he's in the match with, then it really isn't my business. It really, I'm not, I'm not here to ruin anybody. I'm not here to make a scoop at someone's expense. That just wasn't how I rolled. I remember going to one of Cornette's shows that Kane was at before he was unmasked, and Glenn Jacobs was walking around with a mask on. And it was, I don't know if it was a test, but it was certainly, a clear invitation that if I wanted to, I could have snapped a picture. I mean, it was a time before, phones with cameras, because I am over 100 now. But I felt like, it's like, okay, I can get this one scoop, I can get this one thing to get a ton of hits, but then that's it. No one's ever going to talk to me, and no one's ever going to trust me. So, that wasn't how I rolled.
Man. Now, I know you have kind of transitioned from scoops, and you've started some other stuff.
Yeah. So as we like I said, we were purchased by Extreme Interactive Media in Oklahoma, and then after about a year, there were a couple different companies looking to buy us. CBS Sports was in the running. And we ended up going with Snowball.com. That was the parent company of IGN. So we were part of this massive conglomerate, back at the, when the internet boom really was hot.
Mm-hmm.
And, we were branching out. We were doing a whole lot of stuff. I had a successful comic strip, that we were doing during that. But at the same time, even before I was doing scoops, I've been a comedian on the side. So when after a couple of years, when the internet bubble burst, I went basically full time into comedy, and then in 2004, my son was born. I was still a wrestling fan, and I think after the Benoit tragedy, I walked away for a really long time. I couldn't watch anymore. And then oddly enough, a couple years ago, it was my son who came, dragged me back in, and I've been, I'm a fan again. I've been watching, and I didn't know how much I missed it. So,
Well, it's kind of like a bicycle, If you stay off a bike for a while and you get on, it's like, man, this is fun. Why did I leave?
yeah. It's cool. My son is 16 now, and seeing it through his eyes, it's crazy that right now, he knows so much more about it than I do. Even after everything I did and I went through, he's throwing me these names from New Japan and indie guys, and I just look at him and go, okay. It's amazing. It's very, very cool. I'm glad I'm back in.
Nice. So explain to me what Smarks TV is.
Okay, well, Smarks TV Smarks was the comic strip that we did back then. Because I did a lot of interviews, and a lot was kayfabe. And what I found was that the stories that these guys were telling me, a lot of times they were so much more compelling and funny and interesting than stuff that you were seeing on TV. And like I said, I don't want to throw anyone under the bus. I didn't want to, talk out of school. So Smarks, combining Smart and Mark, it kind of became a great outlet for a lot of these stories. And it was such a cool thing for a long time. We set up its own website, and people would start sending me in reports from shows that didn't exist. It became its own universe, its own living thing. It was very, very cool. All original characters, and we almost sold it as an animated TV show back in 2001, and then 9/11 happened, and everyone got out of the pool. We went, all right. And every few years, my agent will give me a call and say, someone's asking about Smarks. And I go, all right. And we'll kind of dust it off and give it a new paint job and take it out for a test drive. And theoretically, you can blame this virus on me because we were getting close again, and ta-da, here we are. But it's the neat thing about it now is that we're in a much different place with the industry as far as kayfabe goes. Everyone kind of understands where we're at.
Exactly.
The cost of animation has changed. The amount of places that you could show this, the amount of streaming services that didn't exist back in 2001. So fingers crossed. This we're hoping this is going to be something.
That's excellent. When is that going to be available?
Well, let's wait and see how long we can wait to walk out our front doors again. And then what I would say is if anyone remembers the comic strip and if they want to find out that kind of stuff, I set up on Facebook. They can like my page on Facebook, and I'll kind of keep them posted on stuff where that goes. But my son was reminding me before when it comes to scoops. Just how crazy it was, as far as how big it was. The people that were writing and sending in content for it. At one time we had Jim Cornette doing a weekly audio file. We had Lou Thez writing a column. We had Mark Merrow writing a column, and writing for me at the time, doing an indie. And this is the best. Doing an indie report for me from Southern California was Samoa Joe. Before he was Samoa Joe, he was SoCal Joe back in the day. And in fact, I flew out to California. He was the guy who picked me up at the airport. Who knew?
See, you kind of question why Entertainment Weekly was calling and why these people, but yet you have Mark Merrow, you have Samoa Joe, you have these people writing for you.
Yeah. Again, hindsight, 2020. At the time, it was just. It was the coolest thing. It was amazing. Doing the Break the Barrier show and having a Bill the Butcher and these other guys. It was at the time. It was cool. But when my son breaks out the photos and we sit down and we take a look at this stuff and go, wow, I did not know. I had the scope of it. I had no clue.
Is there something you look back at and go, wow, I just can't believe I was part of that?
Man, you got 3 hours? Because
I'm here all night.
I'll give you a couple of for instances. I flew out to Tupelo, Mississippi to get an award from an indie show, and they asked me if I wanted to guest referee, and I said, yeah, sure. And it turned out I was going to guest referee the main event between Dutch Mantel and Cajun sensation Blade Boudreaux, local fave, and Dutch calls me up in the middle of the afternoon. He says, it'd be great if you turn heel in the middle of it. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Sure. And so we went over the whole deal, what was going to happen, and that I was going to screw over Blade in the middle and help Dutch. And it wasn't until we were getting ready to walk through the curtain, Dutch walks over and leans into me and goes, by the way, you realize we're in Mississippi. This ain't New York. Out here, we still think that the moon landing is fake and wrestling is real. And I went, all right. And sure enough, when I pulled out the tag rope and handed it to Dutch to choke out Blade, those people wanted to kill me.
Oh, yes.
I had to be escorted to my car for fear of my life being ended. That, and my favorite story of all time, when we did you hear about the Break the Barrier show we did in Philly?
I've heard of it. I've not seen it.
Yeah, so the Cliff Notes version, we did a show in Philadelphia. Chris Lash helped us promote it. The idea being we were going to bring in the champions from all these different indie feds from across the country. And in one night, we were going to have like 12 championship matches. Never been done before. We booked ECW Arena. We did the whole, and it was crazy. And Abdul the Butcher and headbangers. I mean, it was insane. But we needed a finish to the whole show. And about halfway through the show, Paul Bond, who used to help me out on Scoops Out Loud, our what was a podcast back then, he was going to be managing one of the guys from EPW. They happened to work. And Paul kept walking over and telling me all these bumps he's going to be taking. It's like, oh, yeah, I'm going to get punched. That's great. No, I'm going to get drop kicked. Well, that's fantastic. And then by the time his match took place, man, he got drop kicked into the second row, and I'm going, damn, I'm not going to run up on this guy. So they had to come up with an ending. And what we had initially decided was that all the winners of all the matches during the night, we're going to have a battle royale, and we were going to have a trophy for them, and Lou Thez was going to come in the ring and present the trophy. And someone said, hey, what if the winner smashes the trophy and then puts you through a table? And I laughed, and then I looked up and saw they were serious. And we went, okay. And we decided Tom Brandy was going to win this, and Brandy was going to powerbomb me through people. And my wife, Teresa, she came walking by and said, hon, I just want you to know I'm getting powerbombed through a table tonight. And she went, oh, okay. And she kind of wandered off. I don't think it occurred to her exactly what that was. And about halfway through the show, she walked backstage, and there's me and Tom walking through it and setting up, because I've never done this sort of thing before. And she freaked out. She's, oh, that's a power bomb. And all the people, they had to calm her down and set the whole thing up. And at the end of the show, Brandy wins the trophy. Brandy smashes the trophy. And I told my wife, I said, look, I'm going to be fine. These guys are pros. But come into the ring, grab my hand. I'll squeeze it so you know I'm okay. I got to act like I'm dead. I got to sell the hell out of this. But I'll squeeze your hand and know I'm fine. And she said, okay. And when the time came for all this to go down, Lou Tez was in the ring with us. And Lou, God bless him, he was such a force of nature, even in his 70s. And when it started to go down, he went to protect my wife, and he said, get out of the ring. So she bailed, and Brandy smashed the trophy, kicks me in the gut, up, boom, power bombs me through the table. Place goes crazy. And I'm just laying there, adrenaline's pumping through me. I'm like, all right, mental toes, I could feel them, spine, yeah, I'm all right. But selling it like I'm dead. Brandy grabs on Mike, he walks around the ring, and he's badmouthing the audience. And I'm wondering where my wife is. She hasn't come to check in on me. She's standing outside the ring, and as Tom Brandy walks by her, she looks up at him and bang! Pops him across the face, as far as she can look, my little 98-pound Sicilian wife, pops him across the face. The place explodes. Now, meanwhile, I'm still laying there with my eyes closed, so I have no idea what I'm thinking. Someone coming out of the dressing room to save me. I'm not quite sure what's going on. What was that pop? So Brandy doesn't quite know what to do. He can't hit her. So he gets back in the ring, and he folds the table on top of me, and he begins to stomp on me. And I'm going, I didn't sign up for this. And he's kicking the hell out of me. And finally, Chris Slash slides into the ring, dressed as a paramedic. I'm fine. Let my wife know I'm okay. He slides back out of the ring, walks over to my wife, and he says, Al's okay. But in the moment, with the adrenaline, you might as well say, Al's dead. Because now she's crying, which like sells it even more for the crowd. They're going crazy. He slides back in the ring. You want? We should get we'll lift you up. No. I don't need a gurney or anything. Just lift me up and carry me out. So over the shoulders and raise the hand. And the place is chanting, Al's hardcore, Al's hardcore. And we walk back to the dressing room. And someone walks by and goes, geez, I can't believe you hit Tom Brandy. And I'm looking, and I look down at my wife and oh, Jesus. So, yeah, so she popped out, and we begged his forgiveness. And days later, people are emailing not to find out if I'm okay because the dirt sheets were running that I had a broken collarbone, that my lungs were punctured. But they're calling and go, who is the wrestler playing your wife? No, that were my wife. So I tell people that story. They go, that's hysterical. I tell wrestlers that story. They go, that is so romantic. So, yeah. So that one, that had to be the pinnacle of the whole thing.
And you now bring in a good point. How did your family adapt to you? Like you said, Entertainment Weekly calling and all these people calling as Scoops was building. How did they?
My wife was great about it. My wife is rarely starstruck. The only two times during all of this that she actually freaked or had a moment, we were at an NWA anniversary show in New Jersey. And she was totally cool with everybody. And then Dan Severn walked up, and Dan's like, oh, yeah, who is this Rose? And she just melted. And I'm going, Dan can walk over with my wife right now. Not a damn thing I can do about it. All right. My parents, my dad was such a huge wrestling fan. He loved it. He took me to he swears he took me to see San Martino and Zbyszko at Shea Stadium. I tell him I was too young. I couldn't have been there. But I definitely remember when I was 12 going to Nassau Coliseum to see Tony Atlas and Don Morocco in a steel cage match. I have vivid memories of that. So he was so cool with it, but I don't think even he kind of got an idea of just how big and the workings of it. Because I was working from home for a lot of it. And he would call up, and I get call waiting, and I'd pick up, hey, Dad, how you doing? I'm on the phone, Antonio and Nookie in Japan. I really can't talk now. And he'd still be giving me the dad, guilt. Oh, are you really? Like, you want to pay for a call back to Japan? I'll talk to you later. But no, they were great. My wife was really, really supportive. And yeah, it was awesome. it was a great ride.
That is awesome. So, other than Smarks, are you
Mm.
working on anything big right now?
Well, like I said, I'm a comedian. I perform comedy. I'm part of an improv team, Isaacs and Baker. I would tell you that come check us out. But my calendar seems to have been cleared. So uh, I've been doing that for a few years now. We headline at theaters and resorts in the Northeast, and I teach improv comedy at Hofstra University and a couple of other schools here on Long Island. So that's kind of what keeps me really busy. But as far as wrestling wise, we got our fingers crossed for the other thing, and I am I have been toying with the idea of podcasting and doing something with my son, because I don't think there's anything with two generations kind of looking at things from two different perspectives. A 16-year-old and a 50-year-old looking at the same stuff. And my wife actually, people ask me about, how Jim Cornette, dislikes certain stuff, and I completely get where he's coming from. And I'm not in the same shoes, even close. But a couple of years ago, my wife said something really wise to me when it comes to comedy, when it comes to movies, when it comes to music. I was raging on something. I don't know, it was Kardashians or something, and she just said, this isn't made for you. And in that moment, it was like, yeah, okay. So like every now and then, my son will show me a match, and I will go, yeah, it's not made for me. So I appreciate it on a completely different level. It's not made for me. It's not my cup of tea. But man, the athleticism and what they're doing, is awesome. And like I said, if I were, someone of the caliber of Cornette, who bled for this and did what he did for kayfabe and the business, I would probably feel similar to him. But just as a fan, which is what I am, even stuff that's not necessarily my cup of tea, I can respect and appreciate what they did.
That's excellent. I'm going to ask you the same thing I talked to Hurricane about. How do you feel about the product right now because of the fact that there's no live audience?
Yeah, I was listening to him, and he was so spot on with not having that feedback, not having that energy, letting you know if you're doing a good job, if you're doing a bad job, if you should slow stuff down, if you need to speed stuff up. It's the same thing with comedy. You're depending on that energy coming back at you to know, as a comedian, if something hits and you can feel it with the crowd, you're going, all right, I'm going to stick on this topic for a little bit. Let me mine this for a little more gold. Whereas you're going, all right, that fell flat. Let's see where we can segue into. Um, it really, when I started teaching comedy, it was amazing how many parallels are between comedy and wrestling. Like what you're saying, that feedback from the crowd and people being invested. When I teach my improv classes, I tell them, I say, more than the laughs, make me care. If I care about your characters at the beginning of this scene, I'm going to watch it all the way to the end, even if there's 5 or 6 laughs. But if I don't care, I had better be laughing, right? For 10 minutes. You're going to live and die by every joke.
Exactly.
Whereas it's almost the same thing with a match. When I was growing up watching it, I didn't need to see death-defying stuff because I cared so much about the guys in the ring. I cared so much about the character. Winning and losing meant something to me. We didn't have as many holy shit moments. With guys almost killing themselves, but you didn't need it. Each punch, each headlock, each suplex, meant something. And like I said, the athleticism is crazy. It's incredible what these guys can do, but it's a different product.
It is. It
Does that make
completely
sense?
is. No, it makes perfect sense because you
Yeah.
need that feedback. You need to be able to feed off the crowd and know what they like and what they don't like.
And it goes to a deeper thing, even beyond the state that we're in now. When you have your promos pre-scripted and you're doing it word for word, or if your matches are laid out move for move for move, and there's no room for improvisation, it's going to hurt the product. It's, to have a guy in there who knows, okay, this isn't working. In this town, we're starting this match. I'm babyface and you're the heel, and suddenly you realize halfway through, you know what? They're not buying it. They're cheering the heel more. Let's flip it. To be able to make that call on the fly, I think, I don't know if it's a lost art, but it's something that you don't see in the current product. I'd be curious how many guys could pull that off. Just instinctively going, okay, or even an ego thing of going, I know I'm supposed to go over, but it ain't happening. Not in front of this crowd. Let me do something for the benefit of the show, or over the benefit of me personally.
Nice. Now, if anybody's looking to see what you're up to, or find some of this stuff coming out, how do they find you and how do they find what you're doing?
Again, if you go on to Facebook, I would say look me up. I have a somecomedy.com website where you can find me for the comedy gigs. But we literally just set this up on Facebook for all the other projects that we got going on. If you go on Facebook and look on that name, Al Isaacs, you'll find probably my personal page as well as my business page. So like it and drop me a line and keep in touch, because I'll let you know what's going on. Hopefully we can get back to some kind of normal after this, and I can get back on stage and not drive my family crazy anymore.
What, you mean they're not liking this quarantine?
Go figure. I don't know when they've seen this much of me ever, but I have to admit, it's been great to have this much time with them. I do feel fortunate. That it's there's a silver lining and mixed blessing and all that. It's getting to spend some time with them.
That's awesome. What's the first thing you're going to do once you get out of here?
Chinese food.
Yes.
Oh man, do I miss Chinese food? I really could go for some Chinese food. Yeah, that's number one.
Nice. Now, even though that you've gotten back into it, do you go to the events still? Like, are you actively out there?
Yeah. My son's first live WWE event was SummerSlam at Barclays a couple years ago. And here in New York, they have big time wrestling that comes around. So when they're around, I take them. And we actually had a reunion with Tom Brady at those, which was very, very cool. So yeah, I try to get, if they're close enough, and hopefully if I'm not, if I'm not booked somewhere, we try to get out to see some shows.
Excellent. Well, man, thank you so much for being here.
Dude, thank you so much for having me. This what you guys are doing is awesome. And if I can, everyone out there, stay safe, stay well. Thank you to everyone who's going out, the essential workers, and to the kids like my niece who are supposed to be graduating this year. Man, I'm so sorry you guys are missing out. That hopefully collectively we can come up with something to make up for it.
Exactly. We got to be able to get active again and do stuff.
Yes. Take off some of this quarantine weight.
Exactly. Well, man, thank you so much. I appreciate you coming.
Dude, appreciate it. Best of luck to everybody.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay. There we go. That was Al Isaacs. Okay. And we now have someone in here real quick. We're just waiting on DDP, but this gentleman would know DDP, better than a lot of us. This is Neil Pruitt. Dude, how you doing?
Awesome. How you doing, Rob?
Oh, I can't hear you, Neil. There you go.
Can you hear me there?
Audio is a bit delayed.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yes.
Yeah, it's I had some great times with DDP, no doubt.
Yes, you are the voice of the NWO.
The New World Order.
Right. How did you come across that?
Well, being a producer for many years, starting out in the independent circuit with Jody Hamilton, who was the Flame and the Assassin, I did a show for them for probably a couple of years, I guess. And he said that I just kind of had a natural talent for it. So I was, after doing that, I directed a nightly sports show. And there I actually came in contact with the guy who ended up going to produce for WCW, who was Chris Huber. And then he asked me, hey, can you do some audio for some interviews? I'm like, yeah, no problem. So I came over there and started freelancing and then kind of revamped their whole system on the way they did it. And they really liked that. But I said, look, if you like what I do there, I'm a package producer, so I can do really quick videos and, for 2 or 3 minutes long or whatever for history packages or interviews or music videos or whatever. So I was a producer then after they found out about all that and gave me a chance to show my abilities. And then I ended up producing WCW Saturday Night that Keith Mitchell handed to me so kindly. And then the NWO came around and I was assigned to that. And Eric just said, just do what you want, make it cool. So I thought of the need for an announcer. And I said, we can't use any of the people we already use because it'll be weird unless they kind of take an exit or something like that. I said, I got a voiceover guy that I think would be good for it. And he goes, what does it sound like? I said, it sounds like New World Order, kind of like very breathy and so different. And he said, why don't you do it? Craig Leather said that. I said, okay. So that's how I became the voice.
No doubt. And you've gotten quite the notoriety for that.
I've been
'Cause
lucky. Thank you.
that's been everywhere. During that whole era, that's all you heard. Every time that started, it's like, oh, here they come.
Yeah, it was weird to see online. There was like a couple things, like 5 million views. I was like blown away. It was just, that was just one video. I was like, wow, it was crazy.
See, how did it feel to know that the minute people hear your voice, they know that shit's about to hit the fan?
Yeah, that's kind of fun, especially if you're in the range of like what 45 to 30, something like that. A lot of people have definitely heard it, and they're surprised when I tell them that I've done that before, and then I give them the voice, and they're like, "Oh, wow, that's cool. That brings back a childhood memory for sure."
That's awesome. And now you've been doing a podcast, haven't you?
Yes, Neil Pruitt's Secrets of WCW Nitro is on iTunes and iHeartRadio, and we talk about something that nobody else does. We have a unique um, thing that we talk about the production behind everything. So we tell about how the whole videos were set up and then the procedure of how we go through the videos. And a gentleman out of New York City named Guy Evans is my co-host with it, and he wrote the book Nitro: The Incredible Rise and Inevitable Collapse of Ted Turner's WCW. And if you haven't read it, you should, because it tells about how it really went down. As a matter of fact, one time when we were in Chicago at one of the Starcasts that was put on, Eric actually came across the hotel lobby looking for Guy Evans to congratulate him because he did such a great job on researching it and everything.
Now I gotta ask
Eric
because
doesn't do that to anybody.
no, I
No, he
gotta ask
doesn't do that.
because you were in the audio department, like you said, you did the audio video stuff, and
Right.
we had you on talking to Sid. Sid's like the hardest guy for a promo because he whispers and then yells. And was it difficult trying to get all these amazing promos that these guys were cutting?
Yes, I mean it's a psychological game when you talk about getting them to say what you want and when. Um, Sometimes they don't want to work or they don't say what they need to say, and you got to kindly tell them to do it again. And somebody like Gordon Soley, who had possibly never been told to do one over again, I had to do it over again. And we had a stare down for a little while. And we had a couple confrontations like that. And as a matter of fact, I have a picture. We were down at the Tampa Sportatorium, which had a bunch of famous matches with Dusty Rhodes down there. And of course, Gordon at ringside, and DDP was even involved in some of those. And we had a little stare down. And just to cut the tension, I told my camera guy to take a still photograph of us, and we did a stare down. So it made it a little bit easier to get through that one.
Now, of all the moments that you've had, because in WCW there was a lot there, what would you say was your key moment in there? The one thing that was like really cool.
Working with Hulk was great, and Ric Flair and all the top guys is just terrific. And the understanding that we had between us was great because the ones who really wanted to work did, and they understood the process of how to make videos or how to really get their point across. And I also really enjoyed work with Macho Man Randy Savage. He was one of the greatest promo people ever, and he would ask me what I thought he should say, which was quite an honor, really. I trust you, brother.
That means this gentleman here, I'm about to bring somebody else in right now. This guy, you must have worked pretty close with him. This is DDP. How you doing?
DDP, what's up?
Oh, we can't hear him. Just 1 second. It's not working. What usually works, Dallas, if you just leave the page and then just jump right back in, sometimes it'll reset your mic. Okay. We'll try that real quick. But yeah, you got to work with
DDP.
Yes.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. How were his promos to cut?
Oh, Dallas is great to work with. He was always thinking of something new and something to get involved with. I mean, you could ask him about the whole series we did where he was kind of down in his ways, you might say. His clothes were starting to tear and he wasn't doing very well. And he and Max Muscle run around and did some antics. And we shot the videos of him going to various places and doing not so nice things. But he may want to bury that part of his career, but you could talk about it maybe. I don't know. You have to coax him into it.
Oh man. So until we get DDP back here, what have you been up to now?
Actually, I'm working for a government defense contract, and I help teach people how to build fighter jets and cargo planes. So it's pretty exciting. It's a totally different part of the business compared to what I used to do with wrestling. But, the experiences of doing the promos and pointing people to different directions on the stage and stuff like that, or on the screen, really helps me to tell people how to do things. So it's exciting. It's just a different form of video altogether, and the hours are awesome compared to WCW. So the 10-hour days, 4 days a week is just terrific. Every weekend off.
Now, well, we're going to try and bring Dallas back, and hopefully we can hear him this time.
Yo, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. We can hear you. How you doing?
All right, cool. Unstoppable, bro. Unstoppable.
Do you remember Neil Pruitt? We got him in here real quick talking about
Hell,
NWO.
Dude, I knew as soon as I heard his voice. What's up, brother? I heard his voice. I knew that was Neil. He was. He's not the kind of guy who really puts himself over, but he was super pivotal in the NWO era. He had a lot to do with that, making that whole thing jive.
That was the one
Thanks
thing.
So much, Dallas. I appreciate it.
Yeah, when you heard his voice,
it's been terrific, man. I loved working with you. You know that.
Yeah, when you heard Neil's voice, shit was about to get real.
Oh yeah.
Excellent. Well, Neil, man, thank you so much for being on here with us, and I want to get a hold of you. We're going to do another pod together.
It was a real pleasure, Dallas. We'll have to talk again, sir. Looking forward
to
the
buddy.
Next podcast, man.
All right, but miss you, man.
Have a good one.
All right. There we go. So, Mr. Diamond Dallas Page, how are you doing?
I'm really doing great. We have, because of, I hear some voices in the background. Is that, can we kill that?
Yes, please. Yeah, we definitely can.
Yeah. It sounds like somebody's talking. It's us. It's us. It's just an echo.
There was a little feed. I got it turned down.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, take it all the way down.
Can we turn the audio down, guys?
Yeah, because it's still there.
Is it still there?
Kind of like crazy hearing my own voice, in a different dimension. Ever since this whole COVID thing happened, like our business is really been amazing. My whole DDP yoga program. I'm branding everything DDPY now, obviously. Why? Because I want people to stop calling it just yoga, because it's so much more than just yoga. But that's just a little piece of it. But it took us 8 years to become an overnight success. 8 years, and I was $548,000 in before I took a dime. And 8 years ago, I guess it was May of 2012, the disabled veteran video that I had helped him 5 years earlier. My business partner, Steve, you just reconfigured the video. And it's probably today, almost 8 years later, has 1 billion hits on it between all of the Facebooks and, it's just ridiculous. But that blew our company up. And so we've been doing Shark Tank, Resurrecting Jake the Snake, so many things that we've done that show people who we are. And all we're trying to do is inspire people. But my point to this is that we've been killing it. And then the COVID thing happened. Now, my business, as far as my walk-in business, that went away, which, was never my focus. My focus was our DVDs and our DDP Yoga Now app. And I would never believe in a million years that people still buy DVDs, but we're selling so many, it's unbelievable. But our app, which was already ridiculous, is just blown through the roof. When I did I guess they did something, TMZ was putting out the news that the governor of Georgia was letting gymnasiums and massage parlors and bowling alleys, let people open up for business. And I voted for Kemp, and I've met him before. He's a good human being. He's just trying to get people back to work, whether it's the right or the wrong thing. I chose to err on the side of caution because I am 64 and I am still a Ferrari, but I got 998,000 miles on me, and I don't want some damn virus, knocking me on my ass. So I chose to err on the side of caution. But again, I'm doing everything out of my house. Jake Roberts moved back in with me. He was, my mentor and one of my closest friends. And we are rebooting Jake right now because he was getting out of shape again because he's doing phenomenal on his lifestyle. Jake Roberts, when this COVID thing hit, was the busiest he may have ever been since the 80s when he was wrestling ridiculous, 90 straight shows in a row. But Jake worked so much because of his one-man show, which is just funny as hell, but really thought-provoking as well. All the Comic-Cons he does, the appearances he does wrestling, the work he's doing with AEW. Jake Roberts at 65 is on fire. And he kept coming and hanging with me for a little bit, then going away and then coming. And then this COVID thing got really serious. I was like, Jake, you can't come and go. You can't just come and then leave. Because I got my daughter here and her baby. And, my girl's here with me. And I don't want to get sick. She's like, no, D, don't worry about it. And because he had so many bookings. And then while he was off doing those bookings, they all went away. So now he's living in a hotel, and he was there for like a week and a half, 2 weeks. And then finally, I brought him back, but only if he was going to go in quarantine in my house in a section. I got a ridiculous house. And I give him a section. It's got a hot tub, steam room. We brought him all this food for 6 days. And now he's back on track big time. But so like everything that we're doing here, I do it all here. So, it doesn't really affect. All my people are working from home to a certain degree. So everything's really good.
Well, and that's good because your whole business right now is about health. It's about body health.
And people working out at home.
Exactly. So this is the ideal market for you right now.
God has been so good to me, man. In 19 '93. Kevin Nash and I were tag team partners, or '92, I think it was. And you could have looked at where we were, where wrestling was at that time, and said, we're never going to see the golden era of the 80s, you know, but maybe we could create our own little thing, you know, and maybe we just keep putting the work in and we'll get better and better. And then maybe we'll have a good little run. And then the Monday Night Wars happen and it explodes wrestling bigger than the 80s, you know, and because we put the work in, we were right there on the cutting edge. Kev way before me. And then he pulled me up. Him and Scott pulled me up. And, you know what happened after that. But, you know, really, really interesting. It's like I told you in the beginning of this podcast, I literally spent 8 years becoming an overnight success with DDPY. And we have a brand new documentary coming out at the end of this year that's called Relentless. And it's a story of Kevin Nash powerbombing me. That's how it starts, and me blowing out my back and them telling me my career's over, and then where we are today. And what was really amazing is we finished this movie in August of last year. It was done. And then I wanted to get the right distributor and how we were going to get it out there. And we got so busy, it kept getting pushed to the side, pushed to the side, pushed to the side. And then we got to December, and I'm like, to my business partner, Steve Yu, what the hell are we doing with Relentless? Let's get it out there. And then more work came in, and AEW, and I don't know if you know this, but you know, when Cody started having vignettes up, that was the road to that followed All In, which was Double or Nothing. There was no AEW yet. It was just their next big Double or Nothing pay-per-view that Cody was doing with the Bucks and Kenny Omega. It was those guys doing their thing. Eventually, Tony Khan would come on, but there was months where my production company, because Cody is like, he's like my nephew, you know, without Dusty Rhodes, there is no Diamond Dallas Page. And in the beginning, I did it when he was 12 years old, 13 years old. I did it because I really liked him, but he was Dusty's son, and I wanted to help mentor him. And very early on, by the time he was 14, 15, I was doing it because it was him. And because he just was someone who I thought was really special. And he has proved it time after time after time. And I told him, I said, I love what the Young Bucks have done with their little story, but let's do something different. Let you come up with the ideas. We'll tell the stories. And we started doing all his production. And today we still do all of my company that did the Resurrection of Jake the Snake and Relentless. It's called Comeback Studios. We do a lot of production. We're idea guys, you know, and you know, Cody gives us something, and my boy Steve Yu and Dylan, and you know, they make magic out of. That's why you're seeing stuff that's different when it comes to vignettes on AEW. But back to the other story I was telling you, Relentless. You know, here we get to December, it's still not coming out. And right around that time, Cody said to me, "Is there any way we could get you to come back for one more match?" And I was like, man, you know, I'd love to do it, but what if I hurt what if I break my neck? What if I tear my ACL? Like, my body is my business more than ever today at 64. And I said, let me think about it. And then I thought about this, and I got to find this piece of paper. It's like loose leaf paper, like if you took if you're making copies in your printer, And then they would take like 3 pages, fold them up. And that was a program that was at wrestling events in the 70s, in the 80s. Well, in this one page has Handsome Dallas Page. I don't even know who I'm going against, but it's 1979.
Really?
I had 3 matches in 1979. And then I went and worked for Dusty in 1988 in Florida Championship Wrestling. And I had I was managing Big Steel Man, who was Fred Ottmer, Shockmaster.
Oh, yes.
I was back. Can you get those guys to kill that voice again? It's echoing again. What happened is if Fred lost, which was Big Steel Man, to Dick Slater got 5 minutes with the manager, Diamond Dallas Page. So I actually wrestled for 5 minutes, got my ass kicked by Slater. Had a couple comeback spots though, but overall I had no idea what the hell I was doing. But I still, I was out there wrestling. Then I had the 90s, which you know about. 2000, had that. January 2nd of 2010, I was asked to do a tag team match, Rome, Georgia, down the street from me. And I figured, I'm going to do that because that would make 5 decades. And then I don't count the Rumble or the Battle Royals I did. I don't count any of that stuff. Actually, a match. And then Cody brought that match up that was going to be going against MJF, who I think is the hottest young talent on the planet. And for us to do our thing, and then it turned into some altercation, which led to a match. So my next match would be January 15th, 2020. So that would have made 6 decades. And Cody was like, this is going to be amazing. Trust me, it's going to be unbelievable. And he was so right. It was one of the coolest things I've ever seen. I can tell by looking at you, you didn't see it, did you?
No, I haven't. I did not know about that match.
All right. Let me, at the end of the match, all right, at the end of the match, I want to see if I get it right here. Okay, at the end of the match, after I blow the big comeback.
Oh, wow.
Off the top rope.
Seriously?
Down to the boys on the floor at 63 and 8 months.
Oh, man.
So it couldn't have gone any better. Just look up AEW. I think it was January 15th. It's on YouTube somewhere. But it was the greatest way to really check out. And Cody asked me a couple weeks ago, "You got one more in you?" I go, "How do we top that?"
Yeah.
Yeah, how do we top that? So my life has been very blessed, bro. I've lived the dream on so many different levels, and I'm continuing to.
That is amazing. I've always been curious though. What made you transition from the wrestling into the yoga? What was the catalyst?
Okay. Let me ask you. Can you see my T-shirt?
I can.
What does it say?
DDPY.
Do you remember when I said I'm branding DDP Yoga, DDPY? Why? Do you remember that part?
Yes. Yeah, right. I do apologize. Okay.
So,
go ahead.
So people stop calling it fucking yoga.
Exactly.
Because it's not fucking just yoga. And I'll give you an example. You know who Rick Steiner is, right?
Yes.
Okay. His son, Bronson, who's a tough baller. He got drafted by the Ravens, I think it was the 5th round. He's been working out with me, for the last couple of weeks, and now he's so blown away by my program that he's doing it 5 days a week on top of everything else he's doing. And he's like 6'1"-ish, 230 pounds of chiseled steel. When he was playing for fullback for Kennesaw, he was running 8.1 yards per carry.
Wow.
Yeah. So this is one of the strongest. He's a Steiner for starters, which means he is elite from the go genetically. But the work ethic this kid has, Bronson, Rick Steiner. Rick Steiner was their actually, it was Rick Steiner, but Rick Steiner was their name. He just made it to work first and last name. But it's a real treat to work with him. He's one of the I work with. I'm working with Jake right now, helping him, get back. He's doing phenomenal. We're documenting everything. Work from beat up athletes to superstar athletes to regular people.
That's incredible. Okay, let me rephrase that question then. What made you transition into this lifestyle, like this health change? Because
you mean DDPY?
Yeah, it's a huge difference from wrestling, the DDPY.
Well, you have to understand that I was doing it while I was wrestling. What happened was I start wrestling at 35 and a half only because they won't let me manage anymore. And I had 7 months left of my contract. So I figured the next guy I was doing color commentating with Eric Bischoff, but the next, guy that retired that could talk, I would have lost my gig. So I thought, hell, I'm going to become a wrestler. I never got into this because I wanted to be a manager. I wanted to be one of the boys. And I went down there and trained, and 2 months later, I was on the road. And I was icing my knees, icing my back. Everybody was like, what are you doing? Prolonging my career. And they were like, what the? You're a pussy. They didn't understand. They didn't understand this. See, starting at 35 and a half was brutal because I was 35 and a half and hitting that mat for the first time where I was learning. But the really positive thing was I was 35 and a half and I was way smarter than I would have been at 25 and a half. So I was always looking for ways to hold back the hands of time. And 1996, I turned 40. And by the end of 96, my career had taken off like a rocket. That came into 97. I was Wrestler of the Year. Me and Randy Savage had the Feud of the Year. I was living a dream on such a huge level. 97 and 98, I think I headlined 13 out of 24 either main event pay-per-views or semi-main event. And I was making shit money. Everybody was making 7 figures. I was making like 250, which is great money, but not for where I was at.
Yeah.
And I finally signed the big multi-million-dollar deal, 3-year deal. And then I blew my back out. Hence, that's where that documentary starts, Relentless. How did this happen? How did this DDPY phenomenon happen? It happened out of necessity. Because when I ruptured my L4 and L5. You can say I broke my back for simple terms. I had 3 spine specialists tell me, you're never wrestling again. Like, great job, great story, but you're done. Or you're going to be a cripple. Well, all that money was going to go away. And I just got there. I didn't want to leave yet. So the guy who wouldn't be caught dead doing yoga the first 42 years of my life was saying, okay, I'll try anything. And my wife, now my ex-wife, but we're still best friends. She's one of my partners in the company, Kimberly. She's like, baby, you got to try yoga to heal your body. And I'm like, fuck that. I'm not doing yoga. And so that's why I don't want people to call it just yoga, because I was that guy who heard yoga. I'll pass. Guys like Bronson, who's 21, Rick Steiner, he's way smarter. These young kids today aren't like we were. We're just he's a meathead from the gym, but he's a smart meathead, where I would have been not a chance. But at 42, and them telling me my career's over, then I'm going to do it. And that's what happened. I started doing yoga. It really helped me, but it wasn't giving me everything. And that's when I added in the rehab, old school calisthenics done with a slow burn movement, and what I call dynamic resistance, which is just like engaging as you're moving. It's like isometrics moving. So you're flexing and engaging. And every time you flex or engage a muscle, your heart has to beat faster to get the blood to the muscle. So I put a heart monitor on like right here, and then it goes right to my app, and then it comes right up on the TV. And then I know exactly what how long I'm not in my zone, in my aerobic zone, and in my anaerobic zone, where I'm not just burning fat, I'm burning muscle and fat. So what I created completely by accident, today known as DDPY or DDP Yoga, kick-ass cardiovascular workout that will dramatically increase your flexibility, strengthen your core at a whole different level. But here's the kicker, all with minimal joint impact. That means anyone at any level can do the workout. Let me show you something, because I know you've never seen this. This is my poster boy. This is, I don't know if I can have a signal here. Oh, is this thing dead? All right, I'll pull up on this thing. Oh, yeah, the battery's dead. I'm going to pull you up my poster boy. His name is Arthur Borman. 100% disabled. Could not walk without the knee braces, back braces, and wraparound canes that he walked on for 15 years. So this is Arthur, day one. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. That's day one.
I see the
braces. You can see the knee braces, the back brace, the canes. This is 5'6", 297. This is 10 months later.
Wow.
Now, forget the weight loss. Look at his physiology there. This is what this is really about, helping him go from here to there, from there to there, from here, watch this guy's face, to there.
Look at the smile.
From here to there. Now, on his 1 year anniversary, well, over 10 months, he lost 140 pounds. More importantly, obviously, he lost the knee braces, the back brace, and wraparound canes, not just to walk, but run. On his 1 year anniversary, he took a picture with his 6'2" son. He's 5'6".
Holy smokes.
Can you see that? Standing on his back. So, you want to know why I'm so strong? You want to know why I can do what I can do? And I'll show you right here, because you can see me sitting here. I'm in one of my offices, and I'm just going to stay right here, grab just this foot, take my shoe off, and pull it over my head, and see I'm not holding on to anything, and have a conversation with you at 6'4", 220 pounds. This is core strength at a different level. So that's what DDPY is. And that's why our company is becoming a household name, because it works. Jimmy Garvin called me, which I loved, because Jimmy's one of my favorite people in the world, but I never thought in a million years I'd get him to do DDPY. He called me 4 days ago. I got him set up on the app, set him the heart monitor, the mat and everything. He's like, dude, I love this. This is going to get me back in shape. He's 67. This is going to get me back in shape and feeling the youth again. I'm like, dude, you put the work in, it's all going to happen. Today I was talking to Nick Aldis. You know who Nick is? The NWA champion?
Yes.
You know, we were both on a podcast, and I said, Nicky, you still doing the workout? He said, dude, I wouldn't be here if I wasn't doing the workout. Jericho, AJ, Oh God, Drew McIntyre. He drove 7.5 hours from Florida to come here to work with me for 4 hours. Turned around, drove back home. He's been here 3 times just to work with me, and he's one. We've become really, really close. Super proud of that kid.
That is awesome. This is quite the thing you've found. What I guess I'm just curious, what led you to it? Because, like you said, you're not going to do yoga, but you have created this separate entity, this DDPY.
Well, really, it was Kimberly who brought it, just the yoga part to me. And as much as I thought it was helping me, I knew it wasn't giving me everything. So at other times, I was doing the rehab. I've rehabbed both shoulder surgeries, both knee surgeries. Now I was learning rehab moves for my back. So I just kind of mixed it all together. Like, this isn't just for your back. This is obviously you can lose a shitload of weight. That is a side effect. That's not my focus. But I am lean as hell, because I freaking trained hard. I only do DDPY, period. And I've got a brand new version of it coming out in the next 2 months that's going to change the group fitness industry. And I mean, change it. And people are going to be like, what the fuck is he doing? And it's going to blow people's minds. And it couldn't happen in a better time when we are red hot and everybody's talking about it. And I'm about to introduce the next level.
That is awesome. I'm excited for it. Now, just to wrap up, because it wouldn't be cool if we didn't get to a wrestling question. And this one
sure.
I've been intrigued by, but this is one of our people. Can DDP give us a great Vern Gagne story?
I don't know if it's a great one, but it's the first day in the business. I guess how I got there is a great one. I literally made up. So I'd said one night, I had a big bar in Fort Myers, Florida. And the boys would come in there. The first place I ever met Jake Roberts was there. We drank all night. It's really funny because I would help him get sober later, but we were boozers, because I had my own club and nobody paid for drinks. DiBiase's there, the Bushwhackers, Shawn Michaels, Marty Jannetty, all the boys would come through. And one night I was watching a video, Girls Just Want to Have Fun, Cyndi Lauper, as I was collecting the drawers, because we had 12 bartenders on a night. And as I was doing it, I was grabbing the drawers and I saw Girls Just Want to Have Fun. And I, man, rock and wrestling, I should have been a part of that. And I walked away. And we're all counting the drawers, me and the bartenders. And my buddy Smokey comes in and he's like, Page J, what do you mean rock and wrestling? You should have been a part of that. And I said, well, I tried wrestling when I was a kid. He goes, get out of here. What was your name? I said, Handsome Dallas Page. He went, oh, you forget about doing that gimmick anymore. And everybody laughed and we drank that night. And that night I came up with Diamond Dallas Page, the Diamond Exchange, and the Diamond Dolls. And it was just me talking shit and drinking. But I wrote it all down. I always tell people, just don't think it, ink it. And about a week later, they were doing a story on The Voice, which I would do all the radio commercials for my nightclub. And I do all the contests, hot legs, bikini contests, all that stuff. And at some point, they're interviewing me and they say, where does The Voice come from? And I look down and I see Diamond Dallas Page, the Diamond Exchange, the Diamond Dolls, and there's a pair of white sunglasses there, Rob. And I don't know if I do it if the sunglasses aren't there. So they kind of changed my life. I grabbed those sunglasses, I put them on. I said, the voice comes from Diamond Dallas Page, Daddy. I was born to be a professional wrestling manager. Blah, blah, blah. Some guy saw it and he brought me on his show, his radio show. And that's what I was telling you earlier. I did the show a couple times and then I decided to make a videotape on his urging. of me and a bunch of wrestlers, and I sent it to the AWA. I created the guy named Rock Hard Rick. I created a guy called Big Bad John. I created a midget called Ted E. Bear. And he'd walk out with the Diamond Dolls. Hot. They're the first divas ever, the Diamond Dolls. And they were all like stripper hot. And I sent this video to Vern. And a guy named Rob Russin called me up. And he said, I need to speak to Diamond Dallas Page. Now, no one had ever asked for Diamond Dallas Page before. I'm like, yeah, who's this? He's like, Rob Russin from the AWA. I was like, well, okay, Rob. I go, what's up, man? He said, well, we got your tape and we like it. You know, we like your shtick and we want, you know, to bring you and your boys in for a tryout. He said, but we've got one question. We've showed your tape around and no one's ever heard of you before. Where are you boys working? And I was like, well, Rob, tell you the truth, those guys, you know, we're not working and those guys can't wrestle. And he was like, what? Why would you send the tape in? I go, well, it's like a secret society trying to figure out how to get in. So I figured I'd make a tape and send it in. And basically he said, don't call us, we'll call you. But Paulie Dangerously, who was Paul Heyman, he left the AWA, went to the NWA, which would become WCW, and it left a huge void for a young guy that could talk. And 2 weeks later, Greg Gagne calls me up, and he says, Diamond, we want you to bring all those crazy clothes you wear, which I really wore leopard skin jackets and zebra skin boots and had tears in my jeans back in the 80s. It's documented. Everybody does it now as a time of fashion. I did it because it was fucking cool in the late 80s. And he said, we want you to bring some of those hot women too that you have. And we're going to give you a tryout. And bottom line is, I got with Bad Company. And matter of fact, here they are right up here. Right here on my center picture. Can you see that?
Oh, yes.
That's the very first day in professional wrestling as a manager. If you look to the left, that's Muhammad Ali calling the lockup. And over there, I got my boy Johnny Bon Jovi. I've known him since he was about 15. The Snake, Hulk, the best in the world right now, Jericho. The best of all time, Nate, Snoop. Fun stuff, yo. It keeps me where I don't miss the business. I got it all around me. So they bring me out there, and I show up, go early. I've got this big trunk full of all my gimmicks. And I walk out the ringside, and Vern is leaning over and writing on the table, getting stuff ready for the color guys and everybody to come around because they're about to let the people in. And I said, excuse me, Vern? He's like, yes. And he turns around, and I got a pair of cowboy boots on at the time. So I'm like 6'6.5". In my stocking feet, I'm 6'4" legit. He turns around, sees me, and looks up at me, and he goes, Jesus, you got to be the biggest manager of all time. It's a tryout. They could have said no. They didn't. They kept me, and without that break, the rest of this wouldn't have ever happened. And so it was super cool. And Greg and I, over the years, he would be someone who really motivated me to do the best because he didn't really think that I was ever going to make it. And he told me that. I mean, it wasn't like he didn't like me. It's just he didn't think I had it. And at Gene Okerlund's funeral, he walked up to me at the bar. Oh, he walked up to me at the funeral. And he said, Diamond, He put out his hand and said, "Hey, Greg," and he knows that I talked some shit. Like it was Greg Gagne. He made me. He said I didn't have it. He's one of my driving forces. Out of respect for Greg Gagne, I was still I wanted to prove him wrong, right? So here comes this guy, and he is just the class act. He's the class of the field. Greg Gagne, his son, Vern's son. And he says, Diamond, he shakes my hand. He goes, I want to apologize to you. He said, I said you didn't have it, and I was wrong. And I loved watching you prove me wrong week after week, month after month, year after year. He goes, I got to tell you, I'm really sorry that I said, Greg, no, don't be sorry, bro. You lit a fire under me and I love Greg Gagne. I love him. At the time before this, I still had a little edge to me. Like he didn't think I would have it, but just the class, that comes from the way Vern Gagne raised him, and today, we're both, I'm in my mid-60s and he's in his late 60s, and he looks great, by the way. He looks phenomenal. But we have become really good friends since then. And just classy dude. And I just hugged him. I was like, dude, you were one of the best things ever happened to me. You and Eric Bischoff, because being Eric Bischoff's best friend, he wouldn't push me. He wouldn't. It took Scott and Kev and Hulk, and then he, gave me what he knew I deserved. But, up till that point, man, I had to work 5 times harder. And I think anybody who's got to work 5 times harder to get their spot is going to appreciate it 10 times more.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Man, DDP, thanks so much for coming on here and chatting with us. Real quick, I'm going to bring in our next guest because I'd like you to meet him. He runs ECW Press. This is Michael Holmes. Michael, DDP.
DDP, it's an honor to meet you, man. At WrestleMania 18 in Toronto, when you beat Christian, you went out into the crowd to celebrate, and you stood up on a chair, and it was my chair.
Ha! That's awesome.
It was really cool.
Well, thank you, man. I'm going. Thank you for sharing that, because those are when people say, "Do you miss the business?" Be honest, no. I had the greatest time ever at the greatest time. And, I'm still a part of it, but I don't miss it. But I do miss going out in the crowd.
That was so
because
awesome.
It was, the people, that's the thing. And being able to get to do that. And I watched Moxley do it today. I love it. I love that other guys have taken to that. Well, let me tell you a great story. Piper, because by the time I hit the mid 70s or mid 1997, got halfway through it, I was getting the push from everybody, from Luger, Sting. Piper showed up, and we both did this thing where we came out there. I can't remember what the deal was, but we're both wearing Sting trench coats and Sting masks and hair, and we hit the baseball bat. We knocked the shit out of the heels. And then we both take the masks off, and the place goes batshit. So I had said to Roddy before we, came out, I said, Roddy, I go, I don't leave like everybody else. When I come in, I go through the crowd. When I leave through the crowd. I said, do you think you want to do that with me? Sure I will. So after, boom, I walk out, I jump over the friggin' fence, and Roddy looks at me and I go, come on. Now the people, they're going batshit, I'm coming out there, but they ain't ever seen the Piper Man out there. So he comes, and I help him over the fence, and we start going through the people, and you'll remember this, Ed, because when people would try, Michael, when people are going to touch you, they're coming so fast to try to hit you. That's what happened. You get smacked by everybody because they're just trying to touch you, man. It's like being one of the Beatles. So that's happening to us, and we've got security. And at some point, there's a surreal moment, maybe about 10 seconds in, and friggin' Piper, we hit something. It was like some kind of overhang was over us or something, because it seemed like everything just went. And he looks up at me and he goes, "You do this every night, do you, Diamond?" I said, "Every night, Roddy." He goes, "God bless you," and took off like a bat out of hell. Boys, I'm out of here. Michael, great to meet you.
Great to meet you too, sir.
Great to be on you, Rod. Have an awesome night, man. Hey, anybody who's listening, I forgot to even say this part. I'm going to be doing a live workout on Facebook Tuesday, 5:30 for the next 3 weeks. Live workouts that I'll be doing DDPY. And I'm doing this. It doesn't cost anything. But if you want to donate, I'm working with the Cauliflower Alley Club, which I was lucky enough to be the first recipient of their humanitarian award and their wrestling award. So went into their Hall of Fame on two different awards, 2 different nights. It was their 50th anniversary. Brian Blair from the Killer Bees, he's the CEO. The Cauliflower Alley Club is the only, I think it's called 50C or whatever the nonprofit organization that gives 99.3% to the boys. There's no infrastructure where Blair's making any money. Nobody's making any money. Like when you get asked to be in the Cauliflower Alley Club, which is a huge honor, you got to fly yourself out and put yourself up. I mean, because they don't want to be paying for shit, because they want to give it to the boys. So bottom line is, if it's $1, if it's 50 cents, I don't care what it is. If you want to come by, you want to try the workout, it will be Tuesday. Go to DDP Yoga on Facebook, and it'll be up there. And it'll be about an hour, and I'll talk a little bit and show people how to do modifications, and we'll have a lot of fun with it. And if you want to donate something in, because when this pandemic hit, it stopped all the wrestling shows. It stopped all the Comic-Cons. This is how the boys make money. This is how they make money, because when they get to the end of the road, if you haven't made an Act 2, this is what they do. So they're not making any money, and there's no unemployment for them. So I'm doing that next couple of Tuesdays. Love for everybody to come on by, see what DDPY is all about. And if you want to try the app, go to ddpy.com, ddpyoga.com. 7 days free on the app. You can try it right now. Cost you nothing. You're trapped in your house. What do you got to lose? Boys, see ya. Bang!
Thanks so much, man. That's awesome.
That was fantastic.
Thanks so much for being patient, Michael. We do appreciate that.
Oh, no problem, Rob. Thanks for having me.
Oh, no problem. And I know a lot of people were saying, because they were putting comments and things like that, why I didn't interrupt. And it was basically because those stories are amazing.
Yeah.
And yeah, just to sit and listen to the man who, like he said, 6 decades he has wrestled. You know? Yeah,
and you think of the companies he's worked for, everybody from AWA to WCW to WWE to now AEW. It's incredible, the history that he's had. And to go from being a guy who owned a bar to being a manager to being world champion, there's no other story like it.
Exactly. And literally a half hour, I think we went 45 minutes. That is not enough to get into everything about his career. Yep. Not near enough.
No, and you think of the stuff he's doing now and the people he's helped afterwards, it really is pretty cool.
I love that he's going to do the free yoga Tuesdays at 5:30. That's awesome.
Yeah, I love that he's made yoga cool for an entire generation of people. Like there are a lot of guys out there who 20 years ago would never have thought of trying yoga, and DDP's bringing them all in.
I love the fact that he stood on your chair. That was a brilliant story.
Yeah, it was really fun. It was a present to go to WrestleMania 18 in Toronto, and I was actually closer, and there was a little kid, and I traded seats with him so I could move back, and this little kid could be in the second row, and I went back, and he just decided to come out, and it landed right on my chair after beating Christian.
That's insane.
Yeah,
man. So, Michael, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing well. It's strange times, and I actually just moved, so my house is a mess, and it's not my usual office. I'm just setting it up now, so you can't really see all the wrestling books. But um, I'm here, and I'm setting them all up, and I got a bunch of shelves filled with wrestling books, and it's starting to feel more like home.
That's good. And I'm sorry, I got to put this one thing up here. Yeah, he don't want me calling it yoga. Yeah, he's 100%. It's DDPY. Yes, DDPY.
Yep,
So now you are in the publishing business with ECW Press.
I am.
Now, and just being in the wrestling industry, people are going to think it means one thing, but that's not what it means.
No, and the funny thing is that ECW started as ECW in the early '70s. So we were publishing our first books in 1974, a long time before East Extreme Championship Wrestling or the original ECW was even a thought in somebody's head.
So now yours stands for, oh, I wrote it down. Where'd it go? Entertainment, culture, and writing.
That's correct. Yeah.
Because that's what you're focusing on. Is that kind of...
Yeah, the original story, when ECW first started, it was sort of a magazine that became a publishing company. It was originally Essays in Canadian Writing, because we're based in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. And as the company grew and grew into itself and metamorphosized a bit, we had to change what the letters stood for. And so we do a lot of books that are about writing and about culture and about entertainment. So it just sort of fit.
Toronto. I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
I'm only about 3 hours away from you. I'm in Canada too.
Oh, there you go. Whereabouts are you?
In a town called Chatham.
I know Chatham.
Oh,
Yep.
poor man.
Yeah, I know.
So now you do have some good classic wrestling books in there, though.
Yeah.
Where did it go? The one for Al Snow, Self Help.
Yeah, that's one that came out recently. It's a great book. We did Dylan Postal's book recently. Pat Labrade and Bertrand Hébert just did a wonderful biography of Andre the Giant that just came out about a week and a half ago. We've got books by Greg Oliver, who runs Slam Wrestling. Some amazing books by one of my favorites, the late, great Larry Matisic, who was Sam Muchnick's right-hand man in St. Louis, including what I think is one of the best wrestling books that I know, Wrestling at the Chase, just talking about the St. Louis as a town, Muchnick as a promoter. There's also Death of WCW, which has sold lots of books and I think is a favorite with a lot of wrestling fans. And then the other books I'm really proud of are Tim Hornbaker's histories of wrestling since the NWA and into the kind of golden era of the 80s.
Very nice.
Yeah.
There was one in there that I saw, though. It's called NXT, The Future Is Now.
Yeah.
It said by Vince McMahon.
Well, he wrote the foreword to it. He wrote one of the forewords. It was actually, it's a book that we did in kind of a partnership with WWE. We've done a number of books with them now. Because there's a guy there who does a lot of their books named Steve Pantaleo. And we were talking one day and we thought it'd be a great idea to do a book on NXT. We're actually going to do another one in a couple years' time on NXT, hopefully. Taking the story from the first book goes for about the first year and a half, 2 years of the modern era of NXT. We're going to take it up to now.
Very nice. I'm going to play a couple of these quick. It says, Tim's books are so good.
They are. His research is incredible. How exhaustive, how deep he goes. He's a true historian. He's not just a wrestling historian. He's a true historian who looks at cultural phenomenon. He looked at the politics, especially the NWA book. He goes so deep in what was going on with the FBI and with American business politics. It really is remarkable work.
And here's another author, Larry. I'm going to massacre that name.
Matisic.
There we go.
Yeah. That's Wrestling at the Chase. There's Brody with Sam Muchnick. That was the first book I did with Larry, and I'm so proud of it. He passed away about a year ago, and it's a great loss in my life. He was one of the great joys of my job was when Larry Matisic would call me up from St. Louis and want to talk about books and wrestling. He was the guy when growing up. I got to watch AWA wrestling in Toronto, and Nick Bockwinkel was always my world champion. Larry one day just arranged for Nick to call me, just so I could talk to the guy when I was a kid that was my champion. And I talked to Nick for about, I don't know, 45 minutes, an hour, not about anything, not to do a deal, not to do a book, just to talk to Nick Bockwinkel because Larry set it up for me.
That's got to be surreal.
It was a great moment.
Oh man. How many books has EC Press released to date on wrestling?
I think right now I've lost count, but it's over 70. We've got another few coming out in the next year. It just kind of keeps chugging along.
So you focus on everything. Like, do you find this to be a large portion of it, or is this
It's a large part of what I do. I edit maybe 10 to 12 books a year. I do a couple books of poetry, usually a book on music, maybe a novel, a couple books on hockey or other sports, and all of ECW's wrestling books.
Very nice. I've got one more here too. It says, do you have any books about Finkel?
No, I don't have any books directly about Howard Finkel. There's a lot of books where he's talked about, and over the last couple of weeks, especially the last few days, I've heard lots of great stories about the Fink.
And we have another one. Let's see, this is a big one. Larry did a great early podcast going card by card. It was great, but the guy who interviewed him got mad at the wrestling fans for overloading his website.
That's too bad. I mean, one of the things that Larry did, he was a kid who grew up writing his own newsletters and writing things down. And Larry would go to shows in St. Louis before he worked for Sam, and he would document wins and losses and who was on every show in St. Louis. And when he eventually started working for the office in St. Louis, he kept those same kind of records. And I've seen some of Larry's books, little notebooks, and some of Sam's notebooks too, showing what guys got paid, showing the booking plan over wrestling at the Chase shows to live shows at the Keel, and how the progression was going to go. Like right down to the pennies, what Brody got paid or Flair got paid. It's incredible. All done in pencil, all written out. And he showed me, like, one of his points was how fair Sam Muchnick was in paying all the guys. If you were in the main events or the semi-main event, or you're in the opening matches, it was all worked out, and you got a percentage of the gate. Sam took some for the office, but it was so fair the way they did it, and it was cool to see it right there in black and white. Larry's handwriting or Sam's handwriting.
Okay, here's one here. Have you ever thought about books on either the AWA or World Class, like the Von Erichs?
I'd love to do a book on AWA because it's the territory that I grew up watching. I did do a book with Larry Zbyszko, which as an AWA fan was kind of a dream come true for me. There have been portions of books that I've done that have been on AWA, and I'd love to do a book on the Von Erichs as well. There's a lot of stuff in Larry's work about the Von Erichs. He was very close to the Von Erich kids as well. They did a lot of work in St. Louis.
With your press, is there anything that you look specifically when it comes to people submitting things to you?
Yes. I like books that are wide-ranging and engaged with wrestling as a whole. Of course, we're a commercial enterprise, so we're looking for books that are going to sell. We're looking for books that fans want. I love working with wrestlers, and the other thing I'm looking for is good writing. So there's a little bit of everything involved. Whether it's that I've also done books that I knew weren't going to be that weren't necessarily going to have a huge commercial impact, but I felt that they were important.
Okay, I just got another one over here too. Do you have any ideas or talents that you would like to do for a bucket list that you would like to do a book on?
My God, I would love to do a great Ricky the Dragon Steamboat book. There are, as a Canadian, there are books that I wish I had done, that I tried, to get and I didn't get. I would have loved to work with Bret Hart. I worked with one of his brothers. I would have loved to have worked with Jericho. Right now, there are dream books for me. I'd love to do a Kevin Owens book. I'd love to do a Lufisto book. There are lots of old school guys too that who meant the world to me that I would love to see great memoirs from, not just road stories, but like real smart, engaged books. Larry did a great book on Brody that is something that I'm very proud of. He did it with Barbara Goodish, Brody's wife. There are lots of books that I'm still waiting to come in.
Okay, one person did say a book about the Undertaker would be very, very cool.
Yeah, it would be. It would be. I think that the day will come when Undertaker, and we've already seen some of it when he was on Austin's show, where he's talking as Mark Calloway, and talking with especially when I was watching it with Austin, talking about the scope of his career and talking about the business and his place in the business. Those to me are going to be priceless stories. I'd love to see Undertaker get together with a talented writer, or even on his own and with a ghostwriter. Really look at his career and really talk about the things that he's achieved and his thoughts on the business and how he thinks things should work.
Nice. Here's a good question. Do you prefer contemporary or historical works?
That's a really great question. I like them both equally, but for different reasons. I like the idea of contemporary books because of the popular appeal that they can have. I mean, wrestling fans are so sophisticated now. I think they always have been. Books are a weird thing when it comes to wrestling. For a long time, there are a lot of publishers who had a prejudice against wrestling. Like there's just in general, and there's a lot of guys who are talented workers or have worked in the business and who will say, yeah, there has been a prejudice against wrestling because it has been historically sometimes seen as a weird offshoot of culture. But wrestling fans are smart. They have grown up with what they love. They have aged into their fandom with disposable incomes. And the other great thing about wrestling fans are they're diehard fans. Once you're a wrestling fan, you're a wrestling fan for the rest of your life. You might go away for a while, but maybe you'll have kids of your own, or you'll see something that draws you back in, and you never really lose that. And what I know about wrestling fans, and what I've always known about wrestling fans, and why I started doing wrestling books, is because wrestling fans are so damned loyal to the product, and they want to know more. They want to collect collectibles. They want to go to shows. They want autographs, and they want to read about the thing that they fell in love with.
Well, one person agrees. It said Lufisto would be a great book. She deserves to be recognized for all she's done for the business. Absolutely. Maybe one of the greatest wrestlers never to work for a major company, and she deserves. If there's anybody out there listening from AEW, she deserves to be on a main event roster. Now, here's a question I always find intriguing. Is there any book you've done editing on that has drastically changed from the beginning of the project to its completion?
Absolutely. And not just with wrestling books. There have been a lot of books that have come in where a guy or a woman has thought the book is going to be one thing when they started, and they started writing, and then we went through the editing process, and it became something else entirely. Some of them get more focused, and it's a subtle change. Some of them change radically. I really enjoyed working with Vince Russo. He's a very controversial figure. A lot of people have opinions about Vince, but what he was somebody who worked really hard to make his books better. And the manuscript that came in when the book first came in was much improved by the end, not because of anything I did, but because of his hard work.
Now, someone just pointed in too. Michael, plug your book on wrestling poetry. Is it still available?
Yes, it is. It's called Parts Unknown, and it came out with a press called Insomniac. But Greg Oliver should be plugging his own books. Greg is one of the most prolific authors that I have. He's done the Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame series, which to me, in terms of interviewing wrestlers, both from the contemporary era but from the past, guys that nobody thought anybody could dig up and get great interviews out of. Greg is the consummate professional.
That is excellent. Charlie Rose, he asks, what do you think of Kane's book?
You know what? I actually enjoy it. There's a lot of those WWE books that have come out over the years that I think have just been really fun, great reads. Some of my favorites, though, Jericho's books I love. I love JR's books. The ones I'm particularly proud of. I love Dylan Postal's book. I think Swoggle's book is fantastic. Al Snow's book is hilarious. Al is a genius storyteller. Both of them worked with really great co-author. There's so many of them that I've enjoyed.
Well, Georgia Nelson here, she kind of turned in. She goes, I tweeted all the AEW people about this show this morning.
Well, I hope they're listening about Lufisto. She'd be an awesome addition to the roster there. Not just the women's division, but just to the roster.
Okay, actually, she said she tweeted everybody several times.
Way to go, Georgia.
So now, out of all the projects that have ever come in, has there been one that really caught your eye?
My gosh.
Something that just you went, wow, and it's kind of stuck with you.
Yeah, I honestly think probably and it's not just because he just wrote in. I think probably Greg Oliver's books. When the first one came in, and I just saw the scope of the research that he did. Same thing with Tim Hornbaker's NWA book. The two of them, they're unlike anything else that I did. Not because they're famous wrestlers, but because of their love of the business and their dedication to the research. How deep they went. It's like you're asking me to make a Sophie's choice, really. I love all my books. Yeah, exactly. Pick your favorite child, and I've got like 80 of them, right? And I love them all equally. And usually I can say it's the last one, but that's unfair. The last one just happens to be brilliant. It's Labrade and Hebert's Andre the Giant book, Eighth Wonder of the World. Which is a really spectacular book and so comprehensive as well. But I equate that book with the work of Greg Oliver, the work of Tim Hornbaker, that they're so in depth. And there's books coming. There's a book by Howard Brody that's coming next year that I think is going to blow people's minds. There's just lots of great books.
Well, Greg Oliver just mentioned Steve Johnson. It's not just me.
It's not just you, Greg. You're right, and it's Steve's work as well. I'm trying to remember everybody that I've been working with, and like I said, there's a lot of people.
We do have this one come in from Jason Crozier. You say Lufisto needs to be heard. I agree, but
Mischief.
Mischief.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that spelling. That's not what I would have said, but I love that spelling.
I think that's what he intended to type. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, this is my favorite femme wrestler ever.
Female wrestler.
Female wrestler. Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
So I think you're right. That's what they were going for. Mischief.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Controversy time. What is the status of Rocky Johnson's book?
That book is kind of in limbo, unfortunately.
Really?
Yeah, it really is unfortunate with Rocky's passing. It's probably just going to be impossible for it to come out.
Oh man, I personally can understand when you get a project going and then you can't go anywhere with it. That really hurts.
Yeah, it really does.
Well, then here, let's go with this one. What is the worst idea you have ever been pitched?
Wow. Okay, this is not wrestling related though. The worst idea I've ever been pitched came from a woman from the East Coast of Canada about 15 years ago, and she's probably passed along now because she was in her 80s at the time, and she wanted to publish a 200-page epic poem about her cat.
Oh, really?
Yep. Yeah, in the style of John Milton. It was iambic pentameter rhyming poetry. It was epic.
And you thought that was a bad idea?
It was not very good. No.
Oh, man.
No.
Charlie Rose is back. Do you think Matt Hardy would be a hard book to do?
That's a really interesting question. No book is hard to do if the writer and the subject really want to do it. There's a great story in both those guys' brains. Whether you're going to do a Hardy Boys book or you're just going to talk to Matt Hardy about the characters that he's developed and his travels and his mind for business, I think could translate very well into a book. Same thing with Jeff. He's lived a life, and if he wanted to talk about that life, there'd be a lot of people that'd be very interested in it.
Oh, I know I would, especially the way they came up.
For sure.
Here's another one. I want a Davy Boy Smith. There we go.
Yeah, Davy Boy Smith book would be. There's a lot of great Hart family stories and difficult Hart family stories. Tragic ones and beautiful ones. But I did a Stu Hart book by a woman named Marcia Erb that I'm very proud of as well. And I got to meet Stu at his book launch in the Hart Mansion. I was there before the launch started, and there was all kinds of great people there, like Lanny McDonald from the Toronto Maple Leafs and the Calgary Flames, and Bad News Al, and they all eventually showed up at night. And there was Jim Neidhart there, and all the family, and a young Natty Neidhart, and they're all outside. But I got to go in before the book launch started, and I got to sit down beside Stu. And the first thing that he did is almost squeeze the life out of me, put me in a headlock, and almost killed me.
Oh, wow, really?
Yeah, he just wanted to see if I'd scream.
And?
Well, I didn't scream because I couldn't talk. I was
hard
dying.
to scream with no oxygen.
Exactly.
Let me see here. The next one is Rob making a Titantron? And I kind of am. There we go. My battery died, so there. Now my background's full again.
There you go.
Okay. What is this one? Is there any books in the making about the LGBTQ wrestling?
Well, this is a really good question. It's something that's been touched on in a number of books that I've done. I did a book about Chris Canyon that I'm very proud of. ECW has published a number of LGBTQ authors. I haven't been pitched the right book yet. And that day's going to come, and I'm going to look forward to it.
How do you balance that as like the right book as opposed to getting one out for the public?
It has to be good. There's no point in me doing a bad book about it. I want it to be comprehensive. I want it to talk to people. I want it to be smart. I want it to be socially aware. I want it to be commercially viable, but more important, I want it to be good. So I'm waiting for the right proposal with the right writer who's sensitive enough to address all the issues in a way that's intelligent and in a way that takes everybody's perspective into consideration. So, if somebody out there has got that idea and wants to pitch me, you can reach me at ecwpress.com. No problem. I'd be happy to look at it.
Excellent. What's the next one here? Adrian Adonis, which I have a small connection with, would be fantastic.
Yeah, there's a number of great stories on Adrian Adonis as well, and a number of the books that I've done. I used to love watching Adrian Adonis.
Oh man, I remember that. Yes.
Yeah.
We have one here. Paradise
Lost 2. Yeah, exactly. The epic poem about the cat.
We do have this one. Is there any pitch that you were excited to do that never came to fruition?
Yes, I have been approached by a number of people who had the idea of wanting to do a book. Guys who I think would have fantastic stories, but we never could get them with the right writer, or the timing was never right. The one that got away from me that I still think would be a great book someday was many years ago when Jake the Snake Roberts was in the UK for a while, living there. He was talking about about doing a book, and he would call me on a Saturday or Sunday afternoon, and he would tell me stories, and it just never quite came to fruition. We could never get on the same page for him to get a book out, and I don't actually think it was the right time. But man, A Jake the Snake book. That was one that I wished I could have done.
That would have been cool.
Yeah.
We have two in a row here, because this one says, a book on Drew McDonald, he appears to be forgotten. Then it
Yeah.
says, please ask if he would do a book on Drew McDonald.
If, like I said, anybody who's got an idea and has some and has the research done and wants to pitch me on these things, for sure, I'll look pretty much at anything.
And I think that's what it is. It's people coming to you with it, like this one. Would you ever do an NWO book with all the members in one book?
Absolutely. But the hard thing is getting all those guys on the same page and looking at their existing contracts and how they want to do a book. If an NWO book that included, I mean, how many of the NWO guys? There's, which version? You just want to do the originals, or you want to do everybody who was in NWO and WCW? You could do a great book, but who's going to write it? And are they going to want to do it with WWE as an official WWE book now? Are they going to want to do it with a big US-based multinational publisher? So I might not be able to compete with it in terms of offering them enough money to do it. Or do they want to do it well and do it right with a great writer? Like I could hook them up with Greg Oliver, and he'd do a fantastic job. So if they want to do it, I'll do it.
There we go.
Yep.
Here we go. Effie is amazing LGBTQ.
Absolutely, he really is. I love Effie. I love the things that he's done. There's a lot of contemporary characters that blow my mind. Danhausen, working with Effie, absolutely love Danhausen. One of my favorite things in wrestling right now.
We have here, Katrina says, hey, Michael, with all of the amazing wrestlers you have met during your career, you must have had some really great moments. What moments have stayed with you?
That's a great question. There have been, probably my favorite moment was at Pat Laprade and Bertrand Hebert's first book launch, and getting to sit down with Kevin Steen at the time, became Kevin Owens, while he was still working in the indie scene, and just hearing him talk about wrestling. That was one of my favorite moments. But that translated a few years later when my father was dying. My father actually passed away. And Pat, who was a great man, knew my dad was sick and knew that he had passed away. And I was living in Oshawa, Ontario at the time. And WWE just happened to be in town. I had a young son. And it was a really hard time. My dad literally had just died the day before. And Pat reached out to Kevin Owens and said, and he also knew that my son was a big Kevin Owens fan. He reached out to Kevin, and Kevin called me from the arena that afternoon and said, I'm really sorry for your loss. But there's something I want to do for you. If you can do it, and if you feel up to it, why don't you bring your son down to the show? So I brought my son to the arena in Oshawa, and people from WWE met me there, and they took me backstage with my at the time 11-year-old son, and Kevin Owens took the time to meet my son backstage, put his arm around him, talk about his own father, his own grandfather, and set me and my son and my family up in the front row. And when he wrestled that night, and it brings tears to my eyes telling the story now. When he wrestled that night, he came out to the ring, wrestled his match, and when he rolled out of the ring, he stole my son's popcorn because he was a heel at the time. He stole my son's popcorn, ate it, put his arm around my son, which a heel doesn't normally do, and leaned into him and said, everything's going to be cool. And then he ate my son's popcorn, and he threw it back at my son and covered him in popcorn. It was a really, really great moment. And then after that, he gave my son his phone number and said, anytime you want to call, anytime you want to talk, not about wrestling, just want to talk about life, call me, text me. And to this day, my son could pick up a phone and say, hey, Kevin, thank you. And Kevin would write back. It's just a great story. It shows you what great people these wrestlers are, these entertainers are.
Crazy. Yeah. I can see why that would stick with you.
Yep.
Oh man. Chris Doyle says Jake has a book coming out.
That's fantastic. That's really good. I'm glad that that's happening. Who's doing it? Do you know, Chris? If you're right back in?
Let me see. He asked it 4 minutes ago, so see
Okay.
if we get an answer.
All right.
Let me see here. How about a book called Legends at the Chase, where all the legends were in St. Louis?
That's a great idea. I mean, that's one though that should have been written by Larry Madison, because we got this Wrestling at the Chase book, which is essentially that. When you look at all the people that were working for Sam Muchnick, who was running the NWA, everybody came through St. Louis, and it's just like a who's who. And they're great stories that Larry's told me about, whether it's the Von Erichs or it's Flair or it's Brody or name after name after name. There's just so many great things happen in St. Louis, and there are other places where that happened too. The Toronto promotion, the same thing. The Tunnies had great people coming through here. It's not just things that happened in Charlotte or in New York or in Los Angeles or in Florida. There are other territories that, or Texas or Portland, that had amazing things happening. And that was a time in professional wrestling when everybody moved around and our history is shared. And that's what I like about my fandom, is that I can be a fan of things that I saw happening in the late 60s and early 70s, and I can share that with somebody who lives 3,000 miles away, and they saw a lot of the same guys because they moved from territory to territory.
That's crazy. And yeah, this is looking like a pitch session. All these people, they're coming up.
That always happens.
Nathan Hatton, would you entertain the idea of a book that is focused on the conditioning methods of old-time professional wrestlers? A combination wrestling historical fitness manual.
Absolutely, I would. And I've done books like that in some ways. Where guys talked about, like, Judo Gene LaBelle and some of the old school guys and what they went through and what they did. But yeah, I would totally consider something like that. Again, it would have to be well written. It'd have to be marketable, and there'd have to, the best books like that are the ones where those old school guys are really behind the book too, where they want to participate in the marketing of it and the promotion of it. But yeah, I've got a really open mind when it comes to this kind of stuff, and not everything has to be something that I think is going to sell 1 million copies, be a bestseller. Sometimes it can be just a really good small book that's going to be important to 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 people.
So maybe something like a Bullet Club book.
Yeah, that's the no-brainer, right? We're doing a book next year that has an awesome cover called Too Sweet, which is about the indie wrestling revolution. And in fact, the author's already been on here today, Keith Elliott Greenberg. But there is the story of the Bullet Club. Is a story that needs to be told kind of start to finish, but you take the right writer and the participation of the right guys to really tell it thoroughly.
Okay, I think we can sneak one more in here. What's a good one? Here we go. What wrestler or match sparked your wrestling passion?
Wow. Honestly, I remember watching wrestling with my dad probably in 1971. No, it would have been like the moment that I'm thinking of was maybe 74, 75. I would have been 8 years old, 9 years old, and watching Flair strut. And my dad, who was a very conservative but fun-loving British dude, imitating Flair.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, and just out of the blue, doing Flair's walk and doing Flair's strut. And so there's lots of moments like that. There, throughout my history and my engagement with professional wrestling, there have been a lot of different guys, like hearing The Rock cut a promo, or watching Mick Foley sacrifice his body, or watching Austin to right now, to watching, like with my son, watching Aleister Black hit somebody with a black mass, and the moments that my son and I lift off our seats, going to WrestleMania with my kid, him with his mouth hanging open when Brock Lesnar defeats Undertaker. The shock in his face, like it was the same shock that was on my face. Didn't expect it to happen, and it happened in front of us. Those are great moments, sharing them with your son.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Well, Michael, thank you so much for coming on and sharing this with us.
This has been awesome, Rob. Thank you so much for doing this, and thanks to everybody who's asked questions. I love seeing this kind of engagement, and this is a lot of fun. Thank you.
Hey, no, okay, I'm going to sneak one last one in because this is good. Would you do a book on 3D?
Sure, absolutely. Absolutely.
Interesting, the transition from the red and green, to
now. Absolutely. Okay. Absolutely.
Charlie, you got your work cut out for you. Start working on that book.
Yeah, for sure.
Awesome. Again, thanks, Michael.
Thank you very much, Rob. Thanks for everything.
Hey, have
Bye,
a good
guys.
day.
You too.
Okay. That was Michael Holmes, editor for ECW Press, and we now have the fun time of talking with Starmaker Bolin. Kenny Bolin, how you doing?
I'm doing marvelous. How you getting along? Can you hear me good? Because I didn't really have time to set up mics and test and all that stuff. I just got on here as quick as I could. Is everything sounding okay on your end?
Everything's good. I've got a little thing here. I can bump up your volume if we need it because I've been bumping up mine. Apparently my mic's not coming through very well.
I'm hearing you just fine on this end.
Yeah,
I like to talk at my desk so I can use my microphones that I use on the show. You can see my dogs are taking it easy in the bed. They both, now just Scooby's over there. Cow might be in the bedroom, too, Cow. The world's most famous dog, too, Cow.
Very nice.
How dare that guy take up 30 seconds of my time? What the hell was that stunt about?
Right?
What was going on there, huh?
And it was all because I asked him about 3D.
I know, all because of that. Other than that, I'd have had my full 30 minutes here.
So, Kenny, man, how are you doing today?
Doing well. Just got back from Kroger. That's why I was late. And my short-term memory is ridiculous. There's nothing to it. And fortunately, I have a great long-term memory. So when people like to ask me about the old days, I remember all that stuff. But what did I do yesterday? I couldn't tell you.
But see, that's good. Because in a month from now, you'll be on time for this interview.
Yeah, that way. Yeah, it worked out fortunate because I had somebody on the phone who actually bought. I'm doing a fundraiser this coming Thursday, a 12-hour podcast. I don't know how long your thing's been going today. I'm doing 12 hours, maybe solo. I might have my son and my daughter-in-law helping me. Interviewing people. We're going to have Al Snow on. We're going to have Baby Doll. We're going to have Baby Doll on, David Hero. Johnny Fairplay from Survivor, maybe Conan. We're trying to get it worked out where we can get him on too. All kinds of wrestling celebrities, along with the fans. We're letting for a mere $20 donation. You can donate and be a part of my 12-hour podcast. I've heard it's going to be a record on Facebook because the longest one that I can find was 8 hours. So we're going to break all kinds of records, raise some money for the homeless and for needy families in the Louisville metro area. And if you would like to donate and call in too, my God, I got you right here on the spot. You have to do it now because I just cornered you.
Yeah.
So we'll see you during that 12-hour show sometime.
So where do people find that? I know we usually pitch at the end and everything, but where do people find your show?
Well, I just started the Bowling Alley back up on YouTube. We're finally monetized. I had to fire the old host for some nonsense that he had pulled. And I just kind of put it on hold for a while because I do so many Facebook Lives since I had my surgery, and I've lost 250 pounds over about the last 13, 14 months. So that's going real well.
Very nice.
There's a little bit less of me than there used to be. Still got a little ways to go, but if you go back and see the old videos, my God, I can't believe how big I was. I was nearly 600 pounds, and now I'm right in the neighborhood of about 321. So things are going very well there. But so you can see me at www.thebolinalley.com. We're going to have new content every day for the next 60 days. We're putting up some edited old shows that people may not have seen, some highlights from my OVW career over the 17 years I was there, just all kinds of stuff. And it's going to be something new is going up every day. And thanks to James Arwood for doing that for me. He's a hell of a editor and producer, and he's the one that motivated me to get my YouTube channel back up and running. And now that it's monetized, we thought that was a good time. And I'll probably be still doing the Facebook Live shows because those are fun. They're interactive. You get to take the questions and everything, and we have a blast doing that as well. And we'll plug all the other stuff at the end. But the fundraiser is important. We're raising money for the homeless and needy families here in the Louisville metro area, and we're off to a good start. We think the day of the show we're going to do very well. And we got room for 64 people that if they donate a minimum of $20, and some have donated as much as 50 to be a part of the show. As a matter of fact, I just got a phone call from a guy who says, hey, I'm donating 60. I want to be on the show. So we'll take any amount of money you want to give.
Nice.
What's up with you?
Oh, you know, just talking and stuff.
How many shows have you done today? How busy have you been? I hear you done a lot of shows today.
Well, I'm just starting into mine. A buddy of mine, Ed Bratz, managed the first half of this show from 9 a.m. to 4:30.
Oh my! You guys are going to break my record.
And then I've taken it from 4:30 to just after midnight. So
so you guys are going even longer than I'm going. But I'm doing mine solo. Hey, pardon the hound dogs. I knew this was going to happen. Anybody walks by my window, these Scooby. All right, we'll just talk, and you're going to hear a dog bark in the background. Kids, what do you do with them?
That's good.
You can't euthanize them, and you can't beat them with a stick. So what do you do? I guess you can, but you shouldn't.
We got a question for you right out of the gate.
What's
the most generous thing Jim Cornette has done that would surprise people?
The most generous thing that Cornette has done? You mean for me or anyone in general? He kept me out of the wrestling business for 7 years. I found that out from Bill Dundee recently, who, when Jimmy was telling me he was battling hard for me to get me in the business and all this stuff, that he says, Kenny, I rode up and down the roads with Jimmy for 7 years. He says, I would hear about you. But I never heard a word that you had any desire to be in the business at all. He said, had I known how talented you were and how good of a heel you were, you would have been hired before Cornette. And he told me that on a podcast I did with him a few months ago. It's the only interaction me and Bill have ever had. And I invited him to be on my show tomorrow. I hope we can get him in. Bill and I have become pretty good friends. But something generous that Cornette has done. Jimmy gives heavily to the Crusade for Children. The primary reason is that his father used to be vice president at the Courier Journal, I believe. I might have that title wrong, but he was some type of a VP with the Courier Journal. And they were big with the WHAS Crusade for Children. And Jimmy used to get madder than hell if I would ever badmouth. I said, when are they going to help a kid? When's a kid going to get up out of a wheelchair and walk? When is the $5 million they raise a year actually going to help a kid walk? And he would get madder than hell that I would shit on the Crusade for Children. But he donates heavily to that. Well, I don't know how heavily, but he does donate. But Jimmy, as a matter of fact, this conversation come up just the other day that Jimmy's just not the most charitable person in the world, because I know some people are going to put the heat on him to do a 12-hour podcast and raise money for the homeless and the people that are having a real tough time right now. I don't know if Jimmy would do that. He just says he doesn't seem to be the most charitable guy in the world. He'll tell you that I was his charity case, but I think once I got in, I don't think I needed Jimmy too much. And as you know, Jimmy and I don't really speak anymore. He got mad that I was doing shows with Vince Russo. And he got all upset about that. And the fans better be able to see the KB and the Moonshine Band shirt. I'm going to wear 12 different shirts on my podcast, too, because I'm going to get a 15-minute break every hour. Well, I saw my name down here in the bottom block, and it's got all my shirt cut out. So I didn't know if that's what the fans were seeing or if they're seeing what I'm seeing here to the right. But I'm going to promote 12 different shirts on that show, too. Simon Williams, a great Marvel Comics artist, has drawn me many shirts, many designs. He drew this one, the one you see on the back wall, the Starmaker one on the back wall that says John Cena, you can't see me, where I'm holding my briefcase in front of his head with my Twitter verified check on there and all that. Cornette used to be on that poster, but I got so pissed at him, I had him taken off and I had Russo put on. There's two versions. There's two versions of that banner available. One of them's got Cornette, so when Cornette pissed me off for being a douchebag, I took him off the poster in the T-shirt, and because that is also a best-selling T-shirt as well, and I had Russo put on. But I will give Jimmy a little credit. The Jimmy Cornette version of that T-shirt sold better than the Vince Russo version. So, what do you do? But you see which one's hanging in my living room.
Exactly.
But yeah, we'll take as many questions as you got time for. We can bump the next guest. I'm sure they're not going to be as good and as entertaining as me. We can bump them. We'll bump the guy after him. There's no need to fill this show with nonsense. I mean, I'm here now. I'll save the show. I'll save it. What do you want me to do? You want me to juggle? I don't know how, or I could just drink some of my Coke Zero.
See, there we go.
First one I've had in 14 months. I saved it for this show.
Oh, wow. That's good. That is good.
I don't know what drug addicts feel like when they get Coke for the first time in a year and a half, but It must feel something like
It's
this.
pretty darn close. Kenny,
Oh, are you speaking from experience there, son?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Did you just confess?
No, I was never there.
All right. Bless your
Kenny
heart.
Casanova, he messaged
Never
in,
liked the guy. Never liked him.
Oh.
Stole my name. Tried to make a name in the wrestling business and writing books off my name. Everybody hears Kenny, they think of Kenny Starmaker Bolin. So I don't know what Casanova's trying to pull. Is he on here pimping a book too?
Actually, no, he said, tell Kenny I'm in for his homeless fundraiser.
Hey, well, I like Kenny. Did I ever tell you how much I like Kenny? What a great guy he is. He's one of the best people I've ever known. I like Kenny. Kenny's a good guy. There's not a lot of us Kennys in the wrestling business, I don't think. We got Kenny Casanova, which is a great name, by the way. I'm a little pissed I didn't come up with that. And I used to, the first WWE star I ever managed, his name was Tom Brandy. You know who Tom Brandy is? Salvatore Sincere from back in the WWE days.
Yes.
He's the first WWE star I ever managed. And back when I managed him, legally, my name was Kenny Risen. I did not have all the paperwork in to switch my name back to Kenny Bolin. And he used to call me Bad Moon Rising. And my son said, man, that is the greatest damn name ever. Can you imagine how much heat you could have got with the name Bad Moon Rising? And the name is on your damn driver's license. That Rising is not a made up name, and you come out the Bad Moon Rising thing. I said it would have been great. Almost wish I'd have done it, but no, I went with Bolin instead. But if anyone ever asked me if I ever have any regrets in wrestling, it might be that I didn't go with the name Bad Moon Rising because I thought that was a badass name. I loved it. Chris said his name was Rising.
I gotta admit, it's nice. It is
not bad. Got a nice ring to it. And Kenny Casanova, great ring to the name. Great ring to the name. Nothing wrong with that. Is that his real name? You know, Dutch Mantel, every time that me and Dutch had a bit going on, he would say, Kenny Bolin, if that is your real name. Because he knew I was in the process of changing my names. He knew me as Kenny Rising for quite some time. By the way, I think Dutch has me blocked on Twitter because Dutch is a big Donald Trump fan. So if you're a Trump fan, this thing may not go very far. But me and him got into it on Twitter. We've been friends for 25 years, I guess, and since the mid 90s, and we debate each other on the phone all the time. We give each other what's the language like on this show?
So far, it's been wide open.
We give each other shit. We do that all the time, and we got started going back and forth that on Twitter. Next thing I know, he's got me blocked. So I don't know what got into Dutch, but Trump people that try to defend Donald Trump to me don't normally do too good. So there we go. I just lost all the Trump supporters buying my book, and you know what? I'm all right with that.
Well, here's a question I've been wanting to ask. And
what about Kenny Casanova? Did he have a question? He's a big fan of mine.
Oh no, like you said, he's in for your fundraiser.
Well, good. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, we'll add him to the show. Just Kenny, if you're out there, and I know you are. Give me a time. Let me know what time slot you want. Baby Doll's going to be on. We're really excited about that. And give me a time, and you're in, man. We'd love to have you. Promote your book, whatever you want to do. So what's your question?
Well, actually, it's not mine. It's from on Facebook. They said, when you crashed Jerry Lawler's podcast in 2017, was it real or did they know you were coming?
Well, Lawler didn't know I was coming. The host knew, but he wouldn't admit that he knew. So once I was evident, because Lawler didn't want anybody on the show. He wanted to be his own thing. He wanted to be one of these guys that didn't have guests. So Lawler didn't know. So the co-host said, the only way that I'm going to do this, and now this guy's long gone. He apparently was selling some of Lawler's stuff on the internet and keeping all the money and not sending the merchandise. He was selling Lawler's artwork. Did you hear about this?
No.
Yeah, his name was Glenn Moore, and I kept referring to him as Clay Conrad. Clay Conrad was a short-lived wrestling announcer at Memphis Television. And I said, no, come on, Lawler. I said, Clay Conrad here. He invited me. He gave me the number. He booked me on the show. He knew I was coming. He said, his name's not Clay Conrad, Kenny. He said, this is Glenn Moore. I said, who? I said, I never heard of Glenn Moore. I said, but Clay Conrad, the guy that you're trying to claim was Glenn Moore, invited me on this show. And Scott Bowden, now to bring up a guy who I had dinner with just about 3 years ago, Scott Bowden gave me the number. I called Clay Conrad here. He booked me on the show, and here I am, your first guest, the King. I said to change his name to Dinner with the Kings. All you had to do was add a damn S, and you still have it Dinner with the King. I said, you got two kings on this show today, and so we brought up Scott Bowden quite a bit. Scott Bowden had no clue we were going to drop his name. He had nothing to do with it. But I'd had dinner with him, so I put the heat on him because he was a longtime Memphis manager down there. I don't know how successful he was. He wasn't like me, but everybody said, well, Kenny, he's dead. You should say nice things about Scott. Scott was a nice guy. As a matter of fact, when I left Jim Cornette's, well, not Jim Cornette's, but that douchebag host he's got, when I left their podcast after 2 weeks, it was Scott Bowden that took my place on the network that they work on. I won't say the name of it because I despise that little POS. But I can say piece of shit, right? I can say that on here. I despise that little piece of shit. So, but Scott Bowden took my place. So, and I like Scott. Scott was a very nice guy. And just, have we heard how he passed yet? Do we know?
I have not heard a thing.
I haven't heard either, and he's been dead a good week or so now, and I haven't heard anything. And Joe Pedicino, who was a dear friend of mine, I'd known him since the mid to late 90s, I guess. He and Bonnie Blackstone were dear friends of mine, and so like Joe died one day and Scott Bowden died the next. So not to bring the show down or anything, but both were great guys and both were good friends of mine, and I really like both of them. So we got that out.
I can appreciate, but we're going to bring it down just a little further because.
Oh, we're going to bring it down. Did John Cosper die? The guy that helped me write my book? He's still alive, isn't he?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Well, I thought he was going to bring it real down, and that Scott, that John was no longer with us.
We're bringing it.
I'd almost cry if that happened. I really would.
We're bringing it right down because someone posted a link on how they can follow you on Facebook.
Somebody did post a link on how they could follow me on Facebook, or they want to?
Yes. No, it's right there. It's
well, that's fine. That's fine.
Starmaker Bolin.
See, I don't see any of that stuff. But yeah, on Facebook, I'm / Starmaker Bolin. On Twitter, I'm at Starmaker Bolin. And on Instagram, it's Starmaker Bolin. So I'm pretty easy to find. If you can spell, and I know a lot of you people can't, if you can spell Starmaker Bolin, and I'll help you. I went to Oldham County High. I know how to do it. StarmakerBolin. Some people screw that up. They do BOWLIN. They spell it bowling. You'd be amazed how they screw my name up. BOLIN. And if you can handle Starmaker Bolin, you can find me on Twitter. You can find me on Instagram and Facebook, where I'm the king of Facebook. There's nobody more popular with me on Facebook. I got 5,000 fans on there. You know that? And no one else has got any more because that's all you can have.
Maybe you should have gone with Ryzen. It's easier to spell.
Oh, God. You think well, they're both 5 letters for crying out loud. What's your name, by the way? What's the name of the host? You're not Clay Conrad, are you?
Maybe. No, I'm Rob.
You're Rob, all right.
Yes.
Well, I also used to have a host of my show named Rob, and we had to get rid of him too. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm not that Rob.
You're not that Rob? Well, yeah. Well, thank God. I'd have some problems if it was.
No,
What other questions? Well, I love answering questions. A lot of people don't like to answer questions. They don't like to be ambushed. You can't ambush me. I'll answer anything. What do you got?
Here we go. Well, I've noticed here that you actually have a pin credit for John Cena.
I have a pin credit?
Yeah, someone says that you pinned John Cena, and that's why one of the Facebook users have asked.
Yeah. I didn't know what a pin credit was. I have to be educated on this internet talking things. Well, yeah, and I don't like to talk about it much, but yeah, I beat like a dog, like a rented mule, John Cena. It's on video. It's on YouTube. All you got to do, and I hate to promote someone else's YouTube. As a matter of fact, I think it's on mine too. So go watch it on mine. It will debut within the next 8 days. There's 8 volumes of my greatest hits that James R. Wood had put together for me. And you will be able to see me beat and pin in the middle of the ring, fair and square, John Cena. And I used to love it when all these wrestlers would get together in the locker room and they talk about who they've beaten and who they haven't. And I'd say, well, hang on, locker room. And there might be Bret Hart in there, and there might be various other guys, Rob Conway, Nick Dinsmore, all these various people. I said, how many people in here have beaten Jerry the King Lawler? And they would all look around because I have a pin credit on him too. Well, I didn't pin him. I didn't pin Lawler. I kind of lied there a little bit. But I emerged victorious. I got the win because he got disqualified for trying to pile drive me at Six Flags, which made me the winner. I emerged victorious, so I got a win over Jerry the King Lawler, and he don't have any wins over me. So I'm 1-0 on Jerry the King Lawler. I'm 1-0 on Rico Constantino, who will be on my show. He just committed. He's going to make a donation and be a part of the 12-hour marathon coming up on Thursday. And I beat Mark Henry. I beat the Big Show. But, yes, I beat how many times has he been world champion? 463 or something like that. I beat the 463-time WWE world champion that I created and developed. I beat John Cena fair and square in the middle of the ring with Sean O'Hare, his hand-picked referee, and I beat him like a dog. It was not fair. It wasn't even a match. Shouldn't have been, because I dominated the whole match. Anybody can go see to YouTube and see it, but wait till it debuts on my channel, YouTube.com/The Bolin Alley. Just go there. It'll be there within the next 8 days. I promise you. It might be there tomorrow. Might be there tomorrow.
And see, I think that's what's so nice about you. You're humble. You don't.
I'm humble. I don't like to brag about that. I hate to talk about beating Cena like a rented mule in the middle of the ring. I hate to do it. I don't even like to do it. What time is it? Have I got another hour out here? I hope so. A lot of people I've beaten, but yeah, John Cena's the top. A pin credit. I like that. A pin credit. I need to remember that.
Okay, we got Charlie Rose here that says, Starmaker, give us a dream match. Old school guy versus new school guy.
Charlie Rose. Charlie Rose, the guy from CBS. The CBS
well
news guy, been around forever. Is that the Charlie Rose we're talking about?
Looking at the Facebook picture,
matter of fact, Charlie Rose just got fired for sexual harassment, I believe.
It's not that Charlie.
It's probably
Rose.
the same guy. It's probably the same guy. A dream match: old school guy, new school guy. All right, I would. Here's one for you: Kendo Nagasaki versus Shinsuke Nakamura. That would be one that I would have liked.
There we go.
I'd like that one. Now, who would I put Lawler up against? Because it's hard to put Lawler up against anybody because he's still wrestling.
Yeah.
I'm 60 years old. He's 70, and he ain't never going to quit. You know, he was quoted as saying that he would quit by the age of 35. I know he said it because I watched him on TV. I'm not going to be like these old timers. I'm not going to be hanging around past my prime. By the time I'm 35, I'm going to have a home down in Miami Beach, and I'm going to be out on my boat, and I'm going to be fishing and all this. Yeah, so much for that. He might have a home down in Florida, but he ain't going to quit wrestling. He'll be wrestling when he's 80. He's going to wrestle when he's 90. He's going to be like Mae Young. He's going to be like Luthez. We ain't never going to get rid of Jerry the King Lawler. And the man has never worked out a day in his life. Unlike me, everybody, look at these guys. 60-year-old man, look at this head of hair. Lawler would kill for a head of hair like mine. And never worked out a day in his life. He's not an exercise freak like me. Here I was, nearly 600 pounds, and I'm now down to 321. My goal is 275, which is the weight that I weighed when I got married. The weight that I weighed when my son was born, the Prince Bolin, he should be on this show, but he hadn't written a book yet, so I guess that disqualified him. Damn, I'm humble. God, I just hate to brag about all the stuff I've done. I just hate it. A lot of it's in my book. Have I mentioned my book? We're on here to promote this book. I haven't even showed it yet. Look at that. Boy, does that look a lot like Jerry the King Lawler. That looks like someone put my head on Jerry the King Lawler's body. You would almost swear that happened, but what that is that's me, and Jerry Lawler put his head on my body. You took my cape, my robe, my crown, and Jerry Lawler been promoting his picture all over the world, and everybody thought that I put my head on Lawler's body. Well, that's not how it happened. That is my head on my body, and what a body it is. And there's the infamous briefcase. You see it in the background there. You see my crown. Lawler copied my crown, too. He stole my name. I was known as the King of Kickball when I was 14 years old at Oldham County High. The King of Kickball. And Lawler in the back alley in the Louisville Gardens heard all the kids saying, hey, King this and hey, King that. And he said, why do they call you King? I said, well, I'm the King of Kickball in Oldham County. And I want you to know that he went away for a few months. And when he came back, he had a crown, he had a robe. And all of a sudden, he's Jerry the King Lawler. He stole my gimmick when I was 14 years old. The gimmick I was going to use when I got in pro wrestling. No. So I had to be Kenny the King Bolin, the king of managers. And then once I beat him, I guess that made me the king of wrestling is what it did. It's a great book, by the way. This book has been out about 4 years. It's still on the New York Times bestsellers list. Amazon can't keep them in stock. They're always printing them. I get big commission checks every month on this book. What's the title there? I Probably Screwed You Too. The Mostly True Story. They're mostly true. The Mostly True Stories of Kenny Starmaker Bolin. And I see John Cosper's mug on here. He likes to take credit for this book. His name's in it. All because he wrote it and edited it. And fluctuated a few stories in there that got me in trouble with Mark Henry, by the way. He actually told some things that I didn't tell and put them in the book because he knew I wouldn't proofread it because I told the stories. There was no need for me to proofread the book. And Mark Henry got mad that I told some things that were true that I did not want released. How Cosper knew them, I'll never know. But a lot of people got mad at me because of the true stories that are all in this book. I Probably Screwed You. Man, what a good-looking man. I Probably Screwed You Too. The Mostly True Stories of Kenny Starmaker Bolin. What a book. And this thing came out 4 years ago. There's a whole new generation of fans. There's all kinds of people on Instagram and Twitter and Facebook that don't have this book yet. And if you think I'm making this up, you can go to Amazon, There's countless 5-star reviews on his book. I think there's one negative review from some punk jealous fan out there that said, well, he talked kayfabe the whole time. He wouldn't talk smart to us. Well, screw him. Or can I say screw you? Or can I say the F word?
You're pretty darn close.
Fuck you.
There you go.
The shit fan that brought down my 5-star rating to a 4.999. How dare you? But that's okay. I'll survive with that. But Cosper takes all kinds of credit for this book. You would think he told every story. You would think he wrote every paragraph, every hyphen, every parentheses. I can't believe I was able to say that word today. But yeah, he takes a lot of credit for that. He helped a little bit.
Well, he's helping a bit more. He got the link up here so people can go buy that book.
I saw that. Oh, there it is. Well, did I ever tell you how much I like John Cosper and what a good man he is?
I hear he's
one of the finest men I've ever known. He's a good guy. He owes me a meal, by the way. He's supposed to come over here. And then the damn pandemic hit, and I can't get a meal out of anybody anymore. I had to go to Kroger today like a common peasant and buy my own food. People seeing the king running around there with my picture on my chest, buying my own food. Thank God they had people there to bag my groceries and take it out to the car for me. I would have felt like an absolute peasant. Normally, people bring me food. Normally, people buy me food. They take me places. And now, thanks to this virus, I'm losing $100 a day in free food. Now, what am I supposed to do? That's got to fall under some type of unemployment, I think, wouldn't you?
It's pretty darn close.
Yeah, you know, your rest of your guests are going to suck after this. I can go another half hour if you want.
Well, here's a question for you.
Who's next, by the way? Who's next after me? Not to sound like Goldberg, but who's next?
Pat Lepard.
Oh, that's going to suck. All right, go ahead.
Next question from a Facebook fan. How did you earn the name Starmaker?
I can tell you that story. It's real easy. And actually, it's one of the only good things Jimmy Cornette ever actually did for me. Don't cut me off. This might go long. I was cranking out WWE talent left and right. The first person I ever produced for the WWE was Bull Buchanan. Not long after that was Mark Henry. Then we had Rico Constantino. We had John Cena, obviously, very early in that mix. And then the next thing you know, Carlito's going, Shad Gaspard's going. Mike Mondo, even a lot of people didn't think Mike Mondo belonged on OVW TV, but I took him and got him a run in the WWE. He made some money. He's still wrestling today. A lot of my stars are still wrestling today. Randy Orton's still up there making money. Mickey James, I recruited about 90% of all the hot divas. I recruited them and trained them at OVW. I taught them how to act. All of them wanted to kiss me. All of them wanted to make out with me. And I only let very few of them do that, like Mickey James and Maurice, who's now with The Miz. And a few of them, I'd let them kiss me every now and then just to keep them interested and to keep them hanging around OVW, you know. But I hardly had sex with any of them. I want to state that for the record right now, too. I hardly had sex with any of those top divas that I developed and created for the WWE. I'm not going to name names unless Mickey James already has, but I'm not going to name any names.
Well, see, that's called being humble.
Well, it's part of being humble. It's not easy. So what was the, oh, how did I get the name Starmaker? Starmaker. Do y'all remember Lance Cade and Mark Jindrak?
Yes.
Well, we were having a discussion in the back one day. The role I was on, and Cornette and Danny Davis, they said, Bolin, your role is over. You got Jindrak and Cade out here, and neither one of those two jackasses are going to see a day in the WWE. I said, I beg to differ with you. I said, you give me 6 weeks, and I will have Cade and Jindrak in the WWE. I said, Jindrak's already been in WCW, and Cade's one of the top heat getters down here. I said, if they don't fuck it up and do what I tell them to do and do this Big Bird gimmick, I think all the fans love to call him Big Bird, and he did look a lot like Big Bird. God rest his soul. He got injured in a match and got hooked on painkillers, and the poor thing passed away down in Texas many years ago. As a matter of fact, he did a 2-hour show with me telling everybody how he got hurt in a match with Bob Holly and screwed him up real bad, and he got hooked on painkillers. I think it was Bob Holly. I'm sure somebody can go back and pull up that show. I think I did it on the Who's Flaming Who network back then. So I told him 6 weeks I'll have him in the WWE. 3 weeks later, they hit my music, and guess who I don't have with me? I don't have Cade and Jindrak. I'm out there by myself and Cornette, and I got the smirk on my face because I remember what I told him in the back. And me and Jimmy used to just shoot our interviews. We normally didn't know what the hell we were going to say when we get in the ring. Can he get in the ring? Just play along, and we'll do it. So I get in the ring. I got the biggest goddamn smile on my face because I know where I'm going. Jimmy knows where I'm going. He says, well, if it ain't no Starmaker Bolin, you've done it again. I said, you're damn right I've done it again. I said, you remember the discussion we had in the back when you told me that the role was over? when you told me that Cade and Ginzburg would never see a day in the WWE. And bam, 3 weeks later, there's Cade and there's Ginzburg. They're big-time WWE stars now. I said, and you looked at me like I had a smoking turd in my mouth, and Jimmy lost it. He laughed on fucking television. He had to step off camera, but he didn't get off quick enough. He's laughing because I said smoking turd on television. I told Jerry Lawler the story. I said, I was told I was the first person to ever say smoking turd on a television. He said, well, who the hell would say smoking turd on a television show? Kenny, you're in a restaurant. You can't say smoking turd here. I said, I can't say smoking turd. No, Kenny, you can't say that. So that was how the name Starmaker came to be. So after the show, I said, thank you for that. I said, because I've been Kenny the King Bolin since I got in 1987. And there's enough goddamn Kings rolling around here. So the name King stuck anyway, because it was mine anyway since I was 14 years old. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows it's the God's honest truth because I never tell a lie, unlike Donald Trump, who's told, 16,000 now? So I don't lie like him. I only tell the truth. And I want you to know that the name Starmaker stuck, but now they call me King and Starmaker. Some call me King Starmaker. I don't care. Just don't call me late for dinner is all I ask. But that's how.
Go. Well, man,
Are they trying to bump me? Are they trying to bump me? I see it's 7. They better not be trying to bump me because I'm going over. That other guy, he took up 30 seconds of my time. I'm going over. Bump the next guy. No one wants to see him anyway. They want to see me, right? Ask the fans. Take a poll. Take a poll. Do we want the King to stay on and promote his book and his headphones? I do have the Monster Intune headphones I sell, the JBL wireless headphones. I got the best of DVDs I sell. I got the Bowling Club hats. I got countless shirts that you can see on my fundraiser. So I better plug the fundraiser real quick, just in case you pull my mic like some clown. The fundraiser, 12 noon Thursday, 12:05 to be exact. We're going to go till 12:05 midnight. Fundraiser for the homeless and the needy families in the Louisville Metro Southern Indiana area. For $20 donation minimum, you can be on the show for 15 minutes with me. Doesn't matter who you are, celebrity, Kenny Casanova. John Cosper can call in if he wants to. I don't care. If you got $20 or more, we appreciate more, you can be on the show. And, of course, John Cosper himself, who actually had a little bit to do with this book. I probably screwed you too. The Mostly True Stories of Kenny Starmaker Bolin. You can order this on Amazon.com, or you can write me in my inbox, and I'll sell you one personally signed with a free autograph picture. The autograph picture you get is one of Mal Bolin. And look at that. Look at that gorgeous picture. God damn it. I need help. That gorgeous picture right there, you get one of those. You can use them as a bookmark. Let me show you real quick. I know we're bumping the other guy, but he don't care. He knows he's going to suck. You can put the picture in there, and you got a bookmark right there like that. Free of charge. I don't even charge you for the bookmark. And if anybody wants to pay enough, I got an autographed DVD cover of Jimmy Cornette that I will sell on the show, on that 12-hour show. Anybody wants to bid on that autograph of Jim Cornette DVD cover? And I'm going to sell on that show the first ever Midnight Express book signed by Jimmy Cornette, Stan Lane, Dennis Condrey, Bobby Eaton. He was in there too. I think all of them are still alive too, right? Isn't Jimmy Cornette still alive? If Jimmy Cornette was dead, can you imagine how much that book would be worth and the stress he's under? All the ranting and raving he does, he could die any day. So you better buy that book because when Jimmy's dead, it's going to be worth a lot more money. Bids start at $200. It's the first ever Midnight Express book. I know I'm going over, and I know I'm bumping that other clown, and I love it. I might go the whole half hour. We just have to bump him all together. Any other questions? I know the fans don't want me to go. You got any other questions?
Oh, but Pat's here.
Pat, what do you do?
Rob. Hey, Rob. How are you, man?
Why is Pat here? Why has he interrupted me on my show?
Who's
going to midnight.
Who's that dude talking like for minutes and minutes? I don't even know who he is.
One person in my whole life called me dude. That was my daughter-in-law, and I know my backhand. Look at there. My backhand still hurts from what I had to do to that woman for calling me dude.
I see a crown, and I think it's Jerry Lawler. No, it's that fake Starmaker kind of king. I don't even know who he is.
That crown used to be.
Can you bump
that crown used to be. That crown used to be Jerry.
Oh, wait a second. We lost his audio. That is so weird.
Oh, that is so weird. Hey, malfunctioning equipment. It happens, you know.
Wait a minute. My mic's muted. What the hell? Damn it.
All right, Kenny. Thank you so much for being here, buddy.
I got 2 words for you, Kenny. Go home.
Bye, Kenny.
My gosh.
Hey, Pat, how are you?
Very good, yourself.
I am doing great. This has been a very interesting day. How's
Oh,
your day been?
it's an interesting entrance. I'll tell you that.
That's right. We like to keep it interesting.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, so you are here because you wrote. Okay, the title of this book has caught my attention.
Okay.
Uh, Madness, Midgets, and Screwjobs.
Mad Dogs, Midgets, and
Oh,
Screw
so
Jobs.
sorry.
Yeah.
Mad Dogs, Midgets, and Screwjobs. Please explain.
Oh, okay. Well, it's a book I wrote with Bertrand Hebert that you had on the show earlier today. It's the history of professional wrestling in Montreal. So there were more than one Mad Dogs. You know, everybody knows about Mad Dog Vachon,
Yeah.
but the story of wrestling in Montreal shows that there was more than only one Mad Dog. You know, there was Mad Dog Lefevre and Mad Dog Martel, Rick's brother. Midget wrestling was actually created here in Montreal. And a bunch of midget wrestlers came from the province of Quebec. Lil Beaver and Sky Lolo and Tiger Jackson, all those guys, and screw jobs, because there was not only one screw job in Montreal, but there was another one in the early 1930s. We talk about both of them. So it was just a title that we came up with alongside our editors, ECW Press, and we just thought it would capture people's attention.
Yeah. Well, the title caught me, and that's what made me kind of dig. So yeah, I'm looking very forward to reading it. Um, but like you said, you brought up Montreal. Montreal is considered a wrestling hub because so much talent came out of Montreal.
Oh yeah, I mean, some guys that people don't even know that these people are coming from Montreal. I'll give you an example. Ronnie Garvin, who has a very English name, right? Well, he didn't speak one word of English before he started wrestling in the States. So he's the guy from Montreal. Terry Garvin is another one. Rick Martel, Dino Bravo, the Rougeos, the Vachons, Joe LeDuc. I mean, the list goes on. Gino Brito. The list goes on and on and on about, more recently, guys like Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn, also from the province of Quebec. So, I mean, there's so many guys and girls, throughout history. And Montreal wrestling has always had a rich history of professional wrestling during different eras. But I mean, it's always been a rich history here. So more than 100 years old.
Yeah, and I know two of the big ones there were the Vachons, like you said, and the Rougeos.
Probably the biggest families in the history of pro wrestling in Quebec. Yeah, I mean the Rougeos. The family starts with the great uncle Eddie Auger, and then Johnny Rougeau, Jacques Rougeau, and Jacques Rougeau's sons, Raymond, Jacques Jr., the Monty, and Armand. They even have their sister, who was the local promoter here for the WWF at the time. So I mean, it was a family business, and the Vachons. Well, everybody knows about Mad Dog, but let's not forget about his brother Paul the Butcher Vachon, who was also the promoter for Grand Prix Wrestling back in the early 1970s, and their sister Viviane, who was one of the top female stars in the 70s, early 80s, and Luna Vachon, who was Paul adoptive daughter. So I mean, it's two of the biggest families in Canada, and without a doubt, the biggest two in the province of Quebec.
Wicked. Now, what made you decide to do this story that you did? Like, what drew you to it?
Oh my gosh, I was writing almanacs, like magazines, like the Pro Wrestling Illustrated used to do almanacs at the end of the year, covering the whole year. So I was doing that locally for the local scene here, the independent scene here, and I wanted to do one year a top 25 of the best Quebec wrestlers of all time. So I started, sending uh, asking people to vote for that top 25 and writing stories about those wrestlers. And all of a sudden, me and the partner I had at the time, which was not Bertrand Hébert, um, realized that we had something more than just a top 25 in our hands, and decided to do a whole book on the history of Quebec wrestling, Montreal wrestling. And then that person wasn't able to continue because of his day job. So Bertrand stepped in, and we did that together in both French and English. And it ended up being the project of a lifetime, but also without even knowing it at the time, it was just the first of so many more books to come.
Nice. Someone here has asked, let me see, it was Steve, how important was Edouard Carpentier to Montreal's history?
Edouard Carpentier was one of the most popular wrestlers of all time here in Montreal. He came in the mid 1950s, and right away he got a sudden impact. Within a few months, he was able to main event baseball stadiums, and he was able to draw more than 20,000 people on several occasions during the same summer, which was something quite unbelievable to do at the time. So I mean, and he was supposed to come here for 3 months, and he ended up staying his whole life here in Montreal. So he became after his active career, he became a well-known commentator, and he had also a very good impact on a whole new generation from the early 1980s with international wrestling when he was the play-by-play guy at for the show. So I mean, I grew up watching Carpentier, not the wrestler, but the commentator, and I still remember some of his catchphrases and all that. So I mean, he had a really, really big impact to the point that he was indeed inducted into the Quebec Sports Hall of Fame here. So that's quite a feat for a professional wrestler, actually.
Okay. Someone here commented that they're so grateful for the book because they grew up watching Lutte Internationale and they learned a lot about Quebec's history from that book.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like I was saying, Lutte Internationale is international wrestling, so it was something that whole generation. It was the main promotion in Montreal from 1980 to 1987. And a little fact here is that when WWF started, doing its invasion and taking over other territories, Montreal was different than the others because Vince wanted to take over the Montreal Forum, but the people in charge of the forum were very, very happy with the way they had their business with international wrestling, and didn't want to give it to Vince right away. So they kind of forced Vince to work with international wrestling and do joint shows. So the first joint show was in 1985, was in August of 1985, and they did those shows until January of 1986. And after that, well, once Vince had a foot into the door, he did his business after that and was able to secure the Montreal Forum exclusively. But for a period of time, that didn't happen. So I mean, it's something that Montreal was kind of unique during that period of time.
Excellent. And you kind of answered this next question for Rosh. How long did they tape that show in Sherbrooke? Because they were never able to go.
Yeah, yeah, they taped it in Sherbrooke I mean, for most of its existence, and the only footage left are footage from people who actually taped it on television, VHS and all that. And we have actually compiled, Bertrand and I, a series of 4 DVDs available on iSpots.com, Golden Age of Quebec Wrestling, Volume 1 through 4, where you have 4 hours of Quebec wrestling per DVD. With the main footage came from international wrestling and Grand Prix wrestling, but also even the 1950s when Eddie Quinn was the promoter, and some 1990s footage as well with a young Kevin Owens, a young Sami Zayn, and Sylvain Grenier and PCO and all those guys. So very interesting series if you're into that era.
Excellent. We've just put up the book the link from John about the Andre the Giant book
That's all
that
it
he
is.
co-wrote.
Yeah, that's all it
Yes.
is. Book that's just been released a few weeks ago.
How hard was it to do a book like that?
Oh my gosh, it was hard in the sense that we wanted it to be, Bertrand and I wanted it to be the most comprehensive piece of work ever done on Andre. So we had one chance, we couldn't miss, and so the research had to be very thorough. It had to be very. Uh, we had to research that very very well, and I think we were able to do that actually because we spoke to probably everyone who we needed to talk to. We did a bunch of research in all newspapers, talked to everyone who could give us more info on Andre, because I mean he was such a worldwide star that it was not just in Montreal that he was important. It was important throughout the world. So we spoke with people who knew him from Australia, or New Zealand, and Europe, and throughout North America, throughout Canada. And also we spoke with the family. That was a big part of it, because I was field producer for the HBO documentary on Andre. So I had met the brothers of Andre during the filming of the documentary, and I was able to go back to France and sit down with them again and go in more details, because there's so much you can do in an 86-minute documentary, right? The documentary was very good, but there's so much you can say in an hour and a half. So we had the luxury to actually go even more into the details, and having a more in-depth profile of Andre in the book. So it's 400 pages long, more than 100 pictures. So I mean, it's quite a read.
Oh wow, yeah, that does sound like it would take a ton of time to research.
Oh, I mean, it took us like, I want to say like 2 years before we ended up with a version that we were good with. So yeah, it's a long time, but I mean at the same time, the Montreal book was probably even tougher because we were not just writing about one individual. We're writing about 100 wrestlers, or promoters or referees. So it's even harder because you need to spread that research and get at least the main stuff about everyone. So it gives a window to some errors sometimes. So it's even tougher, to do that kind of a encyclopedic kind of book. And the Montreal book, it probably we worked on it for 5 years before, but it was our first as well, so it's a different business.
Okay. I had someone comment over here. What were your thoughts on the Dino Bravo story in Dark Side of the Ring?
Well, I was part of that documentary as well, so my opinion might be biased a little, but I was a consultant for the documentary. I was interviewed as well in it, but I just thought it was very well done. I saw it a few days before it actually aired, and I was very happy with the end result. I think that Evan and Jason, the co-creators, did a very good job on respecting Dino's story. And like they do with all of their documentaries, I just love that Dark Side of the Ring series. And to me, it was, they spend the right enough the right amount of time on who was Dino Bravo to introduce him to those who never really know him. And I was happy that they actually talk a lot about what he did in Montreal, because for Americans and even English Canadians, they don't really understand why are we praising Dino Bravo so much here. But you gotta understand that between 1981 and 1986, he was our version of Hulk Hogan. I say that in the documentary, but it's true. It's not an exaggeration. He was that over. I mean, he was my favorite wrestler growing up, even before I ever knew who Hulk Hogan was, because he had that charisma, he had that mic skills. He was an action figure coming to life, and he wasn't used in the same way with the WWF. But in Montreal, he was that big of a star, one of the most popular wrestlers of all time here. So I just thought that the documentary was well done, and Claudia, which who is Dino's daughter, was the star of the show. She was so touching and so moving by her comments and everything. I mean, I just loved everything about it.
Excellent. Now, someone wrote in here, Jeff wrote in, good evening, Pat. Just wondering if there was any connection between Grand Prix Wrestling and Atlantic Grand Prix Wrestling in the Maritimes.
Unfortunately, no. Just two promotions with a name that was almost the same, but no kind. Of course, Emile Dupre and the Vachons knew of each other, but I mean, there's no link here. It wasn't an extension of Grand Prix Wrestling in the Atlantic provinces and the Maritimes. It was just two separate promotions.
Gotcha. And then we got Jason Presley. He goes, do you think PCO will ever retire so a book can be written about him?
That's a good question. I don't think he's ready to retire yet. We thought he did years ago, and he came back, and became that big viral wrestler. Everyone is talking about PCO for a couple of years now, and the things he has accomplished with Ring of Honor and his old comeback is very special. I know Carl for a long time. I'm good friends with Carl, and I wish him the best. And I just wish that he'll know when to retire, because you don't want to pass that time frame where you're still a hot commodity to becoming. I don't want to compare it to Andre, but Andre the Giant he wasn't doing it for the same reasons. But I mean, Andre just loved being in a wrestling locker room. That's the place. It was a sanctuary for him. That's the place he wanted to be all the time. So he kept on going and going and going way past his prime. But I just hope that PCO will find that balance between, oh yeah, I'm having so much fun, but maybe it would be the right time to, and you want to retire on top. You don't want to retire at the bottom. So. But yeah, I don't know. But a book on PCO would be very interesting. Yeah.
Here we go. Someone from Facebook says, any future projects on Quebec? And do you always try to do your works in both English and French?
We always try to do both French and English when it's possible. Mad Dogs, Midgets, and Screw Jobs was both French and English. Our book on Mad Dog Vachon was also in both languages, like Andre the Giant. The only one that Bertrand did on it, that wasn't translated, was a book on Pat Patterson, because he was not as mainstream here in Montreal as some others, because he spent almost his entire career in the U.S. And I did a book, Sisterhood of the Squared Circle, with Dan Murphy, who you also had today at Comic-Con. And that book wasn't, it was the history of women's wrestling, and that book wasn't translated to French because the market would have not supported it enough, So, but any book that can actually be translated, that the market will support enough, we're gladly will have it in both languages, because you have to understand that 75% of the province of Quebec speaks French, so it's very, and you can tell by my thick accent. So yeah, so there you go.
Excellent. This is an interesting corner. David Corner asks, if you attend a show in Montreal, are the programs in both French and English? Do the ring announcers introduce the wrestlers in both languages? And are most wrestlers who appear in Montreal bilingual?
Yeah, many questions there. So yes, programs are not necessarily both French and English. You'll find promotions that will just do English stuff, others that will do just French, some that will do both. It really depends. There's a promotion, Battle War, who, when they have an English ring announcer, well, it's just going to do English. I do some ring announcing as well, so when I do ring announce for them, I do only in French. So it really depends. IWS is one of the premier companies in the province of Quebec, and it's in Montreal. So Montreal is more bilingual than anywhere else in the province of Quebec, right? So there are an English wrestling company, but they are shown on a French TV network here in Montreal. So they have to to do both, to please both their crowd but also their TV listeners. So that's what they have to do. Elsewhere, like NSPW in Quebec City, which is probably the biggest promotion in the province. Well, Quebec City is more of a French market, so they only do French. And yeah, most of the wrestlers are bilingual. Some just choose to speak English most, but they do understand French, and they can speak French whenever they need to. Like the two guys from Quebec that are on NXT right now, Matt Martel and Chase Parker, Ever Rise. They're two English boys who can also speak French when they need to, but their main language is English.
Gotcha. Okay. Here's another one from a Facebook friend. How long was Ronnie Garvin in Montreal?
Oh, his old childhood. I mean, he left when he was just a young man, and when after he was trained here, he was actually trained in professional wrestling here in Montreal. So I want to say early 20s that he probably left to the United States. And he came back a few times, but the main program that he actually worked was in the mid 1980s when he came back with Jimmy Garvin, who is not from Montreal. So they were brought back as the Garvin brothers to feud with the Rougeau brothers. And it was one of the oddest feuds ever in the history of the province, and it actually main evented the very first joint show that I was talking about earlier with the WWF. So I mean, it was during the summer of 1985. It was what everybody was talking about here in Montreal as far as wrestling goes. The Garvin versus the Rougeaus.
Very nice. Let me see. I got one more question here. What was this one? Okay, they're commenting on your Andre thing that the only place Andre felt normal
Oh
was
yeah,
around the locker room.
Oh yeah, because he didn't feel like there were no people like pointing at him and asking him weird questions, or children wouldn't start crying. He was just playing cards with his friends, being looked like any other characters there was in that locker room. So he was just one of the boys. So that's why he loved it so much.
Okay, and we got time for one more here.
Great.
He says, sorry if you spoke about it already, but the Hart Foundation, the Hart family, how big were they in Montreal? Because as a teenager, I saw the crowd reaction, but being there in person, it was like the equivalent of when the Beatles would show up.
The Hart family wasn't big at all in Montreal. They were Westerners. Yet you gotta understand, Canada is just not one big territory. It's as wide as the United States. I mean, from Montreal to Vancouver, it's the same thing as from New York to LA. So and everything in between. We have over 10 provinces. So I mean, that's a lot of people in between. So the Heart were from the western provinces, from Alberta, from Calgary. So they didn't mean anything in Montreal. And I mean, Brett was meant something because he was a WWF superstar, not because he was from Calgary. You have to understand also that Quebec is also very different than the other provinces, and the fact that it's the only province with a majority of people speaking French. So it's different than anywhere else, and especially in Calgary or in Alberta. So I mean, it always made me laugh when that old Montreal screw job thing happened. And years after, Brett was saying that he didn't want a job in Montreal because it was in Canada, and he feared, there would be a riot. There would have not been any riots in Montreal because a guy from Calgary would have lost. In Toronto, maybe. In Calgary, yeah, I can see that. But in Montreal, that would have never happened. Never. Actually, Brett probably became a, a bigger baby face in Montreal after the screw job than he was before.
Gotcha. Okay, and I do have actually one more. Kenny Casanova. He says, ask Pat if he has ever ate Patat Huntington's hot dogs, where they throw fries on the hot dogs and coleslaw. A favorite of wrestling fans.
I know what it is. I'm Maybe I did. I'm just not sure. But I have a question for Kenny. Did he ever eat poutine? Because the poutine, that's something that is very, that we are known for. The whole province of Quebec is known for poutine, which is fries with gravy sauce and cheese curds, and it's just delicious. So I'm waiting for Kenny to let me know if he if he ate that. That and smoked meats. When the Ebners were coming to town, and probably a lot of the wrestlers, they were always going to Schwartz for smoked meats, because the smoked meat in Montreal was known when in the business to be very good. So and I thank you, John. Yeah, poutine is wonderful. Yeah, it's a wonderful thing from Quebec.
Excellent. Pat, thank you so much for being here and spending some time with us and answering a ton of questions.
No problem. Thanks for having me. And if people want to buy any of our books, Mad Dogs, Midgets, and Screwjobs, there's the Mad Dog Vachon story. There's Sisterhood of the Squared Circle, Accepted Pat Patterson story, and our latest, The Eighth Wonder of the World, the true story of Andre the Giant. Everything is available through Amazon in the United States. You might have a little, it might be a little difficult with the shipping because of the COVID-19 right now, but try Barnes and Noble in the States. In Canada, you can get them also through indigo.ca and on ECW Press website, where you can actually buy the physical book and you get the ebook for free. And so you can start reading the book while, it takes a little longer to get it shipped to you. So get all of those books, and you can follow me on social media at Pat Labrade on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook.
Awesome. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Rob.
Have a great day.
You too.
Okay. We are going to get ready for our next guest now, Evan Ginzburg. We're going to bring him in a second, but we actually have someone else coming in to sit in for me for a minute. I have to step away. So I'm going to have a special guest host come in right now of Dr. Steve. Pardon the switch.
Can you switch that thing over? I can't get rid of my name.
So what? I can't get rid of my name.
No, crap. Then I'm going to make you look bad.
Yep.
Boo. Hello. Oh, that's too close.
Okay.
Okay.
And he's right over there.
Head to stream. Hello, Evan. Welcome.
Hi.
How are you doing today? Welcome to the show. Evan Ginzburg, you are the associate producer of the fantastic hit film The Wrestler.
Yes, and also 350 Days.
That's right. It's Mickey Rourke's big comeback, and he looked fantastic in that film.
He was tremendous, and I think it's an iconic performance up there with Brando on the waterfront when Mickey says, "I'm just a broken down piece of meat, hearts broke around the world," and we're very proud of the film.
Now, was that character based on any one wrestler or a group of wrestlers mixed together?
It's a composite of many wrestlers. I took Darren Aronofsky, the screenwriter, the executive producer, etc., so on, to indie shows for months and months prior to filming the movie. And they picked the brains of a lot of legends and also a lot of indie stars and promoters. And basically, it's a composite. Mickey spent a lot of time with Greg Valentine, but it certainly was not based on Greg Valentine. He's doing quite well. But he basically picked pieces of a lot of different people that he met along the way. And it was a brilliant screenplay, so it all came together ultimately.
Okay, Christopher Kelly says that The Wrestler has won more awards than it did. It was an excellent movie. Fantastic.
Oh, thank you so much. And as I said, I thought his performance was right on the money. And he did win the Golden Globe Best Actor that year. Unfortunately, he did not win the Academy Award. That went to Sean Penn, who also, is a tremendous actor.
All right, here's Christopher Kelly. He asks, Do you feel that the movie was unfairly ridiculed by wrestlers past and present?
Not at all. I think overall the wrestlers embraced it. I think they realized there was a lot of truth in it, and I personally know guys who headlined Madison Square Garden, never broke $100,000, main event guys around the world, ended up pushing a broom or bouncing or, whatever the case may be. They did not get pensions, 401ks, health benefits, and a lot of wrestlers did not end up well. And none of it was the fault of their own. They were not paid what you think they were paid. Let's put it that way.
I noticed in your movie you had a lot of actual wrestlers on there, like a lot of indie wrestlers.
Yes. I did 5 or 6 casting calls. I brought in about 125 different wrestlers. I brought in Ron Killings from WWE prior to his WWE run back then. This was about 2007. The movie came out in 2008. Yeah, we brought in a ton of wrestlers because we wanted it to ring true. And I'll tell you an interesting story that some people do not know, that very sad autograph scene in The Wrestler. I had taken Darren Aronofsky and the crew to a convention, and there was Moolah, Mae Young, Iron Sheik, Nikolai, Captain Lou, all the legends, and there was nobody there. There was nobody there. It was like the saddest thing you can imagine. Iron Sheik's head was down on the table sleeping. That's how dead this convention was. And that was written into the movie after the fact. So in that convention scene, I kept telling Darren Aronofsky, I said, Darren, we should get all these legends. It would help the film. But Darren said he was concerned that Mickey would look like, what's wrong with this picture? So the only 2 actual wrestlers in that scene were Johnny Valiant, who didn't look like Johnny Valiant because his hair wasn't dyed blonde, and Manny Yarborough, who was a legitimate sumo and UFC fighter, and both are gone now, unfortunately, dear friends. So, yeah, we basically did our homework. Weekend after weekend, we were in locker rooms, we were at indie shows, picking the brains of various people, as I said, and when Darren wanted it to ring true. He wanted it to ring true.
Okay, we got a Facebook user that says Marty Jannetty said that the movie was way too real. It hit home hard.
Yeah, Roddy Piper also said it. He cried watching that movie. And, like I said, I mean, look, Jim Cornette wasn't crazy about the movie from what I understand. And, I understand it's not the happiest picture that was painted, but for many of these guys, that was the reality. They did not end with a lot of money. They certainly are not living in palatial estates. The John Cenas and Rocks are few and far between. And, most of these guys end up in blue-collar kind of positions. And, I mean, some have nice businesses and land on their feet, but many do not. And that was the story we chose to tell. If you watch Darren Aronofsky movies, they usually lean dark. It wasn't that we were just trying to paint a negative picture of pro wrestling or its aftermath,
Kevin Casanova asks, what's it like to work with Mickey Rourke?
He couldn't have been any nicer, any more accommodating. I never saw him say no to a fan. I never saw him say no to anybody for a picture, for an autograph. And what happened to me, this is a funny story. I'm on the set, just watching, hanging out. Aronofsky gets this smirk and he goes, Evan, come here. And I'm like, yeah. Next thing he knows, he says he wants me to act in that autograph scene, and I've never acted in my life. I'm there as an associate producer, not an actor. So Mickey whispers in my ear, he goes, "Just improv it." So next thing I know, I just walk up to him and I'm thinking, like, what would I say to a wrestler that I admire? And I said, I loved you as a kid. I saw you at the Garden. Can I have your autograph? And he goes, what's your name? And I'm thinking for a second. I go, Evan. And it dawns on me how surreal this is that I'm playing myself in a fictional movie. And that was just one of many Mickey Rourke stories. The guy couldn't be any nicer. And he's a brilliant, brilliant actor. And look, making movies is kind of like summer camp. When it's over, you don't see a lot of these guys afterwards, you know? So I'm not saying this to kiss up to him. He couldn't have been any nicer. And I have nothing but respect for his body of work. Pope of Greenwich Village, Diner, The Wrestler. The man's an actor. He's not a celebrity. He's an actor.
Okay. We've got someone that asked an interesting question. I saw some similarities as well. Is the Wrestler movie with Randy versus the Ayatollah based on the Hulk Hogan versus the Iron Sheik?
That you would have to ask the screenwriter. It's possible. These guys were mid-'80s wrestling fans, casual fans, so they could have been influenced by that. They never said to me, get somebody who's, you know, a double for the Iron Sheik. So that I couldn't say per se. But it's very possible there were influences, because who was bigger than Hogan in the mid-'80s? And that's when Aronofsky and these guys go back to, you know, so very possible.
Okay. Were you happy to see, okay, here's go from Christopher Kelly. Were you happy to see Mickey on WrestleMania with Jericho and the other legends of the WWE after the movie was released?
Yes, happy to see him get a payday. This was a small budgeted indie film. None of us made millions of dollars from it. And to see him get recognized, to have his career rejuvenated, to see him get a payday at WrestleMania. And his real payday was Iron Man 2, where, you know, he got like $1 million. And that was basically when he was hot off The Wrestler. So I wish this man nothing but success. You know, he's a true artist. And, you know, when he goes, you're going to look back at his body of work with pride, just as you will Darren Aronofsky's body of work. And, you know, WWE makes movies, and, you know, 1 out of 10 will stand the test of time. You know, the world's really not looking for the, you know, the Marine 17. You know, what can I say? You know, you could create art or you could create content. It is a choice.
Now, a Facebook user asks, is there anything that was cut from the movie that you wish had not been cut?
A couple of my lines. Other than that, not that I'm aware of. You know, I have 30 seconds or so of immortality. So, yeah, that's, you know, I was not in the editing room. I did look at multiple scripts as they evolved, but I was not in the editing room. So, you know, when you make a movie, you're cutting, you're editing, you have multiple angles, and but I'll tell you something interesting. Since we did not have a huge budget, we rolled into indie shows, and a lot of those fans, the vast majority of our crowd scenes were real fans. These were not, you know, extras for the most part. So, you know, they didn't want us there. They did not want us there. We were interrupting their wrestling shows to film The Wrestler. They were getting annoyed. We were at Ring of Honor, Jersey All Pro Wrestling, various other promotions. And we're shooting, and every time we're shooting, you know, we're stopping their wrestling show, and the fans are getting pissed off. So in one show, Aronofsky actually gets on the mic to calm them down. It's like he's getting all kinds of heat. And Darren goes, guys, we're going to make you proud. We're going to do this right. You know, please just give us a few minutes to shoot this. So it's almost like guerrilla filmmaking. We're like in and out. It's not like we were doing 20 takes. We were doing 1, 2, 3 takes and boom. So again, look, this film was shot on $6 million. That's like the food budget for the Avengers, you know? You could create art on a low budget.
For sure. There's a fan asks that you still keep in touch with Ernest the Cat Miller?
Not personally, no, but I liked him very much. Very personable guy. He, you know, also very friendly, down to earth. You know, between scenes, we'd sit and talk. And the guy that broke my heart from that movie, Larry Sweeney. Oh my God, this guy was from Ring of Honor. If you don't know Larry Sweeney, what a great talker. What a great talent, charisma. This guy should have been the next Lou Albano or Jim Cornette, or, you know, this guy had so much talent. He killed himself. Larry Sweeney from Ring of Honor. Yeah. So another guy, like during the movie, we you know, we bonded, and like I said, it's kind of like summer camp. You know, you're with somebody all day, all night, you know, and you're just hanging out and getting to know somebody. And God, he did not come to a good end, Larry Sweeney. Yeah.
Well, a Facebook user tells us that Miller is teaching karate to kids at school.
Yeah, sounds about right. He was a martial artist, and you know, I thought the guy was great. He was, you know, I did not bring Ernest Miller in. I brought in the Necro Butcher. I brought in a lot of guys. He came out of left field. You know, I'm not thinking of him as a, you know, a Muslim character or whatever. You know, and he came in and he pulled it off. The guy was great.
Okay, we've got a big fan of Marissa Tomei.
That was Darren Aronofsky, and she was perfect. And again, this woman is an actress. She is not a celebrity. She does Broadway. She does quality work. She picks and chooses. She does not make garbage movies. Nothing but respect for Marissa Tomei. And also, nice as could be. Nice as could be. You know, again, what a performance. What a performance.
Okay, we've got a Facebook user fan that asks, do you think that the storylines are so poor that it's driving fans away from the actual product?
WWE, Raw, and SmackDown, it's like penance to sins I committed in previous lifetimes. Okay? Please, again, create art. Create art. You know, you have all the money in the world. You have the talent base is unbelievable in WWE. It's one of the greatest talent rosters in the history of this business. Okay, so, you know, use them. You know, don't turn it into a circus. Okay, you know, NXT takeovers are tremendous. Why can't they Why can't they take the high road, not the low road? Okay, if the storylines, if the ratings are deteriorating, just have great wrestling. I would watch, believe me, AJ Styles against Cesaro. I would watch that for a half hour. I would just be enthralled. Like, why shoot low? You know, I can't see how anybody over the age of 12 is engrossed in these storylines. That wedding was ridiculous. And I know people going, it was brilliant. It was brilliant. No, it wasn't brilliant. Citizen Kane was brilliant. Not that wedding. Okay?
That's too funny.
Yeah. I'm here to entertain you guys.
Christopher Kelly asks, do you have any thoughts on the Netflix series Glow being comparable to The Wrestler, but in its own way?
I love Glow. The irony of this is I didn't like the original Glow all that much. I thought it was silly. This series on Netflix is tremendous, absolutely tremendous. Why? You care about the characters. You care about them. They come off as real. They're based on real people for the most part, from what I understand. And you know, step one, any movie, any TV show, any wrestling match, you have to care. What was the last angle we cared about in WWE? Probably when Daniel Bryan was climbing to the top. He was the underdog.
he was the little guy, and Triple H and everybody was getting in the way, and he was climbing. He was a true underdog, a little guy coming from out of nowhere, and he went to the top, to the championship. You cared about that Daniel Bryan angle, but that was years ago already. I can't think of too much stuff they've done since then that I've actually been emotionally involved in.
All right, now let's get on to your latest project. Can you talk about 350 Days?
Absolutely. Another Darren Antola, contacted me, and he said, I would like you to do for this documentary, 350 Days, what you did for the wrestler. You be the contact guy. You be the wrestling guy, the point guy. Okay? And we had to dig up all kinds of photos and videos and etc. so on to make this movie work. We had 90 hours of footage that was honed down to an hour 48. Can you imagine? The wrestler from start to finish took 7 years. 350 Days took 6 years. People have no idea what goes into a movie, okay? Hundreds and hundreds of hours of editing. And of course, the business end of things, coming up with the money, getting distribution. That's really, a big part of any movie. We have worldwide distribution, which is very unusual for a small independent movie. Gravitas is the name of the company, and you can see 350 Days on any major cable system. You can buy it on Amazon, Blu-ray, DVD, etc. So you can watch it free on Tubi or Amazon Prime. It's not hard to find, but the point of 350 Days is guys like Hulk Hogan, guys, let me say Ric Flair more likely. Ric Flair, in his heyday, would work 350 days. What is the toll that takes on your family, your marriage, your kids, your body, your psyche? That's why it's called 350 Days. Greg Valentine, who's in the movie, said to me, Evan, I would guesstimate that in that peak period, that Hulk Hogan, Hulkamania, Roddy Piper, Cyndi Lauper, rock and wrestling, he said, I think I wrestled around 320 days a year. So this is not a far-fetched number. Nikolai Volkov told me the same thing. These guys would do 2 shows in one day. Sometimes they do 2 one-hour Broadways in one day. They go to the Philadelphia Spectrum, then come to the Garden, or whatever the case may be. So it was a brutal sex, drugs, rock and roll lifestyle, and not everybody survived it. And if you watch this movie, Superstar Billy Graham, Bret Hart, Tito Santana, J.J. Dillon, I don't want to bore you. There's 36 legends in this movie. We're very proud of it. Critically acclaimed. And again, I said to our editor, Michael Burlingame, who worked with Paul McCartney, Mariah Carey, John Cougar Mellencamp, this guy was not a wrestling guy. I said, he's perfect. I said, Mike, make a movie, an 80-year-old woman who never watched wrestling would cry. That's the movie I want you to make. And he did it. He honed it. This movie is very powerful. These guys are talking about marriages disintegrating and adultery, and there's been a mile-long trail of dead bodies in this business from living this lifestyle. And some of them were my friends. So I hope people will check it out and support it. It's from the heart. And like the wrestler, we're very proud of it.
Absolutely. I look forward to seeing it. I'm still trying to find it, but I will when I get a chance.
There you go. You're very calm for a wrestling guy. I like you. You're very calm. Yeah.
Well, I'm just taking over right now, and I'm still trying to figure out everything that's happening around me, all behind the scenes here, and trying to read questions from the fans that are asking. Just want to make sure I get the good ones up so you can answer properly.
Sure.
I'm asking, how did you pick these certain wrestlers for this 350?
Well, Darren Antola, the executive producer, and Fulvio Cesare, who's also producer and the director, they really chose the wrestlers, and it also depended on who was available and what expenses were involved and how difficult it was to get to them, and the logistics of it all. They wanted Roddy Piper, it didn't work out, but like I said, we got 36 legends. I mean, absolute legends. So when the smoke cleared, we told the story we wanted to tell.
Oh, cool. All right, we've got a good question I got here. Just gotta scroll down and find it. Someone mentions, Pete Bregman, his favorite part of 360 Days was the Ox Baker baking segment.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
We didn't want it to be all, pain and suffering. So Ox Baker was our comedy relief, and he actually goes in the kitchen and does a little baking. It's kind of like straight out of Laurel and Hardy or the Little Rascals. And, everybody, a lot of people said that Ox Baker stole the movie. The guy was funny, incredibly charismatic.
What was your favorite part of this segment, your movie?
I thought Billy Graham was incredibly open, honest. The guy's so charismatic, he could read the phone book and you'd be riveted. You'd sit there and guy could literally read the phone book. I would just sit there and watch. And Bret Hart is kind of like, they're like yin yang. Bret Hart's very quiet, introspective, wise. He suffered for his art. And the two of them together, it just works. And when the smoke cleared, there's a lot of stars in there, but the cream always rises to the top. And we generally say starring Bret Hart and superstar Billy Graham, but Greg Valentine's tremendous, Tito, J.J. Dillon, Lanny Poffo, a lot of great people in there.
Okay. A Facebook user asks, your thoughts on the real-life relationship with Hunter and Shane, the fight to see who runs the company in years to come.
I have no idea. I don't really follow what goes behind the scenes in WWE. I just think they would do a better job than Vince. Seeing NXT, which is quality that I enjoy. I look forward to the takeovers. I don't watch the weekly show religiously, but the takeovers are great. I just think they would do well. I think Vince is embarrassed by wrestling. When he says, don't call them wrestlers, call them sports entertainers, I think that says it all. So I hope Triple H and or Shane eventually take the helm. Let's put it that way. It's got to be better.
John Cosper here has actually given us a link to order 350 Days.
There you go. Beautiful. I appreciate it. And again, this is independent film. We had various authors and publishers on before saying support independent books. This is independent film. These are blue-collar guys who had a dream, put blood, sweat, and tears into this for years. So I hope people will support it. I think for the most part, the reviews have been tremendous. The response has been tremendous. There's always the obsessives who go, oh, I knew a lot of this from my 5,000 shoot interviews. But that's not what we were striving for. We were striving to make a very heartfelt movie that rings true.
Okay, we've got a fan here asking you, so just a decent question here. Were you a fan before the movies? And if so, what era?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I started going, I could tell you today, June 24, 1974, Madison Square Garden. Bruno and Jay Strongbow against Nikolai and Blassie. The Valiants against Dean Ho and Tony Garea. I was a kid. I was hooked for life. It was like Marvel superheroes come to life. It was amazing. My TV was black and white. I walked into the garden. I'm like, oh my God, I didn't know these guys were in color. You know, it was amazing. It was amazing. And from 74 to 85, I basically went to Madison Square Garden and Nassau Coliseum every month. And for the fans who go, Bruno and Strongbow and Pedro and Billy Graham and these guys didn't have the moves that the guys have today. Whatever, it's apples and oranges. They also had charisma off the charts. When Madison Square Garden with 22,000 people, the building would shake. The building would literally shake. They'd come down to the ring in a pair of tights, no blaring music, no pyro, nothing. And basically I've been going to wrestling for 46 years, but my favorite era was the WWF era of the 70s and 80s and the NWA of the mid to late 80s in Philly, Jersey, Baltimore. Unbelievable shows with the Horsemen, Midnight Express against Rock and Roll Express, some of the greatest matches I've ever seen. I mean, the talent in that promotion, you had guys like Jimmy Valiant and Billy Graham mid-card. That's how talent-laden the NWA was from the mid-'80s to the late '80s. And just unbelievable. The Road Warriors. I mean, the Road Warriors, the music would hit and the place would go out of their minds. Out of their mind. And
Yeah,
I don't think any team was greater than the Midnight Express.
I was a big fan of that area as well. Unfortunately, we're out of time now, so we're going to get on to our next guest. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much. And I just want to thank Kenny Casanova and his whole team for doing this. I mean, it's very special, and it's not easy. And thank you, Kenny, and thank you, sir, and everybody else involved.
Thank you, Kenny. It's fantastic. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello. I'm here with Scott Stevens. Scott.
Hi, how are you?
Fantastic. You caught me by surprise. I was expecting Glow Talk with the California girl, Sunny.
Yeah, she'll be here in a second. She should be here now. She's, there she is. Nope.
Nope.
She's trying.
Okay.
She said she had to plug her phone in. She said, okay.
Okay, well, just give us a little information on who you are.
My name's Scott Stevens. I am a thriller writer. I write fiction thrillers, and I've just got into the wrestling biography business. I'm still doing my thrillers, but I just finished a book on Joe Abel, Joe Cool, and that should be coming out in a month or two. And I'm working on Brian Blair's book. Trisha's calling. Hold on. We're on.
Okay, we're waiting for Sunny, the California girl. So, sing. What?
Push the shit. It's already on the screen. Just gotta talk about it.
Check out these cool COVID Con t-shirts. How do we get it?
WrestleTees.com.
What?
WrestleTees.com.
At WrestleTees.com. Fantastic shirt. The money goes to...
I don't know.
goes to COVID to helping the wrestlers here. If I'm wrong, they'll come over and body slam me. Okay, we're still stalling for time until we get Sunny.
Let's talk about tomorrow.
Let's talk about tomorrow. Okay. And I got my tech with me right now. So while we're waiting for Sunny, we're going to talk about tomorrow, what's happening. We're going to have 9 a.m. live from Austria. Genrot Freilberger, CWA and Austrian wrestling historian. At 9:30, you're going to have Duke the Dumpster Droese, the wrestler. You all remember him. That was a hell of a gimmick. Yeah, cleaning up the act. 10 a.m. live from Ireland, you're going to have Paul O'Brien, Jim Ross autobiographer. Well, that's interesting. 10:30, Men on a Mission's Oscar, the wrestling manager. Coming on 11 o'clock, you got Cowboy Scott Casey and the author Nick Maskey of Scott Casey's One Last Ride. And my guy is just freaking me out here. 11:30, Pete Bergman, Bedtime Stories, Wrestling's Coloring Books. Ooh, that's going to be fun. I got a lot of time to work on that during the COVID virus. 12:30, we're going to have an interview with Glacier and a major media announcement. Ooh, that'll be interesting. What's Glacier up to? 1:30, Michael Kingston, creator of Headlock Comics and comic books created by wrestlers. I've read a few of them. I've got the Nikolai Volkov one, the Killer Bees. If it's the same one, I mean, these are fantastic books. Live from, at 1 p.m., live from Finland. Michael, okay, we just talked about that. Oh, 2 o'clock, things heat up because there's going to be a hurricane coming. Hurricane Helms will be here talking to you, answering all your questions. At 11, whoa, something just happened here. Okay, 2:30. R.D. Reynolds, the author of Wrestle Crap and The Death of WCW. This is going to be interesting. He actually he managed Mark Henry against Andre the Giant and or actually against Big Show. Big Show picked him up and slammed him, and he really got hurt. He was not really prepared for that. He can tell you that story tomorrow. 3 p.m. we got John Crowther, the writer and co-founder of the Squared Circle Comics. And I'm trying to get this thing. Okay. Okay. Hello, Scott. We're back. Yeah. I like the name Scott.
Patricia is she said she's waiting. She says she's seeing backstage, and only you can see her.
I wish that were true. I can't see her on my feed here. All I could see is you. Otherwise, we'd had Patricia on here.
All right. Okay. Kenny said he's gonna try and call her. Okay. Well, while they're doing that, I can, as I was saying, I'm working on a book with Brian Blair about his career, and we're pretty good ways into that one. That's a lot of fun. And we're also doing a book with Patricia, which is what we were going to be talking about here tonight, about her life, and because her life it includes so much more than wrestling. She did the Glow for a while, and then she did the modeling, and she's just had a very full life. I would say I don't want to give anything away, but it's hers is going to be a lot of fun too, and there's a lot of interest, and she has a pretty hardcore bunch of fans, and it's a lot of fun interacting with them and her. It's been a lot of fun working on Brian's book because Brian is the era that I grew up. And by the way, I saw that 350 movie that you guys were just talking about.
Yeah.
And it's awesome. It's really cool. It goes behind the scenes, and it's if you have not seen it and you're a wrestling fan, you definitely want to check that out. It's definitely. I don't know what the cost is, what it is on there, but it's whatever it is, it's worth it. It's a great movie.
If you're a wrestling fan, I'm sure the cost is not going to matter. I'm definitely going to pick it up and see it.
Oh yeah, it definitely is. And that's the fun thing about doing Brian Blair's book with him is that, like I said, that's the era that I grew up, 70s, 80s, when the territories were big, and it was a lot of fun. And I grew up watching Brian and a lot of the guys that I've met, and now I go to the Legends lunches with them, and I'm working on a book with Brian. I mean, it's pretty cool.
Well, how's that book working out? I mean, is he telling you the stories and you're just writing it, ghostwriting it, or you giving him advice on? Do you embellish stories or?
Oh,
how
no,
does
no,
this
no.
work?
No, it's I'm not ghostwriting it. We're co-authors on it. Just we're doing it that way because I'm already established as a thriller writer and I have my own following. Um, he's telling me the stories. There's nothing embellished, but I'm just putting them into book form because you know, when you talk, it's different than when you actually have to actually write it down. You know, so I'm I'm trying to use as many of exact wording as I can, but you know, I mean, you know, when we're sitting here talking, it doesn't always transcribe into a book. So that's my and I'm giving him guidance, and we're all over the place. He was on the road for so many years and in the business for what 35 years or something, and he's got so many stories. We go all over the map, you know, because it's a lot of fun hearing, you know, Dusty Road stories, Andre the Giant stories, and there
Well,
she is.
hello, Patricia. Welcome. Okay,
And
the volume
now we can
is
see her and hear her.
okay. Hi, Patricia. We're working on the volume, getting the volume up for you.
Does she have no volume?
No.
Never log out and log back in.
Can you log out and log back in? It worked before. Still no volume. Talking to the techie here.
Yeah, just
Advice?
if she exits and logs in.
Okay, you got to exit and then you got to like come back on. Like exit the program and then come back on.
Yeah.
Okay. And now we're gonna wait.
So while we're waiting, I want to put up a couple of things real quick while we're waiting. These are my thrillers.
Thriller.
This is one of them, Twister Town, and
On the Run.
On the Run, and this is my latest one that came out
Deadly Roses. Ooh.
Valentine's Day. Yep. And just to show you that how invested I am into this, I wanted to put up my lifetime membership for the CAC.
Cat.
So
Cauliflower Hour is fantastic.
yep, and that's a very cool thing. They do a lot of cool things, and
Can you tell us a bit more about the Brian Blair project? Oh, we got Patricia just coming on right now. Patricia, can you hear me? Or can I hear you? Still no luck.
No volume.
No volume. Oh no, she's yelling, but we can't hear her. It's like there's a glass window. Hello, let's break the window. What can we do? What can we press? Here. She's knocking. She's knocking. Okay. Is any one of these extra volume? I'm gonna take you out for a sec. Can you hear me now? No, we can't hear you.
No. Put Scott back in. Take her back in.
Okay, I'm gonna put Scott back in. Hold on. Yeah, you've got no volume. Can you turn the volume on your computer, Patricia? Got a nice big hand. Okay. How about now?
No, you turned it off. Okay. No. Turn it back on.
Okay, this is crazy.
Go back down and turn it on. There.
Okay, got my techie here. Mute mic. Okay, mic should be working, but it's not.
Can we not hear her?
We cannot hear her.
Okay.
Okay, my techie that can't hear anything.
Okay. I apologize for this. Let me see what we can figure out here. Sorry, Scott.
nothing else to do, man.
If I could ask Patricia, do you have a set of earbuds? if you can hear me, do you have a set of earbuds?
She needs to give Facebook permission to access her mic.
Oh, okay. I think that's what it is. She just doesn't have access to her mic, and it's not letting her. So I do apologize for that, everybody. We'll make it work. So Scott, please. Kenny had posted up here.
Talk about the Killer Bee project.
The Brian Blair project. Can you explain that a bit?
It's what we're doing is we're going. It's gonna take you on a journey from when he was a kid all the way up until present day, and it's gonna cover his wrestling career, his high school when he started working, how he got involved with it, how he met Paul Orndorff when they became friends, and then it goes into we're gonna cover his politics. His career in politics and the CAC and everything through that. So we still have we've done a lot. We still have a lot to go, but it's been a lot of fun in the stories that he shared with me. Some of them I don't know if we can actually put in the book.
Oh really?
There's some I'm gonna have to come up with ways to word them because there's him and Paul and Dusty and Andre the Giant had a lot of good times on the road, and I love hearing the stories. It's fun to sit down with them, and it's twofold because when I've sat down with him and we've done our interviews, when he tells me the story the first time, it's interesting to hear, and then when I go back and re-listen to it when I have to type it out to hear it a second time, then I hear things I didn't catch the first time, and it's even better. I mean, I love talking to the old guys, the old time guys, and the stories that they have, because they spent so much time on the road back then, and everybody has stories from the hotels and backstage and on the highways, and it's always cool to hear ones that you haven't heard before.
Those are road stories. No, you're 100% right. They are crazy, some of them. You can't believe that people put themselves through some of the stuff they did.
And they did it voluntarily. I've been a wrestling fan ever since I was a kid, and I'll tell you, even though I've been following wrestling my whole life, I learned a new respect for them by going over. I was talking to Gary Capetta, and he put me onto a website to get some statistics from. And when you look and see that these guys, and not just Brian, they all did the same match every single night, over and over and over again in different cities, city to city. It's I mean, it almost sounds like it would be boring, other than the fact, you have a different crowd every night, different arena. So I know it wasn't, but when you're doing the same match over and over and over again, and they just went out and do it, and they loved every minute of it. And I always had a high level of respect for them. But then when I started digging into those results and seeing, you could actually see everything. It's a whole new level of respect. All right, let's try it again.
Oh, we can't hear you. I don't know what's going on. Okay, I do apologize. I'm not quite sure why the audio is not coming through for her.
She's back.
Let's talk to Kenny. Maybe we'll see if we can do something just a bit later on tonight. We'll test this stuff a little bit more and get you guys back on, okay? I am so sorry. I don't know why your audio is not coming through. I am so sorry. Because it looks like she's doing everything right. It really does. Oh, okay. So, I am so sorry. Like I said, we'll get Kenny. Maybe we'll talk with her on the phone. We'll get another spot to get her to come back in. This is why computers are amazing, and they're a pain. Because literally, you will never know why she can't have audio. It will be a forever mystery. Oh man. So anyway, Scott, since you're here, let's talk. Oh wait, hang on. She's trying one more time.
Now it's working. You guys can hear me now, I hope.
There we go.
Oh my God, there she is.
Fixed it. Got it.
There we
This is
go.
awesome. Hold on, you guys. Oh, I don't want to mess up this thing. Oh my gosh, get out of there. You know how hard this is to try to. Okay, wait. You got to get out. Go back. Come on. Move. Bye. Go. Okay, we're going to end this one more time. We're going to go back in. I'm sorry, guys, but it's the phone. I'm working off my iPhone, so when I put it up on the pod, it goes out.
That's okay, because see, now we can hear you, but we can't see you.
Yes. Yeah, go figure. Okay, hold on. Jesus. Let's get out of this.
You know, while you're doing this, why don't we discuss Glow a little bit?
Okay. Hold on. Okay, let me get out of this. All right. Boom. And let's go.
And she's gone.
Well, to me, Glow was a very cool thing. It was on. I remember when it was on. I remember I saw Patricia and Roxy and Hollywood and all of Mount Fiji. We used to watch every week because when I was a kid, wrestling was wrestling. You loved wrestling, and anytime it was on, I grew up in New York, so we were WWF, and once in a while we'd get the feed from down south, and I'm in Florida now, so we'd get the Florida feed and NWA action. Once in a while, AWA action. When Glow came on, it was a completely different concept. Never missed an episode, and then when I got to connect with Patricia a few years back. That was a lot of fun because at the time it was actually kind of cool because at the time it was just another wrestler or former wrestler that I had met and come into contact with, and then we became friends and we started talking about her book project, and it was her book is going to be very, very interesting. There's so many things that has happened in her life outside of the ring. The wrestling is actually a small portion of her life. And a lot of people don't realize that. They will soon, but I don't know how much she wants to talk about, so I don't want to say too much.
No, fair enough.
She's hanging me out to dry here.
Well, in her defense, I think it's technology. Technology is being evil and causing us some great difficulties in this particular segment.
There are. I'm looking at some of the comments here, though. Some of them are pretty funny. Somebody who's muting their wife or something. It's like my wife, I'll picture no sound. Some of them are, they're pretty funny. Sometimes it's good to mute a woman. I don't know who wrote that one. They didn't own up to
I
it.
can read lips, said Mike is great. Yeah, they're trying, and I wish we could figure it out. But man, so what have you got coming up?
Me, I'm working on a new thriller that's going to come out next year, as well as Brian's book. We're about probably 25% that's written. Joe Abel's book, Joe Cool, that's coming out. That's done. Publishing company has it. They're doing the final edits. It was on track for a summertime release, but then all this hit, so I'm not sure. Everything is slowed down, so I'm not really sure. Joe Abel does a great event, Fighting for a Cure, every year. That all of the proceeds from the wrestling show he does goes to the American Cancer Society. And we were trying. That was scheduled for July 26th, I think the date was. We don't even know if we're still going to be able to honor that date or not. But we were hoping that his book was going to be released to be able to coincide with that. But now everything is so far behind, we're not sure. And
yeah. Sadly,
Patricia's,
everything is.
Yeah. And I got Patricia's in the note-taking process of her book. I got her started. Hers was a long time in the making to get to the note-taking process for her, because we had to discuss, what we wanted to include. What we were not even sure we could fit it all into one book right now. There might be a couple of them because there's just so much to cover.
It's that big, is it?
Yeah. Oh God, and I don't want to give anything away. She's had a very, very. She's had a lot happen in her life.
Oh,
and we're gonna dive into the glow and the wrestling, because she knows that the fans want to know about the Glow and when they were on the not only when they were on the TV, but when they were on the road and on their tours and stuff. So we're gonna dive into that too, and some of the stories that she's told me about, being on the road with them and the interaction with the fans and stuff. And it's gonna be anybody that's a fan of wrestling is gonna like it. If you anybody that watched Glow will love the inside, because anytime you get a bunch of women together, there's drama. It doesn't matter what aspect of life you're in. If you get more than 4 or 5 women together, there's always going to be drama. Well, these girls were on the road together, and it was all good. And she's I've heard some really cool stories with her, and I can't wait to write them. And she has such a good following, from her modeling days and mainly from the Glow. She has a lot from the Glow, and these we're going to dive really deep into the Glow section of her life, and just for that, her fans are going to want to get the book so that they can experience some of those, because some of the stuff she's told me, I can't believe.
Really?
It's crazy. It's great, but again, it's you have a bunch of women together, and they don't all necessarily get along. Some are friends, some are not, some are off on their own, and it's the same thing with guys, except the women can. I think when the women are together like that, they can be more nasty to each other than some of the guys are to each other, or at least from what I understand. But it's
from the stories we hear.
Yeah, and from the stories I've already heard, it's I don't know how much she wants to give away, or so, but it's a lot of fun, and anybody that's a fan of hers will enjoy the book. She's not, it's an all access thing. She's not going to hide anything. Anybody that knows anything about her knows that she's dealt with a lot over her life, and we're gonna get into all of it. And it's not always going to be pretty, because she's had a lot of not so positive things happen as well, and but we're gonna address all of it. So it's not one of those frilly books that has all positive stuff and just the good stuff. She wants to share everything with everybody, so it's going to be very interesting.
That's awesome. Well, man, thank you so much for being here. Tell Patricia thank you for trying to be here. We definitely appreciate it. Unfortunately, you can't fight technology, but thank you so much.
I thank you guys. Thank Kenny for all of the work that Kenny's put into it, and sorry it didn't go better.
We'll make it happen again. Don't you worry. Awesome. Thanks, Scott.
All right. Okay. Take care.
Bye. And that came up a little quicker than I planned. We're sorry for those technical difficulties. I'm not quite sure why her audio didn't come through, but the show must go on. So here we go. We have the COVID Con t-shirt that is available at WrestleTees.com. Now, an amazing shirt for an amazing cause, the first virtual convention online. It's going to be a keepsake. I know it, and I'm anxious to get mine. Found out about it yesterday, and unfortunately, it wasn't quite enough time to order one, so I didn't get one for the show today. Remember, coming up tonight, we still have a bunch of people. Someone coming up in a second, but after that, Tom Hankins. We have Bill Apter at 10. 10:30, Jake Shannon. We then have the Masked Republic at 11. 11:30, John Cosper will be here. And then finally at midnight, Man Pondo. It's quite a lineup for tonight and tomorrow. And remember, the first half of the day is one stream, and then tomorrow at 3:30 we cut to the second stream. Facebook has a limitation. We're working around it. So make sure you tune in, and then once you're done the first half, refresh the page, catch the second half, and we'll keep the show going. Now I am going to bring in another amazing person, someone that helped set this whole thing in motion. Kenny Casanova. Buddy, how you doing?
Good. I hope you can hear me all right.
We can hear you, absolutely.
All right, good. I know there's some issues here tonight. I just hope the fans know that, all these people are kind of working in makeshift studio situations. So whenever we're having these little glitches, We're really throwing stuff together for the fans, trying to make something fun. And so far, I think we've done pretty good considering what we have to deal with here. It's not like we have like state-of-the-art CNN, recording studio here to get the message across to people.
Exactly.
So,
everybody's literally using their phones.
Right. I mean, that's what's happening. And we may have Danny Davison on this one, so keep a look in the waiting room there on your screen. If he shows up, that'd be great. He had an issue at 7 o'clock, and that's why things got shuffled around a little bit. And he might come into my feed here in a few minutes, if it works.
Okay. I did have someone else just ask me to bump up my mic. I think my settings are wrong, and I think I'm using the mic off of the webcam, which is why I'm soft. So
No, you're good now. No,
I
you're
am good
finally
now?
good, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, finally.
Someone just
About
posted
time
it.
you got it right, son. About
Right?
time you got it right.
I'm trying to
Yes.
find the one. Here we go. Mike Bowman. Thank you, Kenny. This is great.
Mike, you're welcome. That's what the whole point of this was, is to put a smile on people's face when it's hard to find that smile these days,
Exactly.
Appreciate you watching. We had a lot of people watch. We got DDP in. That was great. Finally came a little bit late, but all's good. Then we couldn't get rid of him. So,
Yeah.
but no, it's super that he came in. I'm glad he was able to make it because he's certainly one of the biggest names on the deal tonight here. So hopefully we're selling books for a lot of the authors and merchandise for the people, the authors and the historians.
Yeah, I know there's a lot I plan on getting now. Okay, I had planned on getting a few before. I think I'll be getting a whole lot
Yep.
more. And now more things are coming in here too. Stuff happens. The concept is awesome.
Yeah.
What's up, Kenny? Thank you again so much. Like they get it. We are doing this all
Yep.
by the seat of our pants. And so we do have your first
Just,
question though. Oh, go ahead.
Okay.
No question yet.
I saw the question, but all right, so I'll just go real quick. The idea again, John Cosper called me up one day on actually a Facebook Messenger, ironically, and he showed me a picture of a book fair, very literal, literature-based, Harvard-type stuff, and it was on Zoom, and he said, you think we could do something like this? And I said, stand back and hold my beer. And then I just went nuts with all the free time that I had, and we turned it into a big Facebook and now Fight TV thing, and I'm super happy that people are digging it. So.
And then it's so big, people like Dangerous Danny Davis are here.
All right, man, the dangerous one is here.
Can you hear us, Danny?
Here's the deal. He might not be able to. If he can't hear us, I told him just to cut a promo. And if we can't hear him, then that'll be no good. So we
Can you
figured
hear
we'd
us?
try it.
No?
It looks like he's got some Wi-Fi concerns. As you guys know, Dangerous Danny Davis was the bad guy referee, star of WrestleMania 3. He was out there making bad calls and then eventually turned to a wrestler. Here's his book, by the way, where you can learn a lot about his story. Super cool. Him and I got together. Oh, we lost them all together.
Yeah.
Him and I got together, and we put this book together. Super inspirational story. You can pick it up at dangerousdannydavis.com. It's written a little bit different. Here he's coming back. It's written a little bit different than some of the bigger, thicker books that are more tell-all. It's more like a high school, a young adult read. It's inspirational. You learn about a kid from a tough upbringing. Is in gangs, violence, and street fights, and stealing stuff, and just bad news, hanging out with the bad crowd. And he eventually developed a work ethic and started putting shares up for WWF wrestling. Then he started driving in a truck to help put the ring up. And then he took over ring crew. Then he worked his way up to a referee. Then he worked his way up to becoming a wrestler. So that's kind of what that book is all about, that I really wanted to plug for him tonight. We weren't able to because of technology concerns. Danny, can you hear us or anything?
I can hear you, yes, but barely. You keep breaking up. You keep going in and out. So I guess I'm here just to say hi and promote my book, I guess.
Do you want to cut a promo in the book? Go ahead and cut a promo. I'll put your picture up.
All right. All right. Dangerous Danny Davis here, world famous bad guy referee. I'm trying to get on this show, but apparently my YouTube isn't working, or however it works, it's not working for me. So I'm just going to promote my book, and I want to thank Kenny Casanova for helping me write the book. He's a hell of a man from WHW Publishing, of course. He's written many books, And when he asked me to write a book, we came up with a different kind of concept for my book. I wanted it to be different. I didn't want it to be like any other, and I can assure you it isn't. However, it does have aspects of my wrestling career, people I met along the way, and there's some stories in there about wrestling. However, this book is for younger people, young adults, even adults who could need some help with some inspiration. This book is completely inspirational. It's for people who are locked down at their homes right now and could lay back and read this book and get comfortable. And I'm sure that they will enjoy it and be inspired. I'm sorry. Means a lot to me. Gives back to the people and the fans that helped me along the way and watch me on TV, and of course WrestleMania 3 and throughout my career. And this is just a way for me to give back a little bit. So if you get this book and you read it, I'm sure you enjoy it. Everyone who has read it, the ratings on it are tremendous. No one has ever said to me that they didn't have anything good to say about this book. So you can get this book by going to DangerousDannyDavis.com and ordering it. And when you do that, I will personally sign it, and I will send it to you personally. So you don't have to go online and get it through eBay or any place else. You get it directly from Dangerous Danny Davis. And I just want to say thank you again for all my fans. I've always said that the fans are number one. Without the fans, wrestling probably wouldn't exist. I was in wrestling at a time and a peak of wrestling that will never be repeated. We made history. We did things that were never done before. And to be part of something like that is really, really something that I enjoy talking about. I wish that I could hear you people better. I wish that I could be on this podcast. I wish that so many things were different right now. However, they're not. So the best I can do is offer you my book. Again, DangerousDannyDavis.com. And you can like me on Facebook, and we can communicate that way too. You guys are great. Your fans are great. And please, take my word for it. This book is a book to have and a book to read. And you can share it with your family and friends, and I'm sure you'll read it time and time again. Okay? Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Danny. That was awesome. I don't know. Can you hear me, Danny?
Yes. Now I can hear you perfect.
Okay, cool. We have one question from a fan here. What was your thoughts on working with the greatest era of professional wrestlers ever?
I kind of just answered that. There's no explanation. I mean, again, when you do things for the first time or a part of something that you just know is great, there are no words that you can express to anyone unless they've lived a dream or accomplished something in their life that they've always wanted to do. And this book is part of that. It will give you avenues to achieve your goals, to go for your goal, and what to do when opportunities present themselves. You know, the book will tell you, and you'll understand better when you do read the book what I'm trying to say, and you'll say, God, he was right on with this, and you people will really, really be inspired, and you will live dreams. You will do things that you never thought possible. Just believe in yourself. Your dreams are yours, and don't let anybody take them away from you, man. Your dreams are yours. Always remember that. Don't let anybody tell you you can't do it.
Excellent. So everybody remember, DangerousDannyDavis.com. Get your hands on that book.
All right, people. Anything else before I leave?
Thank you so much for coming on.
No problem. I love you guys.
You have a great night.
All right. Sign it out.
Okay. And we have somebody else just jumped in here.
Oh, shit. Hey.
Oh, I missed.
Hey, Kenny. It's John Crowther.
Who is that?
It's John Crowther,
what's
Kenny.
going on?
How you doing? I'm just having brownies. I had no idea you were going to pull me on the show. This is great.
Pull him on the show. Get him out of my spot.
I just thought I'd break in. I know I'm going to be on tomorrow. Thanks for putting this together.
I got some plugs to go. Thank you, John. Thank you very much.
Plug it up.
Have
for
fun.
coming in and doing a bum rush. He did a run-in on me.
My pleasure.
Man.
So,
No.
where were we?
Hey, I get no respect. Hey. So,
buddy,
all right, let's see what we got. What's going on?
you have written a book or two.
That's right. Here, I'll show my first one. How about that? I'm just going to go right into plug mode like Greg Oliver. He was good.
Go.
Greg Oliver just went right into mode, and I think Ed was able to go out and go pee at the same time if people were wondering where he went at the time. But my first book was Kamala Speaks, and I saw you had a question that came up before. It said, what were my thoughts of working with Kamala and playing kimchi some? There were a number of different kimchis over the years. I was one of them. I wasn't the one on TV. That was the Brooklyn Brawler, Steve Lombardi. There's the question. What's this say? Kimchi in the book you wrote. Yeah. So we knew each other from working some in the Northeast as me being under the hood. I was a wrestling manager for a long time, did a karaoke gimmick. I was pretty annoying. I was sort of like a cross between Captain Lou Albano and Jimmy Hart, if you could picture that. I would sing my wrestlers to the ring, pick a horrible theme song, make people boo, like a Britney Spears song or Tom Jones, and I would just slaughter it, right? So that was my gimmick, but I played kimchi as well for the big man Kamala. And one day got the bad news that he had really some complications, diabetes, and he had to lose both legs, due to his complications. And I got on the horn with him and I talked to him and I said, hey, man, maybe we could, work on a book together and, hopefully we can get some money together for you to help with medical costs. And he said, Kenny, I think that's a good idea, but I'm going to have you talk to my financial advisor first. And I'm like, really? Okay. Who better than Kamala to make a decision, such financial aspirations as such? And he said, Coco Beware. So I called up Coco Beware and he said, sounds good to me. And we put a Kickstarter up. We got a Kickstarter going and we started writing the book as a reward. And I called around and did a little bit of shopping on the book, and we didn't get any really good deals for Kamala that I thought would help medically. So I figured out the whole publishing deal myself. We wrote the book. We put up a website, and we earned him somewhere in the area of $60K for the book. 60K. Yeah, 60,000.
Nice.
And that book did so well for him. And, there are a couple little errors in here and stuff because I was brand new. Aside from being a wedding DJ on my part-time, after I stopped doing a lot of the wrestling stuff because it paid more, I started being an English teacher and writing, and my weird skill set led to figuring out publishing, getting a website up for him, and making him more money than going with Michael Holmes from ECW Press or someone like that, because I have no overhead. I had no employees that I had to pay or anything like that. All the money went straight to Kamala, and we did a good job with it. So after that, let me see. Hope Kamala is doing good. He was a damn good heel when I was a kid. Yeah, everybody says that. He's one of the ones that, like, if you set him in front of the right crowd, they would run away from him. People that thought that maybe there was some kind of fake elements of wrestling or what have you. I don't know, though. That Kamala is really from Uganda, Africa, and he's really a monster, and he really will kick someone's butt like one of those bears that Dave McKigney had they were talking about earlier on in the day. He's a big monster, and he's going to kill somebody. So, man, sentiment's exact, and that's why putting this book out, we called it Kamala Speaks, because basically Kamala never said much more than, crazy noises, and then we got a whole 400-pager out of him. For people to check out the behind the scenes on that.
Very nice. Christopher Kelly asks, do you feel Kamala will ever get into the Hall of Fame before he passes?
Gee, I hope so. Another book that I did Vader's book, which I've got in the other room I can show in a minute. But sometimes what happens is when people ask, it doesn't happen. That's kind of the thing. Like, oh, please put me in the Hall of Fame. Please put me in the Hall of Fame. And then WWE's like, well, we can't put you in now because you asked. I think that's kind of what happened a little bit with Vader. He was really pushing. He wanted it to happen, which made sense because he was, he had a Super Bowl ring. He was a big football guy, and he really wanted that Hall of Fame ring too. What's that say? Kamala told a great story about his wife seeing him, the Battle Royal story.
He won a
When he
battle
didn't have
royal,
the-
and when he didn't have the fictional payoff, she chased him into the junkyard all night.
Do you know about that?
I do not. I
I'll
do
keep telling it
not.
a little bit. All right. So, okay. So when Kamala first started, his name was Big Jim Harris. They also called him Sugar Bear, and he wrestled in the Memphis territory. Later on, he would eventually work with Jerry Lawler, who would give him the role where he had the big mask, and they kind of went like for the African headhunter kind of look, right? But before that, he's still breaking in, and in fact, he had trained some with Frankie Kane, who earlier on Michael Holmes said he's working on a book with that great Mephisto, which is a neat connection. But so what happened is Kamala got his foot in the door to wrestling promotion. They put him in a battle royal. And it was a $10,000 battle royal, is what they told him. And he thought to himself, "Oh, this is great. If I win this, I'm gonna be able to like buy all kinds of good stuff." So his girlfriend he was living with, he calls her up on the payphone out in the locker room. "Oh, I got on the battle royal, honey. And it says I'm gonna win tonight. And when I win, I'm gonna win $10,000." Like he just didn't realize that there's a little bit of a work there, right? It's the name of the battle royal. It's not really what we get. You're still probably going to get the hot dog and a handshake at the end of the night, it's like everybody else. So he wins, and then he goes up to the promoter. He's all happy, and the promoter's like, it's a work, right? And just gives him the regular $50 or whatever he was paying him. And then when he got home, girlfriend's waiting for him, all excited. It's going to expect, all this great stuff, and she's like, "Well, where's the money?" And he's like, "Well, there really is no money." And she thought he went out and spent it or did something crazy with it, got a shotgun, chased him out of the house, and he ran and had to sleep in a junkyard all night. It was classic.
Oh, wow. See, now that's a wrestling story that can't be topped right there. Man.
Good stuff. Yeah, so go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, you did Kamala's book. What made you decide to do a second one?
Well, once I figured it out, I figured, hey, why not help some of the other boys out? Why not help some of the other guys out that I watched as a kid, worshipped as a kid, and why I got into wrestling in the first place, watching the stuff in the 80s that I loved and got a chance to do some in the mid-90s up until maybe 2007 or 8 when I started to go toward the writing aspect and a little less in the ring myself. So I talked to Danny Davis. We got that book written at around the same time that I was working with Brutus Beefcake, and we got Brutus Beefcake's book out. And that was a super cool book because I still would like to write a rock star kind of book, one on music. But Brutus Beefcake, man, he was right in the mix with the Hulk Hogan stuff. So, man, I'll tell you, his book was like a rock star. I would say you could parallel everything Brutus Beefcake did in those days right along a Bret Michaels or, Vince Neil, one of these guys, man, Tommy Lee. He's really lived the life and ran a fast life. Like Evan Ginzburg was talking a short time ago. He's on the road 350 nights, in and out of different states all over the country. Laws start to feel like they are less applicable to you if you're in another country where laws are different. So, same thing, man. He lived a rock star life, and that was the next book that I really dug my fingernails into, a good 400 pager.
What was that feeling during the Hall of Fame speech when he thanked you?
It was kind of a rib because I kept telling his wife, Missy, I said, "Now listen, we put that book out, and coincidentally, right after his book came out and he got a little light on himself, he got into the Hall of Fame. So if he does not thank me for putting that book out during the Hall of Fame, then I'm going to act like a monkey. I'm going to crap in my hand, and I'm going to throw it right at the screen. And it's going to be on you when my wife gets pissed off." So needless to say, after that, I took that little soundbite, and you could look for it on YouTube, and I looped it over and over again for, I think, 2 hours, where it just says, "And I'd like to thank Kenny Casanova for helping me get my book out there." And I just looped it for 2 hours, and it says, Brutus Beefcake, it says this on YouTube, Brutus Beefcake thanks Kenny Casanova for helping him get into the Hall of Fame with his book for 2 hours long or something like that. It's pretty funny. Nice rib.
Ed, that's Ed. The Brutus Beefcake book is one of the best books I've read.
Yes, but I didn't know that Ed could read, so that is quite an accomplishment, but a low measuring stick at the same time.
We learned a couple things today. Pete Bregman says, so many great stories in the Beefcake book.
Huh. Now, so those of you guys who don't know Pete will be on tomorrow. He's working on some projects with me. Pete is he's a great artist, and he's doing coloring books with me and the wrestlers now. So we're working on, and this is a few out, but there will be a Brutus Beefcake while we're talking about this coloring book. So the concept is called Bled Time Stories, and the first one that we finished was with Cactus Jack, and we called it Cactus Jack and the Beanstalk. And the premise to this whole line are wrestlers versus the classic fairy tales. So we've got the first one was Cactus Jack and the Beanstalk. That's out now. You can find that on Amazon, or you can find it on my site, wohw.com. My publishing company is called Walking on Hot Waffles, so wohw.com. After Cactus, Pete's just about finished Demolition on Mars, which is more of kind of like a spoof on old sci-fi comics. And then we have Sabu versus the Three Little Pigs and Brutus Beefcake versus the Big Bad Wolf. So those are the handful that we're working on right now.
Very nice. One of the things, because we, like you said, you've been not only in the wrestling business, but you did some DJing, but now you're in the author. Which have you had more fun in, and which have you enjoyed the stories most in?
Enjoyed the stories of, yeah, I think I get you. So probably if I could do it again, and I was a little younger, and I did it a lot. When I started wrestling, I did more pro wrestling managing. It was really fun, man. I was up and down on the road, working with a lot of the guys. I got to work with a lot of people right off the bat who I kind of worshipped and liked seeing on TV. They saw that I got it. I had a neat character, and they'd use me on shows. And that's something I'll never be able to forget, because with wrestling, I learned how to tell a story. With wrestling, I learned how to use words to get messages across. With wrestling, I learned how to communicate. I learned how to, what's the word? To market myself, to get myself over, but not necessarily stealing heat against somebody else's, knowing when to do certain things, when to act and stuff like that. And a lot of this stuff translated directly over into my school teaching, because I'm an English 12 teacher. And it also helped me with DJing, because I'm also a wedding DJ. And now it's with the books. I use a lot of the stuff in the books. So wrestling gave me all of that foundation. When you can learn how to perform and suck it up and go in front of an audience and make yourself look stupid and not be afraid, wearing stupid jackets and just acting crazy, and you really nothing else is tough.
Fair enough.
And like, this is an accomplishment for me tonight, to have this going and being out there to help everybody else who might be stuck, not making a whole lot of money right now in these times, but maybe can move some merchandise. It doesn't hurt to ask. It doesn't hurt to try to put it out there, and just ask. And the more you ask and the more you don't give up, the more you'll find success, I believe.
Well, the one thing I'm liking about this too is because it's $30 for a book, and right now everybody's at home and has time to just sit and read. So
Yep.
$30 is a great thing to just be able to sit there and read for a while, and you're helping out a bunch of people.
Right. And so let me show a couple more books, because I don't know, I'm running out of time here, and I don't want to bleed into the next guy's spot. Kenny, when you do the books, do you have standard questions that you ask? Yes, I do, actually. So you may see some similarities in my book, some of the things that I like, but I think that because I was a fan once before, I'm not a bad gauge at what the readers like. And also, being an English teacher that teaches writing, I know how to get that message across to you. So one thing I like to ask are backstage fights. Like, did you ever see a real fight backstage? Might be Nord the Barbarian fighting with Butch Reed in Mid-South Wrestling with Cowboy Bill Watts, not stopping and letting them kick the crap out of each other. Another thing I ask is addiction concerns. If they want to talk about that, there's always been that issue with wrestling, and people because they can relate to that. Everybody has an addiction. Right now, my addiction is after the COVID con, when we try to flatten the curve, I'm going to have to flatten the curve that's growing right here because my addiction is food and I'm eating too much right now. I just said, okay, I'm going to eat carbs right now. So I'm a little bit chubbier than usual. But so that's another question I like to ask. Another question I like to ask is, some of the inside stuff with wrestling, the groupies, the rats, as people say, maybe Japan stories overseas, your first time, how you broke in, how did that work training wise, big breaks, who screwed you over, stuff like that. So yes, I do have a whole list that I always ask. But then I have to find the questions that also have not been asked somewhere else. So I'll listen to a bunch of shoot interviews and I'll check to see what questions have never been covered. And those are the ones that I really focus on because people might already know that kind of stuff.
Gotcha. So now you had a couple things you wanted to say real quick?
I'm just going to show a couple more books. Most recent, I got Tito Santana's book out. Pretty cool.
Don't Call Me Chico.
Don't Call Me Chico. And it's got the story of why the title is Don't Call Me Chico. You probably know, though, Rob, who used to call him Chico? Chico
Jesse
Santana.
The Body Ventura.
Jesse the Body Ventura, who just announced he may be running for president in the Green Party. So we'll see. Yeah, they just announced it the day before. He's this close to signing with the Green Party, they say. So who knows? But yeah, Tito Santana's new book. Pretty cool, 400 pages. Got a lot of cool stuff in there. I also have Sabu's book, who will be on tomorrow. That's right. Sabu's new book. He'll be on the ECW panel tomorrow night, somewhere in the 7 o'clock area, somewhere around there. He'll be with Just Incredible and also Joel Gertner in the ECW panel.
4:30.
4:30. I'm off. Sorry. But yeah, so I did Sabu's book with him. And this is a nice read a lot. And there's a lot of cool people that flew in for this. That's something else I like to do with my books. One of my style. I'm watching the time here. Because in a minute you'll get a text from the projector guy who is like telling you to like cut it when it's time, and that's actually me, and I'll type you to kick me off. So I'm also working on Just Incredible's book. We're working on that right now. And I did Vader's book. Vader's is out. And his was a tough one. His was a good 4 years in the making. And it's one of the ones I'm most proud of because we put that one through the ringer a number of times. We finished it a few times and had to make changes. When especially he got a 2-year diagnosis to live, sadly. And what I did was I worked with him on figuring out how we could rewrite the book with him knowing he had a bit of an expiration date he had to deal with and things he wanted to fix before he was no longer with us, which he amazingly did in many cases. Here's another one who really wants to be in the Hall of Fame, wanted to be in the Hall of Fame quite a bit, and hopefully we do see him one day because I know it was special to him. But I kept telling him, I said, man, the book itself is your Hall of Fame. Man, after you're gone, the book's going to be kicking around, and people can look at it, and it'll have your legacy. And he was really good about getting it done, which was something, it was a milestone for him to finish.
Okay. Well, I'm being flagged. I've got someone saying I better cut you off. Okay. No,
who's doing
really.
That? You will.
But let's wind up with one last question because this seems like a random question. Did Kamala pull a gun on Andre the Giant?
Short answer is yes, but I got to tell the story on that now. I got a couple minutes, so let me do it real quick. How did this go? So they decided to put Kamala with Andre, and Andre was known for being a little snug with some of the guys, and Kamala didn't want any part of getting beat up by Andre. So when they got in the ring, he was a little bit apprehensive. And for a long time, Kamala had down in his tights a little pocket that he had sewed in to his pocket, an actual spot for a gun. And you couldn't see it. He kept the gun for many years underneath his skirt. And for a little while, he had no problem with that. He started getting a little heavier, and then we would take a bump. The gun would bump him, like hit him when he took a bump. So he switched it out and put a knife in that pocket later on. But there are many matches where he's got a gun on him. This is a tough bastard. So Andre got him in the ring, and started beating him up one time, going a little bit stiff. Kamala threw him in the corner and really put it to him, like really punched him hard, stiffed him, showed that he wasn't going to take it. He stood up for himself. And in the back, Andre had called him some names or something in the ring. Kamala said, "Don't you ever do that to me again. You don't talk down to me. You don't try to, hurt me in the ring, or you're going to get what I did to you tonight." And Andre was impressed. And after that, Andre went out of his way to get Kamala booked in every territory he went, because he said that that's a real man. That's who you should be booking. And he brought him to WWE and got him his gigs against Hulk Hogan, where he made the most money that he ever made in his life. So
That's
pretty cool.
incredible.
And yeah, pretty cool.
Very nice. Well, Kenny, man, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for setting this up.
Before you go, I want to thank my dad, who I know which is watching this. And in later years, you all should do this for your parents, because we don't know how long we'll have them, especially with COVID, right? And in my books, I've been thanking my dad for bringing me to all of the wrestling shows when I was a kid, and going out of his way to bring me in and see my heroes and pay his hard-earned money so I could sit and eat popcorn and scream, So thanks to my dad for that.
Perfect. All right, buddy.
If stop at WOHW.com, check our books out. WOHW.com.
Right there on the bottom. All right. We'll see you later, buddy.
See you later. Bye. Turn your mic on.
And that was Kenny Casanova. We're just going to keep on going. We're going to jump right in, or not yet. I don't think he's ready. So I'm going to let everybody know. Again, we have got an amazing lineup coming tomorrow. Live from Austria, we have Gernot Friedenberger, Duke the Dumpster Drossi, R.D. Reynolds, Pat O'Brien, and this is just in the first 2 hours. Man on a Mission's Oscar, Cowboy Scott Casey, and Nick Maskey. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry if I said that wrong. We have so much coming up tomorrow. So make sure you, when you're done watching your daytime feed, you refresh, because you'll catch the afternoon feed. And tomorrow, the afternoon feed starts at 3:30. Ed's in the morning, and I'll be taken up right at 3:30. And we just lost our next guest. So I'll wait for him to come back. I am going to message that he just left. And we are going to keep talking. Oh, I see there was a comment. Hey, Tom's Foot, yes. Oh, I think he's back. I'm just going to make sure he's ready. When you're ready, Tom, let me know. And we will get ready to rock with the next little segment. And he's gone again. Okay. So I'm just going to keep chatting with you guys, because I know everybody here is a wrestling fan. What are some of the books that you people have read that you would suggest to other people? Everybody is going to be reading this feed. So if you can think of an amazing book that you have read, just write it in the comments, okay? Write it in the comments, and that way other people will be able to check it out and experience the same fun you had when you were reading it. Not only that, I know I have only read a few. I want to read more. I've only read the mainline ones. I've read Mankind. I have read The Rock. I've read the ones that get the mainstream attention, but I want to read so much more. So if you have an interesting one coming up, let me know. Kind of like Chris. Chris said Bret Hart's, his was the favorite of all time. And I can see that. I really can. If anyone's got an interesting style, it would be Bret Hart. And if anyone has an interesting life, it would be him. And I'm seeing Kenny jump back in the room. And, Mick Foley, Have a Nice Day. That's one that I have read. And that book just blew me away. I think that was the one that started me reading the books. And, I read China's book as well. And I think that's about it, though. But yeah, after this weekend, before this weekend even started, I had a dozen books on my list that I'm going to be ordering. And now, after this weekend, I have about 24 that I have to get. So it looks like Kenny is online. I am going to see about bringing him back in real quick. I'm not sure why, but we will find out. Both of Mick Foley's books. Yeah, that's true, too. Blood and Sweat Socks. That one... it was a great follow-up. It was. It was so much fun. The Edge autobiography. See, now that's one I did not even know that Edge had an autobiography. Cornette's comic book. I've heard of more people doing comic books too, and as we now know, coloring books. So I'm just going to throw him into the fire here, and boom, Kenny's back.
Well, while I was
What's
talking, usually my role is to like send the guy a a reminder, which I did an hour ahead of time. Tom Hankins was ready to go, but now he's MIA. Unless he's not understanding the actual software. Oh, he's here.
He's here.
You got him.
But the camera is the floor. Like
It's
we
the floor.
briefly.
Oh, so he walked away.
We briefly saw his foot.
Let's bring it back up. I'd like to count his toes, if you don't mind. Can we bring it up real quick? Let me see here.
Boy, I'm looking for my face here.
There we go.
You can see my. There's my bedroom.
I see. Well, your bedroom's very nice, sir. What
Well,
else we
now
got
it went
here?
black.
Looks like we're looking at your pocket now. What's that, a doily that your grandma made?
That's my pillow. I think.
Oh, there you go. So
Oh wait,
I
I'm
would say
shooting the wrong.
You're shooting the wrong way. Maybe we turn it around. All right, so Rob, this is what I've been doing all day, by the way. So yeah, let's try turning that around. There we go. I see
There we go.
Face here. Hey Tom, how you
There's a
doing?
Got it. Pretty good.
How you doing, Tom?
Real good.
Yes, excellent.
Good.
Good to hear. So, Tom, you want to tell us about your stuff? I'll bail if he's all good.
Well, actually, I became a fan in 1958. Saw Hans Schmidt against Farmer Don Marlin on TV when I was 10. And I was hooked right from the beginning. I became a fan of Hans Schmidt and all the bad guys, all the heels. I was a big fan of Dick the Bruiser. So then 1969, I was still a fan, and I dropped acid. I was in Chicago, took some LSD, went to see the Chain Gang against Dick the Bruiser and the Crusher while I was tripping. And I said, "No, that's for me. I want to be like the Chain Gang." So I contacted Harley Race when he came to Iowa and bugged him continually until he never got in the ring with us, but he smartened us up and told us what to do. And we had real long hair. He said, "You got to cut your hair because the boys will resent it. Rookies coming in with long hair." But I never did cut my hair. And eventually, I was working out in the ring one Sunday afternoon in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, with Dan Daniels, who just died a couple of years ago. We wrestled as the Reed brothers. We were working out, and the local promoter, Larry Lewis, was watching us. He went down to the dressing room, got all the wrestlers, and they come up to the ring. All sat down in the front row with Gus Karras, the head promoter in Kansas City, and watched us for about 5 minutes. He says, "Okay, boys, stop." And I thought, we fucked up something. He said, "You're ready. I'm sending you to Nick Goulas." So he had me write to Nick Goulas and lie to him and tell him that we'd work for him. And when I get there, our first match is we had a tag team match, not against Jack Donovan, who was an old veteran at the time. And his partner was Tom Boogaloo Schaff, and it was his first match too, and he didn't tell Goulas either. So there's three inexperienced guys in the ring with one guy, Jack Donovan. And poor old Jack had to lead us through the match. But we got so much heat that the other boys resented it because it was like our first match. And guys in the dressing room didn't like it very much. And Nick Goulas yelled at us, but he yelled at us every day. And he paid us $75 a week, no matter how many times we worked. So we got out of there and went to his opposition. Saul Weingeroff was running with the Von Brunner brothers. It was a prelude to the Populous promotion, IWF. And in fact, Angelo and Lanny were there. I wrestled Lanny one of his first matches. And I don't know, just from there, it kind of took off. Went to St. Louis, Kansas City, California, Hawaii, Mexico. So we were all over the place.
Nice.
It sounds like you've done a massive amount of traveling.
Oh yeah, especially for Gulas, that cheap fucker. But he'd send us 800 miles one way, 300 miles the other way to pick up somebody to go back in between. And we put up with that for about 3 weeks, and finally I got on TV in Memphis, live TV with wrestling Jackie Fargo. It was a tag team match, and we were supposed to lose, of course, to Fargo and I think it was Lawton, no, Jarrett, Gary Jarrett. And
Nice.
we were supposed to take the second fall, but Fargo hooked my trunk and pinned me on the second fall when I wasn't expecting it. I said, "Fuck you, Fargo," and the camera was right on my face. I got back to Nashville. Nick Doulis was waiting for me. He said, "You know how long we've been on TV in that town?" I said, "No, how long?" He said, 23 years. I said, "Really?" He said, "Well, they're going to kick us off if they ever see you on TV again." I said, "Well, they shouldn't watch then."
I'm live. I'm not due till 10 o'clock.
Hey, Bill.
Whoa.
What's up?
Hey,
hang on.
this is
We
fun,
lost
but
Tom.
I told all the Apter chatters here to come see me at 10 o'clock.
Oops.
How did we get him?
We lost Tom.
Well, I'm glad to be here a little early. And Kenny, I thought we'd do a duet tonight. I forgot about you doing karaoke and me doing karaoke. Well,
That'd be nice. What do you want to do? I got you, babe.
What's your go-to song?
I do Fat Bottom Girls usually. That's usually my thing. Oh, we lost all kinds of sound now. Are you still there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it sounds much better without the host, doesn't it? Maybe I should run the show here.
Oh my goodness!
Hey.
Oh, there you no. We're good. By the way, I have a lot of people joining us. Hopefully at 10 o'clock Eastern time. But what'd you say your go-to song was?
I usually do Fat Bottom Girls. I do annoying songs. I like to sing. I don't know, Tom Jones.
Oh, I do. What's your Tom Jones song? Because I'm also.
My Delilah. I like, my.
Okay, wait. I'll start it. You ready? I'll start it. Point to you when you come in. Ready? I saw the light from the night as I passed by her window. I saw the flickering shadows of love on the blind.
She was my woman.
I've got my whole setup here.
Looks good.
I've got an entire karaoke setup here.
I also see over your shoulder, I see a book that I have. Is that true? The yellow book there.
I hope it is. That's one of the reasons. By the way, I want to personally thank you and John and everybody for doing this, because you and I spoke a while ago about this, and I said, you know what? I think this is the first ever. You notice I shaved the beard from last night here, by the way.
Yeah, it looks nicer.
There's a reason behind it, but we'll talk about that when our 10 o'clock comes on. But yeah, we were talking about this, and I said, you know what? I think this is the very first virtual pro wrestling convention.
I think you're right. I mean, I looked around. Couldn't find anything else, so you might have been right. I put a question mark on everything.
I don't see any other conventions around. Do you? always hogs in on my time. By the way, happy birthday.
Nice. My birthday's not till the 22nd.
No, his birthday's today. The Rock's birthday is today.
Oh, it's The Rock? Wow.
Yes. This is actually Rock candy. There's candy in this thing.
So if you flip it around, do you see his candy ass? Is that what you see?
I like that. So wait a minute. Now, we were talking Tom Jones. What I do, my best friend, Paul Big Bear, that's his name. He's an ex-wrestler. He used to wrestle as the Concrete Cowboy. He and I, a few times a year, do shows around
nursing homes and stuff.
Oh,
And
right.
one of the things that I do, I get somebody up and one of the older people, older than me even, and we dress them up in a lady's outfit. It's got to be a male. And of course, I sing, "Oh, she's all you'd ever want. She's the kind of girl you'd flaunt and take to dinner, 'cause she's a lady." Whoa! But that's one of my go-to songs too.
Hey, Rob, you got echo. Why don't you leave? We were enjoying you not in here.
I didn't say it, Rob. He did. I'm hearing somebody's speaker in the background. So, Kenny, one of my karaoke things that I do, you've never seen anybody do this, okay? You've never seen anybody do this. I can rap Barry Manilow songs.
It blows my mind. Barry Manilow's not the first guy I think of for hip hop.
Yo, yo, like I can't smile without you. I can't smile without you. Like I can't laugh like at the Copacabana, the hottest spot north of Havana. Yo, that's it. See, you didn't know I could do that, did you?
That was stupid fresh, yo.
That was it.
Word.
That was it.
Word, man. I like that.
That was it. You know, I can take any song from like the old 60s and 70s, you know, like if you go to YouTube and you put in Bill Apter raps Moon River, it's there. Yeah.
Frank, wow. I'm impressed.
Well, you and I have a lot in common because before I went into the wrestling thing, my whole thing was I want to be a nightclub entertainer.
Oh, okay.
Before I got slapped with the great wrestling bug there.
I can see that.
Yeah, that's what I love doing. So, but when I heard you say what you said about all the entertainment things that you've been doing, I do a lot of that as well.
Most impressive, sir.
Well, likewise. See,
so, what do you got?
I would kick this thing up over here, but I don't know if you could see it from.
I'm not sure. Do you do karaoke regularly? Like, is that
I do it here.
Pastimes? Or you just do it at home?
I do it in my basement. I have a whole studio down here. Yeah, I used to go out. See, here's the deal. My buddy and I do our shows with karaoke backgrounds. If I don't know the words to a song, I don't sing it. I know the words to every song I do. So, you know, rather than having an orchestra come in, use karaoke backgrounds.
There you go. Karaoke's different over in Japan. You rent out a little room and people go in there and they do the whole like little karaoke party. I've been to one once when I was over. You talk about that in the book, right?
In the book, it is in there. Yeah. And the story is that, now do you want me to wait till 10 o'clock to do this?
Go ahead. We lost the moderator. We lost Tom Hankins. I don't know what was going on.
We have several people in the room here?
No, it's just me and you right now.
No, I'm thinking we have an audience here.
We do actually. Let me look here.
I can't tell.
Let me take a peek on my computer.
I have my Apter chatters are in here.
Well, there's at least 50 people watching. Plus, there's close to 100 people watching on Facebook, and then Fight TV. I have no idea. A lot.
Well, that's great. Well, welcome. I call all my people Apter chatters.
That's it.
Yeah. So,
hey, we got a question here. Hold on. Hello, Bill. Apter, do you remember the Wrestle Reunion 2 convention in PA? My first time asking you a question at the Q&A with Mick Foley. Does he remember your question? His name's Dave Russell. I don't know. Do you remember his question?
Oh, my goodness. Dave Russell. Yes. No, I do remember the name, Dave. Thank you for coming into the... By the way, is the glare getting to people? Because I have lots...
Well, that's why I put mine on. We have a couple of things in question, so I put my hat on to kind of hide the glare.
Just in case, and I will get to your...
That's even better. I like that. That's even better. You're a man of a million.
This is the mask that he wore at the Garden when he debuted at Madison Square Garden. He gave me, well, you know, this is very good. Bill Apter, guess my mask.
Wow, that's not a replica? That isn't a replica.
No.
Oh, geez, I want to show stuff. Can I show stuff too? Is this show and tell?
No, wait. I want to get to. I have hundreds of things in Apter's alley. I'm only in a part of it. But let me answer. What was? Oh my God, Mil Mascaris is really Bill Apter. You know what Mil's real name is, right? It's really Mil Moskowitz, a nice Jewish kid from the Bronx. Mil Mascaris. Real name is Mil Moskowitz. Yeah.
All right.
Nice little kid from the Bronx. Anyway, so where did you go to? So your question, I do remember Wrestle Reunion 2, and I do remember your name, but what's your question?
Let me see if he shows it here.
Where
I
did
don't
he
see the
go?
question.
Where did he
It
go?
might come up again. Let's see. I'm looking on the screen here. Where can they buy your book, by the way, if they're interested? I'm just curious.
Right now, a lot of my books are in transit with Scott Wilder, who booked me for several conventions that didn't take place. So my big box of books is with Scott right now, and so he can't and I can't get to a post office. So the suggestion is wrestling fixed? What's the answer?
I don't know. I think you should.
I didn't know it was broken.
The
title of the book.
Yeah.
Wrestling fixed. I didn't know it was broken. Amazon, Barnes and Noble. And if you want the book autographed, once this whole COVID situation is over, if you people send me an email to beapter@onewrestling.com or hit me up on Facebook or Twitter, I can make out a personalized sticker for you that I will send to you personally. I'll pay the postage too, because I appreciate your fanship, everybody. And you can take that sticker, and you know what you can do with that sticker? No. You can put it right here. You can put it right here. Yeah, and it'll be personalized
So,
to you.
I was telling this to Bill off camera before. Bill told me that story of how he did that. And before Leon White passed away, Big Van Vader, I mentioned it to Vader. I said, you know what Bill Apter's doing? He's signing these decals. Because Vader was like, oh man, I don't know if I'm going to actually make it by the time the book comes, because he had 2 years to live. And I said, why don't you do what Bill's doing? Maybe you could make some, decals up and we can put them in the book. And then your autographed copy will come out in the event that you're not with us. And he's like, yeah. And he signed a bunch of them. He was a little bit skeptical at first. He's like, oh, it's going to jinx me if I do this. But he did it. He signed a bunch of them, and fans can still get his book signed, which is super cool.
Yeah, do you know where I got that from? I think I told you this, but
you told me, but tell them.
There was an entertainer by the name of Mike Douglas who had a TV show out of Philadelphia. It was kind of like the Jimmy Kimmel show or the Jimmy Fallon type of show or late night. And one of Evil Zebra, who is a lot of people follow on Facebook, Chris Monaco, we used to work for him. And he said that that's how Mike used to sign the things that he needed to sign. And so I just, by the way, I do want to thank your production crew for not putting an N in my name. I get people say, Mr. Apter, how are you spelling my name? A-P-T-E-R, we'll spell it, we'll say it, Apter. It's all because of Dusty Rhodes. Dusty used to get on TV when I'd present him an award on behalf of the magazine. He'd go, my friend Willie Abner, if you will, and all my babies. But he always called me Willie Abner. So, yeah, we got that question back. If you have any questions for me, I'm here till 10:30 Eastern Standard Time.
There is a question here. It wrote, Steve Dalgosh says, can you ask Bill about one of my favorite wrestling writers, Dan Shockett, and the influence of heel writing in those magazines?
Yeah, Danny died very young from cancer. He was a very young man. One day we were sitting around, Peter King, who was the editor at that time, we were sitting around the desk, and he just looked and he said, we're going to turn Danny heel. We were like, really? So we did it. And he started ranking on the wrestlers, mainly the Von Erichs, the wrestlers, and on me. After Danny, and I'll get back to Danny in a minute, after his passing, we had hired another writer by the name of Eddie Elner. And Eddie took Dan's heel place. Now, a lot of people said, were these guys for real? Yes, on Dan Shockett. And Eddie Elner, if you look him up on Facebook, he ran up until a few weeks ago, till his business went under, and he's doing it right now online, a company called Yoga Soup in California. Yeah, a yoga studio. And I do talk to him once in a while, but Danny was real. most people say, boy, all those characters you wrote, Bill, it wasn't me. I wrote me, and that was it. That was it. Once in a while for the British magazine I worked for, Total Wrestling, I wrote Jerry Williams. And do you know how I came up with the name Jerry Williams? Two of my heroes, Jerry Lewis and the singer Andy Williams. So I put their name.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I'll never forget. I met with Jerry Lewis once, and he said something that inspired me so much. You know what he said? Boy, never forgot that.
Hey, lady!
Thank you. He never said that. What he'd do was, if the lady was coming, I'm looking for a pair of glasses I don't have here. The lady was coming and yelling at him. He'd go, "Oh, lady, please don't, lady. Oh, please don't yell, because yelling, like, really, it hurts the ears." Anyway, any other questions? Those are great questions. John Cosper. Hey. Oh, yes, I have a pro wrestling tees shop, and you can also not just get tees, but you know my closing line all the time, hey, I'll see you at the matches. Well, you can get a sweat or a tee with the
Nice.
Yeah.
I
So
like
you can get, and there's also a Is Wrestling Fixed and an Apter Chatter T-shirt. So there's lots of stuff.
I like the hoodie because we both are follically challenged. We don't have a lot of insulation in the attic, and those hoodies are good, right, for us guys. I put them up there, and I'm good to go.
You see, I do have hair in comb over places.
Well, mine's
here.
combed back. Mine goes down my back. That's where it grows. I got to comb my back.
Do you do a good curly?
I got to jump in. I'm bald too.
All right. Yeah, let's see it. Let's see that baldness.
Wait a minute. I have more hair than all three of us here. No, both of you. Yes.
I know.
Yes. So what
you had a lot of hair last night, though. That beard was something you had going.
Well, the reason I turned heel for a few months.
He's gone again.
I turned heel.
You did?
Yeah. Wonderful Willie turned heel.
And usually that means a goatee, not a full beard, though.
No, I turned bad. Well, I got to talk in magazine talk. I turned bad guy. I turned rule breaker.
Okay. All right.
And it went on for several months, and people liked the beard, and they liked the heel Apter. You can go to onewrestlingvideo.com, and you can see what I did live last night. But then we had a visitor from New York with her parents. A little girl, 2 3/4. And before she went to bed, I said to her, "Can I have a hug?" And she said, I said, "Why not?" She wouldn't tell me. So I went to kiss her on the forehead. She said, "Why won't you give me a hug or a kiss before you go to bed?" And you know what she said? "When you shave your beard, I'll give you a hug." So that was last night. That was last night.
The COVID thing has been to stay away from people with beards. So
Well, she's 2 3/4, and she acts like she's 25. And so the payoff came this morning when I got an electric razor for the first time. And yeah.
There's a question down here. It's been up for a second. Says from a random Facebook user, "I used to buy all the wrestling magazines, PWI, Inside Wrestling, etc. How did they used to come up with those little rankings in the magazines? I would guess like the top 10 and stuff."
Okay. First of all, Facebook user, I'd like to know who you are, but it's okay. You want to remain anonymous? So here's the deal. That was me. I was part of the ranking committee. I would call every Monday. Every Monday, I would call all the territories, all the way from Don Owen, who did What A Wrestling magazines, to Jimmy Crockett, to Ole Anderson, to the Von Erichs, to which Gary Hart would pick the phone up and always go, "My man, here's the rankings for this week." Everybody was ready. To Jim Ross, and they'd let me know they weren't didn't smarten me up at all, but what they did was just give me what the wrestlers that were coming into the territory and where they might be putting them. So I was responsible. Hang on, I'm getting an IM from my son here. So I'm switching over for 1 minute. Hold on a minute here. He is not in the room yet. All right, Brandon, come on in. So I created most of the rankings through my contacts there, and a lot of times most times the rankings were 3 months behind time. By the way, I want to break for a moment to tell you that there is a whole chapter in Is Wrestling Fixed? What's the answer, Kenny?
It's not broken.
I didn't know it was broken. He's going to get this before 10:30. And so a lot of the fans knew there was a lag time, but what was really bad was the wrestlers. Hey, Bill, you know I won more matches than Chief J Strongbow. How you come you got him number 3 and I'm number 4? You know, this would go on every month. I was afraid to bring the magazines into the locker rooms sometimes because of the rankings. Now, I was not the guy who came up with or did the PWI 500. Right. I was part of the committee where we would sit in a room and rank the first 100 guys, and then we would put one of the editors, like a nice guy like Bob Smith, on to the rest of it. You then could not talk to Bob for 2 weeks because Bob and all the other people who did the 500 bios were, hey, Bob, good morning. Don't talk to me like that. You know, it's like pressure to get that 500. And then going out in the field and, hey, why did you make me number 98 when I should be like number 76? So I had a lot of pressure on me all the time for the PWI 500. And again, I didn't rank most of them, but the ratings were done weekly with me calling all the wrestling officers. Hey, Rob, what makes you a slob?
Being here.
Okay. Just checking.
Yep.
We tried to give him a gimmick for the COVID con. We gave him a gimmick. The other
I
guy
like it. I like it. I like it. So the thing that banged over here when we were talking before.
What's that?
That's this. Have you seen this ever?
Lords of the Ring. Is that Lords of the Ring?
Let's see. I don't know how many of the people out there would know what this is. This is an old VHS. So the very first, before WWF, WWE, WWF came out with Coliseum videos.
Yeah.
We had Pro Wrestling Illustrated presents the very first VHS tape. Okay. So John Berzicelli, who's a congressman from New Jersey, came up with a format, and he hired Gordon Soley and I and Craig Peters as he hired Craig as a producer, and we hosted the very first pro wrestling videotape.
Nice.
So I didn't know. I want to play that Pac-Man machine in Kenny's place over there. By the way. But yeah, this was the very first pro wrestling. So I'd like to know, any of you people out there who are watching this on Facebook or on Fight TV, how many of you have this or had it? And it was never put on DVD. It was never put on DVD. Kenny, where did you go to?
I got it.
It's all right.
I'm trying to find it.
No, it's okay. We already have it here. We've got. Oh, look at that! Wow. I have that one too, of course. Gordon and I hosted that. Now, the best one that I have with that series, though, with Lords of the Ring, they sent me the Japanese version of it, and there's subtitles. I'm moving my mouth, and there's Casanova. You know, that's So that was wrestling's very first one. So nice. I have a lot of topics to talk about. Unless we've got some. You have some other questions, or are we saying? Or what do you have any more questions coming up?
I'll start feeding through them if you want to show us something.
Oh yeah, I'll show you something if you show me something. What is this? Like my first girlfriend. Well, I'll show you. You show me that. Okay, so when I used to go out and do my interviews, I did them on this.
What is that?
This is an audio cassette, and this is a cassette recorder. And what I used to do, this had a built-in microphone, but I used a certain mic because you would see that in the magazine. And I have hundreds of hours of audio tapes that sound digital, and they're not, on these, all the way from every territory that I traveled to. I did audio interviews, and we would transcribe a lot of them for the magazines. Sometimes the real interviews were not as good as what we printed because we had to spice things up a bit. But for example, this is an interview, and I'll play a minute of this, with Bruno Sammartino after he lost the WWF title. Do you want to hear it?
Sure, please.
Well, if you send $10 to my Venmo account. Okay, so here we go. Let's give a listen here.
Okay, we're speaking here with former champion, now returning to Madison Square Garden, Bruno Sammartino. First thing, Bruno, how you feeling?
I feel great.
You look better than ever, really.
Well, it was a hard grind for a year, traveling and keeping irregular hours and so forth because of my schedule. And now, of course, the past 5 months since I lost the title.
That's cool. Yeah.
This
little
year,
loud, but yeah.
recuperate from some of the old wounds and also to do some better and harder training. And I haven't been wrestling as much. I'm only wrestling maybe once a week. And
Okay, so that I have tons of that. Now this goes with that. You see this thing? This is not a cell phone. It's not a cell phone.
Where do you dial on it? Can you call your mom on that?
And this is what you put in this. It's a thing called film. So all the pictures that you saw in the magazines in the 70s of Bruno Sammartino losing the WWF title to Ivan Koloff was shot with this little junky $59 rangefinder Minolta. Hold it, guys. Got it. Okay.
Now that's a screenshot.
Oh, yeah. Well, shoot it. Come on. Neither of you have a cell phone handy to take a picture of it here? Come on.
You know what?
By the way, if any of you people out there again have questions, I'm here until 10:30. So, okay.
And boom. Got it.
That's right. Archived forever.
Exactly.
So,
all right, so I'm gonna bail out so Bill can do the rest of his. I feel like I'm stealing his heat.
Well, wait a minute. One thing before you go.
Okay.
You have said to me several times that the cowbell, Championship Office Wrestling, is something that eventually you aspire to go to an office and challenge me for this.
I think I have a chance at beating you for that coveted title.
You will know something. You can beat are eggs. All right? You want a shot at the cowbell. This was made for me by Reggie Parks. You can see
that.
Cow.
Yeah.
Wonderful Willie. And Kenny Casanova, if you want a shot at this title, you have to go to other offices and beat some other people, and then we'll look at the rankings and see if you deserve a title. Now you can get out of here.
Well, there we go.
There we go, Rob the Slob. So I've been on a half hour, and I'm enjoying this so much. Do we have any other questions from the after chatters, or do you have any questions?
I actually saw one here. It says, what wrestler threatened you and why?
Oh, there were tons of them. Tons of them. A lot of them threatened me because of their lousy standings in the rankings. I'm going to tell you the most scary story of being threatened. That actually there's two of them. One of them I don't know if I'm going to talk about.
Okay.
It's in my book. It's about Randy Savage. But I want you to read it in the book. All right?
Okay.
Dan Shockett, as you know, was our first bad guy rule breaker columnist. A lot of the promoters didn't get it. They didn't understand. Well, Dan did a story likening the Von Erichs, Kerry, Kevin, and David, to the Three Stooges. Okay.
Okay.
Shortly before the magazine came out, David died. The magazine comes out after David's death, and Fritz Von Erich, who everyone was terrified at, but I was like family to the Von Erichs, the Parade of Champions was going to happen at Texas Stadium. They had planned that to honor David. Gary Hart gives me a call. He says, my man, Fritz does not want you here. I said, David was like a brother to me. I loved him so much. He says, well, that thing you wrote, and I said, I didn't write it. He says, that thing you wrote in the magazine about the boys being the Three Stooges and David just died, Fritz is pretty pissed. And I'm like, can you please tell him? Can you please reason? This is in my book. So he said he'd try. And he called me later that day and he said, nope, Fritz doesn't want you there, my man. So got a plane ticket along with Craig Peters, one of my associates, and we went. I figured the best way to do this is just head on right there and see what happens. So for hours, I'm sweating back in the dressing room area. And then I see Fritz coming down the hall looking very angry with two of his sons. And he gets right next to me. And I said, Fritz, he puts his hand on me like this. I've got the claw hole. And I'm shaking literally in my shoes. And he says, I forgive you, son. I was like, if I was wearing a diaper, I would have gone right directly there.
Yay, I'm not dead.
I didn't know what caused that. I talked to Gary Hart later, and he didn't know either. It turns out that I had called Doris, Fritz's wife, to try and explain myself, and it was her who got the heat off of me. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, so hopefully Facebook user, that answers your question. For the Randy Savage story, which was literally terrifying to me. Oh yeah, brother, it was very terrifying and very true. Please read my book. Is wrestling fixed? I didn't know it was broken.
Never broken.
Yeah. Well, it has been at times, but not for me. If you notice, Jim Cornette always said, Bill Apter's book sucks because he doesn't bury anybody. And that's the whole thing, and Michael, hello, it's great to see you, by the way. And I'll get to your question in a minute. People that write online these days all say to me, boy, I want to be like you. And thank you. I really appreciate that. But how I can't get in here and I can't get in there. And they always say, what's the best advice to make the wrestlers and the wrestling people respect you? And it's so simple. Don't piss anyone off. That's it. It's that easy. Yeah. It's that easy. If you want respect, don't write stupid things. It's that easy. All right. So Mike Bowman, is that the Mike Bowman I used to know from Florida?
I will wait and see if he responds.
Well, that's okay. That's all right. We have some time. But hey, Bill, was it your idea for Apartment House Wrestling? Read the book. I hated it. I could not believe Mr. Weston, my boss, the publisher, calls me into the office one day and he talked like this. He said, we got these pictures from Theo Errett, who was a brilliant photographer in Los Angeles. He used to shoot all the stuff for at the Olympic Auditorium for us. And he had these pictures of these gorgeous, sexy, knockout models in wrestling poses. And I said to Mr. Weston, because I was the photo editor, I said, what are you going to do with these? We're putting them in the magazine, in Sports Review. I said, this doesn't have a place in the wrestling magazine. We're putting it in. So I was hoping that this would last maybe one issue of Sports Review Wrestling. It sold more copies of Sports Review Wrestling than any other issue of that magazine because it was softcore porn. Oh, Daddy, Mommy, I'm buying this for wrestling here, right? So I did not come up with it. Chief J. Strongbow, I brought him up a few times. He said, if you're going to put me in that magazine, don't bring him to me. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see my family do this. Vince McMahon Sr., what is this crap that you're putting in the magazines? Yeah, so Michael, no, it was not my magazines, my idea for the magazine. I was totally furious about it, but keep in mind, Mr. Weston was a publisher. And the bottom line, son, the bottom line was for the publisher to make his money. And he made a lot of money on that. So, yeah, great question. Great. Nice. You look a little bit like Stone Cold Steve Austin on this podcast. Has anyone ever said that to you?
I did have that mentioned a few years ago, not recently, but a few years ago.
You did. Nathan Hatton, did I get free samples of products from any of the insane ads that were run in the magazines back in the 70s, like the Love Doll with the black tape across her breasts? No, I didn't. I wish I would have gotten, beside that one, of course. I never got free samples of any of that stuff. Tell me what, Nathan, what are some of the products you remember there? Boy, I wish we had that we could just click back and forth here. But let me know what products you're talking about, Nathan. By the way, I love the name Nathan because my father's name was Nathan or Nat or Nady, however you wanted. Has Nathan responded here?
Not yet. I'll post a couple more and I'll keep an eye out.
Yeah, please. Let's do that. All right. John Costner. Hi again, John. Bill, before I read Mick Foley's Have a Nice Day, I was a regular reader of OneWrestling.com. I only recently made the connection that was your site. We'll pause there. That's not my site. It was originally owned by Bob Ryder and Joey Styles. Joey is no longer in the picture. I still do not own the site. Okay. So, I have I've moved. I'm still at OneWrestling.com, but I concentrate on www, not www, like most broadcasters say, but www.onewrestlingvideo.com. That's where all my interviews and everything stored. I always thought Mick was my first favorite wrestling writer, but I guess you are. Thank you. I really appreciate that so much, John. So, John, I don't think we're going to be able to get in that song tonight that I was going to do because my setup's all the way over here and we're not losing. I mean, we're clear and coming through perfectly, right? So I don't want to blow it here.
Yes.
But thank you, John. I really appreciate that.
This one I'm actually curious about. Where did it go?
I just heard your Canadianism about.
Yep, I'm Canadian. But I'm one half of the podcast for Sid Vicious.
I know.
I'm very curious. He says, do you have any good Sid Vicious or Lex Luger stories?
Oh, I have tons of Sid Vicious was great to me. For, people told me he's scary, he's moody and all. He was always wonderful to me. And when he won the WWF title, back then the magazines were like banned because the WWF had their own magazine. So we had to shoot from the stands and all that. And when Sid heard that I was in the building, he talked to J.J. Dillon, who brought me downstairs to take a picture of him with the belt. Yeah, nice. So that's a nice Sid story. He's always been really, really nice to me. Yeah, good guy. And people used to always say, if you go to onewrestlingvideo.com, it's the number, not the word, and you put in Sid Vicious and Bill Apter. I got up on a chair and interviewed him one time. Not that I'm not as tall as him, but I didn't want to embarrass the guy.
I understand that completely. I do.
Yeah,
too.
Lex Luger story. Lex and I have been friends forever. The Lex Luger story that I always tell people is when he was really young and he was being groomed in my mind for our covers to be like the next Hulk Hogan. I called Jim Crockett Promotions. He was working for him. And I said, I'd like to take him to a local Charlotte Lexus dealer. Have him take off his shirt, do this in front of a Lexus. So we get to the Lexus dealership, and he's all, he stands in front of the car. And I said, could you take the shirt off and do this? And he just looked at me and he said, I don't want to do this. And he left. That was it. Called me to apologize a few weeks later. He said, and he's born again right now, so he wouldn't say this now. But he said to me, I apologize. I was a real dick for doing that to you. But yeah, he was the total package. And and Lex and I stay in touch once, twice a year. As I mentioned, he's living in, I think, Buffalo with his mother. He takes care of his mother. And he's always been a good friend to me. And I think had all that stuff not happened to him, that, after that whole thing where he slammed Yokozuna and all that in New York on that military carrier and all that, I think he would have been as big as Hogan if they had played that card right.
I agree with you.
And you know what Hogan would have said about that? What you gonna do, brother, when Lex Luthor? No, he wouldn't have said.
It's close.
Yeah. Yes, Joe Beck, that was an excellent question. Thank you so much for...
I know definitely want to get a hold of you after this then to see about getting you on Sid's podcast, because I'd love to sit down with both of you.
Oh, yeah. Well, the gentleman that's writing his book and I talk quite a bit.
Yes. See, there we go. Yes. We got a connection.
There's definitely a connection. But Sid used to always say, don't write the magazine that I'm taking the summer off to play softball. Why are you guys doing that? And I said, I never did that. That was Peter King or Stu Sachs. I took the rap for everybody who wrote, all the real people. I took the rap for anything they wrote. They tell you, Bill's going to get in trouble. Great, send him out there.
He's the scapegoat. Go get him.
I was a scapegoat, yeah. Who's that laughing in the background?
That's my buddy Steve, and he's helping me.
Steven.
And now Nathan got back to us.
Now, wait a
he
second.
said there was those dolls, tons of strength courses. Okay.
Oh, no, you can tell by this body that I never got free samples of these strength courses.
Super shady Super 8 videos and
Yes.
X-ray glasses.
And I did get the X-ray glasses. I bought the X-ray glasses. I thought they were very cool.
And the mask.
This one was given to me by Mr. Wrestling number 2. Well, you know something, Tommy Rich? Friday night, you're going to the moon, boy. You know what? Do you remember the old show, The Honeymooners, with Jackie Gleason?
To the moon.
Right. So he used to always say to his wife, Alice, oh, you're going to the moon, Alice, which today somebody called 911 right away. But I always said to Mr. Wrestling number 2, I talk to him 2-3 times a year. He's living in Hawaii, and he's doing all right. He had hip surgery. And but I always said to him, it took me years to figure out what you sound like. What are you talking about, boy? It's what I've always been doing. I said, you're Ralph Cramden. He said, what? And then I did that, oh, you're going to the moon. And he says, I said, when you do your interviews, Tommy Rich, you're going to the moon. Same guy. Yeah. Yeah.
That's awesome. I have this one now.
Alan,
one event.
Wait, I want to pronounce his name incorrectly. Alan Kowalczyk. All right.
There we go.
Yeah.
One event that you attended, would you say blew your hair part to the other side because it was so good?
Well, that would have been my comb over going from one side to the other. Oh, my, there are so many of them. I'd say it might have been the first Starcade. Yeah, I mean, that was before there was WrestleMania, and people didn't know that there was going to be this kind of like real exciting fight, Ali Fraser type of fight air going on for a show. Yeah, I would say that was blew my comb over back and forth. Yeah, yeah.
How about this one from a Facebook user? Can you share the story about the time you delivered the comeback of the year award to Randy Savage?
In the book. It's in the book. As I said, it was the real incident that made me almost lose my valvular movement. Please read it in the book. I don't want to tell this story. Or if I can suggest, if you go to Audible, the audio book is 9 hours. I can't listen to it. It's so long. I keep saying, I know, don't keep. No, but that story about Randy Savage is so freaking intense. I would much rather you hear it or read it in the book. And then you can hit me up on Facebook or Twitter and ask me whatever questions you want about that. I will tell you that Randy and I did make peace at the end of that thing. And that was brought about by the interference of Hulk Hogan. Yeah, so if curiosity's gotcha,
read the book.
Read it or listen to the audio book. I think you can download it from Audible. Yeah.
Nice. Danny Damon, Bill, any stories of Dangerous Danny McShane?
I didn't know him. I met him once for 5 minutes once in a dressing room. Actually, when he was a referee. I met him a couple of times. He wasn't dangerous at that point. He was older, but he was a very nice Irishman to me. I told him I worked for Stanley Weston, and he accepted me immediately because Mr. Weston was the guy who pretty much started the wrestling magazines, Wrestling Review. There were magazines before that, but Wrestling Review was the first magazine. But actually, Danny, you look a little bit like Dangerous Danny McShane. Doesn't he?
Have you ever seen them together?
Never, ever, ever. But then again, you haven't seen me and John Cena together. Yeah.
Okay, now we got one from Facebook. What is Uncle Bill's most prized possession in Apter Alley?
Well, the Mil Mascaras mask is one of them. I have, in Apter's Alley, I have a Lego belt that a fan made for me out of 450 Legos. All right, here we go, gang. Hopefully we won't lose our connection here. And then I have masks that were given to me by tons of wrestlers. I'm trying to move my chair here, and it's hitting my crotch. Hold on a minute. There's no lights on here at Apter's Alley yet. So if I go into the dark, I'm still here. You people didn't know this was going to happen tonight, did you?
This is how a lot of horror movies start.
Yeah, a lot of what?
A lot of horror movies start this way.
Oh, yes. Why don't you come into Apter's Alley with me? So I don't know if you can see this, but there's a Lego belt.
Oh, wow.
Now, next to the Lego belt, do you see that Rey Mysterio mask?
Yes.
When he lost his mask to Dean Malenko and won it back, he gave it to my son Brandon, and I'm safe keeping that for him. Over here is a mask the Ultimo Dragon gave me, and there's my favorite Mil Mascaras mask up top, and there's one from Juventud Guerrera. Yeah. So let me take you around some more. Now, Bud Carson, my buddy Bud Carson, used to have a place in Allentown. Wait, the comb over is getting really bad. Used to have a place in Allentown called Bud Carson's Pro Wrestling World, and he had a wooden statue that he carved out of Bruno Sammartino. And a few weeks ago, before the COVID thing, he came here, and look at that.
Oh.
Yeah. It's now in Apter's Alley.
That's
so unfortunately, it's dark back here. You know the one question you didn't ask me? Because I'm looking at a picture of it? About Andy Kaufman.
Consider it asked.
Oh, you don't know about it?
No, please.
I am the guy who introduced Andy Kaufman to Jerry Lawler. I'm behind that entire thing. It's in the book, but it's public record. Even Andy Kaufman's people know that. And if you ask Jerry Lawler, he'll tell you too. I know we're getting close to time, so I have a ladder. Hold on a minute. Let me turn a light on here. You guys all right with me doing this?
Yeah, as long as you're good with it, we're good with it.
Well, I'm fine. Hold on. I just need to turn a light on here because I'm going to show you something that no one else has done. And I got an award here for the most creative use of a ladder. All right, here we go. So all the Hall of Fames that I've been put in, I have an entire ladder.
Oh, that is excellent.
That's my ladder of success.
That is brilliant.
We also did boxing magazines, and this was given to me by, I was the head photographer for our boxing magazines. This Muhammad Ali gave me, and then another person made me this boxing robe. Oh, over here, speaking about Randy Savage, there's a Slim Jim display here. Now, can you see these jackets?
Yes.
So Ricky Steamboat gave me the Mid-Atlantic Gym jacket, and Michael Hayes and Buddy Roberts and Terry Gordy gave me that jacket.
Bad Street USA.
Yeah, yeah. So in the Randy Savage Slim Jim thing, I have on here the first magazine that I ever worked for, Wrestling Review, and then the most recent writing of a book. My book is Wrestling Fix. So there's some stuff from Apter's Alley that I can show you. Yeah. So I don't want to hold up your 10:30 visitor here. Look at that.
Oh, Rock and Wrestling.
Yeah, yeah, that's the actual videotape. Now I'm not going to do this, but before, who's your 10:30 guest?
It is Jake Shannon.
I don't want to hold Jake up here. I was going to show you some more stuff. We good?
Worried. Yeah.
Okay, so back here.
I'll give you a 2-minute warning.
Okay, back here. I need to plug in again. Are we in the dark again?
Looks darkish.
Okay, hold on. Again, you never expected this, but this is my back here is my whole music studio. This is what Kenny probably was talking about. And I'm down here every night for about an hour singing. And is Kenny there so he and I can do a duet?
Let's see here.
Where is
I'll
he?
send him a message. There. I sent him a message.
He won't know this song. Steve, thank you so much for that comment. My love for wrestling's always been infectious. I really appreciate that. Not a good word to use during this period of time, infectious. No, thank you. You see his photos every time you watch the network. Yeah. Oh, where did his question go? I was going to answer that.
Oh, go right ahead. Here, sorry. Here it is.
It credits PWI, a 40-year influential magazine. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. Back there is my God, Stan Laurel.
Oh, nice.
You see that? Yeah. So I was going to do a duet with Kenny, but he's not there.
He is not here. And actually, we have our next guest ready, so I got to give you a 2-minute warning.
Thank you so very much. I appreciate everybody. OneWrestlingVideo.com, the number one, not the word. That's where you can find me. And let's do this one time, and let's have Kenny and I do a concert.
I think that's a great idea.
All right, because all I have to do is plug this in, and you can hear the. Thank you, everybody, for being Apter Chatters. It's very appreciated. This is not on, but it's a good prop.
It looks good.
Yeah, it looks good. So thank you, Rob, and you have unslogged yourself in my mind.
I thank you for that.
And I want to thank all you people who watched for my time here. And I want to say, you're getting ready to hit the off button here. I'll see you at the matches.
Nice. Now that's an exit right there. That is an exit. Man, that was amazing. Bill Apter, everybody. If you don't know Bill, you don't know wrestling. So we're going to jump right in to our next guest. There's Jake. How are you doing, Jake?
Doing good. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can. That's good. We've had some technical issues tonight with audio, so this is really good.
Good.
So how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing well. Well.
Have you been watching the feeds coming through?
I have, but it's been a little sporadic. I have 3 kids, all of them under 13, so...
So you've seen a total of 10 minutes, but not in a row.
I really haven't watched anything through its entirety, unfortunately. I can't get pulled away, but I did make sure that they're not going to bother me for the next hour or so.
Oh, hey, no worries. Now, we're here to talk about some of your books.
Sure.
Yes. I got to start first. What got you into writing? These kind of things always fascinate me. What drives people to do their passions?
Well, I've always been involved with wrestling. I mean, since I was probably 4 years old, and so it had always been a passion of mine. But I went to the University of Colorado as an undergraduate, and I ended up getting an English degree. And I didn't do anything with it. I was actually I didn't want to write. I didn't really want to be a writer or anything like that. But I decided to, for lack of any other, I didn't know what else to pick, so I just picked being an English major. Well, about 10 years later, once I started getting into writing or into wrestling a little more again in my 30s, I decided that one of the best ways to get some of the ideas that I thought were important out there was through writing books and writing articles and things like that. And so here we are, my two wrestling books.
Say Uncle and Physical Chess.
Yeah, so this one was the first one in 2011, published by ECW Press, who does fantastic things for the wrestling community in terms of publishing. And then Physical Chess, which I ghost wrote that with Billy Robinson. You can see up here at the top.
Oh, very nice.
So that was kind of fun too. So it was a bit of a roundabout type of situation. It wasn't really, I never really had plans to be a writer, but those are just my wrestling books. I've also written probably about 7 other books in other areas, other fields.
But there must have been a passion there because you've kind of dropped into it and it's doing you well.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, books were more of a means to an end because I at the same time as I started writing books, which eventually became these 2 books and some other books that I've worked on, I was also doing work with video, like making instructional videos for wrestling and things like that. So these were all just means to an end for me in terms of getting the information out to people who are interested in this sort of thing.
Okay. John threw up there. Here's your website. So if anybody wants to look into your books, that's the best place to start.
Yeah, thanks,
And
John.
you have,
And go ahead.
I was just going to put up a hello. It was another hello, Coach Jake from Toronto, Ontario, Canada.
Oh, hi. Yeah, I do a lot of coaching now, so.
So you're in the Toronto area?
No. I'm actually in Denver, Colorado.
Oh, a little far from Toronto. Yes.
Yeah, but the thing is I've gotten to be, my passion is catch as catch can wrestling, which is kind of the foundation of all professional wrestling. It's if you could imagine professional wrestling as a competitive sport, that's what catch as catch can is, and I've had a passion for that for decades, and so I've been very lucky to kind of travel the world coaching people, and I haven't actually been to Toronto since 2000. Boy, that had to be 2001. I wrestled Vampiro in the Sky Dome there in Toronto, actually, in 2001.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, that was probably my biggest match I ever had.
Real quick, we got Georgia that just says hello. She says hi, Jake.
Hi, Georgia.
And where was the other one? Here we go. This one's a Facebook user. I read Physical Chess last week for research on a comic he was writing.
Oh,
really great stuff.
Yeah, that was an interesting book because, Billy, I was really close with Billy Robinson in the last about 7 years of his life. Very, very close. And that really is one of the things that culminated from that was Physical Chess. And what was amazing to me was I'm pretty technical, not just in like wrestling or coaching like that, but like in general. I have a master's degree in math. I got that after I got my English degree. And it was so amazing to me because I like to fact check everything before I publish it because it's going to be there for after I die and, I don't want it to be wrong. So, but it was amazing. Billy would spit out these facts about random wrestlers and who they fought and stuff. I mean, from like 75, 80 years ago when he was a little kid. and everything was right. That the book is really a fascinating book. It's not a long read. It's it's not a big book, but Billy packed in a bunch of great stuff. So I'm happy. Whoever that is, Facebook user, please let me know when the comic book is done. I'd love to see it.
Absolutely. Well, there was a follow-up. The book was great, but way too small. Just what you said. And I think that's the best compliment you can have.
Well, for those of us that have ever pro wrestled, they always say leave them wanting more. And Billy was a master of that. And unfortunately, he passed away a couple years ago. And so that's about all we're going to get at him in terms of a book. But it really is a great book. I'm very happy to have been a part of it.
That is amazing. So which of Billy Robinson's old friends from your trips to England did you most enjoy meeting? There we go.
Oh, wow. Hey, Nathan. Nathan is, in my opinion, the best academic historian in this field. I mean, the guy is like leaps and bounds ahead of everybody. So, hi, Nathan. Thanks for the. I reference his work a lot in my work. Which of Billy's old friends? Probably there was a guy named John Cox, COX, and he was a fascinating guy. And I met him. I think we hung out for a day in the city of York, in England, up in the north. John Cox ended up being like the mayor or something like that. I don't want to get it wrong, but I think he was the mayor of York.
Really?
So he got elected and had this, he was an important person or whatever, right? Well, when Billy and I went back to England, I think it was 2011 or something like that. Maybe it was 2012. We went back a couple times. We got to hook up with him. And, here's this guy who's the mayor of York, and we're meeting him. And he and Billy are telling me these funny-ass stories. Basically, one of the stories was John Cox is a big guy. I mean, he was a heavyweight wrestler, and he was at Billy's gym. And one time they were wrestling, and I can't remember exactly the story, but it just, in my head, Billy was wrestling him and took him down and either squeezed him too hard or slammed him too hard, and he shit all over Billy's gym because it was at Billy Robinson's gym in Manchester. And they were laughing pretty hard about that. But John was so embarrassed, he said, back in the day. But he just was full of personality and just a really, really genuine guy, a nice guy. I don't know if that answers the question, but...
But it was an amazing story. David Connor says, is it true that Vern Gagne would not let Billy Robinson have the AWA belt because Vern was concerned that Billy's wrestling skills were so superior to the rest of the roster, and he was concerned that Billy would never let go of the title?
The truth of the matter died with both Vern and Billy. You know what I mean? So I can't really speak to the truth of it, but I can certainly see that Vern wouldn't want that. Billy was really, truly a wrestling savant outside of the performing side. I mean, he was a savant on the performing side, but he was really, really tough. And I think, that speaks to why, Gagne had him cast as Billy Taylor in that wrestler movie from the 70s, with Ed Asner in it. And he was, putting him over the whole time. So, I think Billy's role was more to be probably a policeman than a champion. And that happens a lot of times, especially in the exhibition side of things, that it's not about who's the best, really, right? It's like who sells the most tickets. But you need to have somebody there to keep a lot of these high testosterone, giant, badass men in line. And that was Billy's role. And I think he was paid very well by Vern to do that.
Nice. Jason Presley says, any news on the next King of Catch tournament?
Oh, hey, Jason. How are you, man? I'm working on it. The last we did is a buddy of mine, Joel Bain, who is he came up through the system that Billy and I established for coaches, and he's a great coach in his own right. Joel and I did a joint venture. I mean, it was really his project, but I came in and helped him with some of the booking and some of the other details. We did one in 2018. It wasn't under the the King of Catch name. So I think the last King of Catch, I think that had to be in 2017. So it has been a minute. But I'm talking to my guys in San Diego right now, and we're looking at getting a King of Catch going in Southern California pretty soon. The way that the King of Catch tournaments work is it's pretty just low key. Not, we still haven't had an event with more than probably 40 or 35 or 40 people enter it. So it's pretty low key. Jason, if you want an event near you, just let me know and I can help you get it going so we can get more people doing these tournaments. You don't even have to do it under the King of Catch banner. You just should be doing it like, you can, if we could talk and come to an agreement, but that's one thing that I wish is that the sport of pro wrestling, that's my other name for Catch as Catch Can, versus the exhibition and the art of pro wrestling. The sport of pro wrestling is, it is truly amazing in its own right. Especially, I feel that it sits right between kind of what we see with WWE and the UFC, and there's like right in the middle is Catch as Catch Can, and I truly believe that it would go. So, the short answer is we have something coming. Long answer is that I've been working with some guys and trying to get funding, some serious capital to launch a big promotion. I might as well just call it here. The name of the promotion is Shoot Pro Wrestling. And so it's basically going to be the King of Catch Wrestling rules, but instead of being an open tournament, it'll be an invitational, a lot like the 2018. But, the 2018, we had some things that we had to work through, like best 2 of 3 matches. We found out that was awful because the matches just went on forever and ever and ever. And there wasn't really a point system and some other things like that. So, Shoot Pro Wrestling, we've taken care of a lot of that and tweaked it. And I'm hoping if the investors come through, we'll actually have some high caliber athletes showcasing the sport of professional wrestling soon.
Very nice. Now, I just wanted to do a quick follow-up because it said John Cox wrestled a lot in Germany and Austria, but was billed from New Zealand.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that, but he should also be billed as the mayor of York now. He's still around too, I believe.
Is he?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Now, this one, I know I'm going to massacre the name. Have you worked with Minoru Suzuki?
No, hey, that was awesome. Minoru Suzuki. I came this close. So, in addition to Billy Robinson, I was very, very fortunate to be good friends with Carl Gotch as well before he passed away from about 2004 to 2007. He granted me his last interviews, and he was just a great guy. Really, I can't speak highly enough of him. I know he has a bit of a reputation as being a curmudgeon or difficult, and I'm not disputing that, but he never was that way with me. And I had already brought out Fujiwara in 2006 for a training camp in Los Angeles, and I think it had to be 2008. I was bringing out Minoru Suzuki in 2008, though. I was too far ahead of myself. Nobody signed up. I had no signups, so I just had to cancel it, and it just kind of fell by the wayside. So I came this close to working with him, and the reason I did is that when I was asking, I've been on this quest for kind of excellence in catch wrestling, the sport of professional wrestling, and I would ask Carl, I'd bug him. This is before I got hooked up with Billy Robinson. And I'd ask him, like, who's the best? Who can I learn from and stuff? Because, Carl was beat up and he didn't really want to show people much. He showed me a couple things, but not much. He talked more philosophically and strategically about coaching and about history and things like that, but technically about technique, not much. And he always said, my best student was Fujiwara, Yoshiaki Fujiwara. But the best athlete I ever trained was Minoru Suzuki. So I did get to train with Fujiwara a number of times, but I never did actually get to work with Suzuki. So, I'm not 50 yet, so maybe we can get him out here one of these days. But unfortunately, nowadays he's in such demand. I don't know if I can afford him anymore. I could afford him back in 2008. So.
Well, and as we now know from listening to DDP earlier today, he was 63 and did a match. So you got tons of time.
Oh, well, I'm done. I ended up, because I did a lot of grappling. I did pro wrestling for a long time, but I ended up doing I did way more grappling. I did competitive grappling for a long time, and I I ended up, I just found this out about in September. I didn't know it, but I had what's called a carotid artery dissection, which is basically when you're from getting choked too many times. And so long story short is I have one carotid artery. So I can't, I'm kind of stuck not wrestling anymore. It kills me, but it's been that way for about 7 or 8 years now.
Oh, man. We got one more. What are your feelings on Josh Barnett and his importance to the current catch scene?
Josh Barnett's importance, I don't think that can be really overstated. The challenge for catch-can wrestling and catch wrestling is that it almost died. Like, it almost died because there was no avenue for the sport of pro wrestling, and you could only go and be a worker for a number of years until the UFC and competitive grappling and stuff came about again. And these other sports like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and stuff had thrived. They took a whole other path. Well, catch wrestling, outside of Japan is still very, very, it's got a good foothold in Japan. But here in the United States, especially Europe, I mean, it was dead. So to have guys like Kazushi Sakuraba, and then, Sakuraba kind of started getting older and not being as competitive and not wrestling as much. And Josh really took up that mantle. I mean, Josh, he cannot be overstated. His importance, I don't think, can be overstated. And he's a great guy. He's a relatively humble, straightforward guy for being as much of a big name and, international athlete as he is. And I mean, he's a huge nerd too. I mean, Josh is a great guy to talk to and hang out with. But he's really important in terms of showcasing the sport at very high levels, and being a bit of a, I don't want to say a purist because I hate that term, but he really didn't water it down and say, oh, I do this, that, and catches a little bit. I mean, he really flew the flag for catch wrestling. So Josh is, he was crucial.
Nice. Here's a big one. Beyond Carl's knowledge of wrestling, he was known as a conditioning fiend. Can you speak to his legendary physical fitness regime, including the equipment he used?
Well, yeah, and that's a great question. Thanks, Nathan. Yeah, Carl. It's so funny. Like, here we all are in lockdown, and this is probably just my Instagram feed because I'm a coach, and so I see a lot of athletic people and stuff. And but now everybody's like, oh, do these, you could do this home workout and yada, 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 because you can't go to gyms. I mean, Carl was ahead. Carl was a very big guy and a very strong guy. I mean, there's records of him, there's pictures of him squatting like 10 pounds under the world squat record. He German suplexed Andre the Giant. I think he was the first guy to do that. Carl was just incredibly strong. And he never had like a college education, or you wouldn't consider Carl like an academic or anything like that. That said, I think Carl was one of the smartest guys to be in this business in terms of foresight and being ahead of everything. Not only is, in my opinion, I think he's largely responsible for what we see in mixed martial arts today and the boom in competitive grappling. Now, I know that it's kind of got a lot of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu flair, but it was his influence that led to things like the UFC that then led to this massive popularity of these things now. Carl, in addition to being so influential with wrestling, was also that way with fitness. He was just a freak. So you see, like, I was doing Carl's kind of workouts as a personal trainer back in the early 2000s, trying to get other people to do it with me. I could get nobody to do it, even athletes. It was like, it's a hard regimen. And then all of a sudden, CrossFit comes out, and I see soccer moms doing this kind of level of exercise. And I think, that's my problem. I couldn't market it however CrossFit was able to market these badass hardcore exercise programs. But I mean, it's brutal. So just for the people out there listening, if they want to try this at home, hell, you're bored, have somebody get a deck of cards, and you deal out, you shuffle them good. Every red card, figure out some sort of push-up to do, whether it's a normal push-up or a Hindu push-up, which looks like a dive bomber push-up. And every black card, do some sort of leg exercise, like a squat or a lunge or something like that, okay? But you double, so you take your card, your deck, and as I deal out, say, a red 10, you do 10 push-ups. You have 2 variations for diamonds and hearts. So one push-up, you'll do 10. Then if I got a heart, you do the other push-up for 7. If I deal a black 10, you double it. So you do 20 squats or 20 lunges, depending if it's a club or a spade. You do that. Now, it's going to kick your ass the first time. I actually was very fortunate to do that exact workout with Carl, and it kicked my fucking ass. But I will say this. I think I fell short probably about, I think I was short maybe like 5 cards. I couldn't finish, but I have an okay excuse. I still couldn't finish, but it pissed me off enough that I went back and I owned a gym and I started doing it all the time. Next thing you know, we were doing it twice back to back. And it's a kick ass, but it only takes about 12 minutes, 13 minutes if you get good at it. But I will tell this story real quick and then I'll get to the fitness equipment. When I got to meet Carl for the first time, I had known him for probably 3 years or 2.5 years, talking to him on the phone every couple days. And I had some family members in Florida, so I went out to visit him in Tampa, and I was so excited. So I got up first thing. I skipped breakfast, which was my first mistake. I skipped breakfast, jumped in my rental car, drove, I was like in Bradenton, which is down south, so I had to drive over those crazy bridges in Florida that are just beautiful. Anyway, I get finally to Tampa, and I pull in, and Carl's all excited. He's like, "Oh, come on, Jacob, come on, get in here." And so we go and we sit down, we bullshit for a while, and he's like, "Oh, here, let's have a cigar." I don't smoke cigars. So I'm on an empty stomach, and I'm smoking this giant fucking nasty cigar that, I mean, I'm sure it was a great cigar, but I can't handle it. And then he busts out plum wine, and plum wine is like a Japanese kind of liqueur, and it is like excruciatingly sweet. It's like, so I'm smoking a cigar, drinking this really sickening, like sweet plum wine, and I've had no food at all. And so I think he was ribbing me, to be honest. I think it was a setup because I know his sense of humor now. And anyway, then he had me do the squats, and I was lucky I didn't puke, to be honest. But when I met him, one of the other things that he showed me around, and he had this little apartment that he lived in, like a monk. The Japanese were paying basically for his rent at this little place in Tampa. But he showed me some of his tools, and he had like a Japanese or a Persian. It's called a Shina, and it's a push-up board. You can Google that; it's pretty cool. And then he showed me joris or meals. It depends on if you're saying from Persia or from India, because they both kind of have them. But they're like the Iron Sheik's clubs, right?
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about? So he showed me those, and then he showed me a gata, which basically is like a I don't have one in this room, but it's like a bowling ball with a broom handle that sticks out of it. And it's very popular in India for the wrestlers. And I tried to wield that thing, and it was impossible because you take, say, 10 kilos, which is 22.5 pounds, and then you put it at the end of a long stick. I mean, if you hold a bowling ball and you hold it to your chest, no problem. But you hold a bowling ball at arm's length, it's very heavy. Well, you put a bowling ball on something twice as long as your arms and then start swinging it, the centrifugal force is just out of control. Anyway, I actually really was like blown away by that. So from that experience, I got the measurements and all the details from Carl, and I contacted a kettlebell manufacturer. At the time, they were the biggest manufacturer of kettlebells in the United States. And I pitched him the idea of basically taking this this gada, which is the mace, this mace from India, and making a steel version of it for production. And they did it. And now like the thing is like crazy popular everywhere. So thank you for that, Nathan, for asking. But yeah, you could, if you go to Google or whatever, just look up mace bell, and other people have kind of ripped it off. And I mean, when I say rip off, I'm not mad. I mean, they just have taken the idea and run with it. You can look up either mace bell or steel mace, and you'll see it's gotten crazy popular. And that's all 100% another idea of Carl's.
That's crazy. I can't imagine that some of that equipment, like you said, that's the ball with the stick. That's insane because yeah, I know how heavy those things can be just out here, you know.
It's challenging, man. I mean, and anybody who gets one, you gotta figure it out. Like you gotta like get somebody probably to help you or get an instructional, because you will destroy either your house or your body trying to figure out how to swing something that heavy. I mean, you'll wipe out your knees or your ankles, you know, when it comes on the downstroke. So.
Oh man. Well, man, Jake, thank you so much for being here. If someone wants to find these books, where do they go?
You know, Amazon's probably the best. So again, they can just look up Physical Chess, and this is Billy Robinson's life story. So if you look up the subtitle, it's Billy Robinson, Physical Chess, My Life in Catch-as-Catch-Can Wrestling. That one I think I put out in 2012 or so. And then the year prior was Say Uncle. And this one is more general. This one has like a bunch of interviews with people who actually have, you know, more old timer guys. Like Gene LaBelle's in there, a famous a regional pro wrestler from the Pacific Northwest, Dick Cardinal, who I did some training with, is in here. He did pro wrestling, but also the old at shows, you know, the carnival wrestling. Yeah. I've got Carl in here. Billy's in here. Frankie Kane is in here. And then some techniques and some history and some other stuff. So those are all at Amazon.com.
Perfect, man. Thank you so much for being here tonight. And it was kind of nice. Like you said, you got that half hour where no one interrupted and said, come here, Dad, come here.
Yeah. It was peaceful. It was peaceful. Thanks. I really appreciate it, Rob. I hope you're having an okay time.
Oh, man, this has been a blast for me. It is. It's like I'm a kid in a candy store right now talking to all these authors and wrestlers, and just it's been a blast.
Oh, that's fantastic. Well, you keep it up, man. I appreciate it again. Thank you very much. And thanks for everybody listening.
You got it. We'll talk to you very soon, okay?
Take care.
You too. Excellent. That was Jake Shannon. If you want to find his books, remember, like on Amazon, and it is Physical Chess. That one I am so intrigued in. Just I had no idea that story would be so interesting to me, so I kind of want to get it. Now, just before we get going, remember, there are COVID Con t-shirts, which there we go. Okay. We are back. For some reason, it glitched there just for a second. I hope there's no power storms coming. So what we're going to do now is introduce two other people. Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey. What up?
Can you both hear me?
Yes, very well.
Excellent. We have Mask Republic here. Little Cholo and Kevin Kleinrock. What are you guys up to?
Well, it's quarantine time for all of us, and we unfortunately it means some events are getting moved and canceled. Obviously for everybody. One of the ones that we were actually doing together, La Bulla, which is the big celebration of lucha libre and Hispanic culture in LA that usually takes place around Cinco de Mayo. And Cholo produces the wrestling side of it for me. Unfortunately, that got postponed this year, and we're waiting to see what's going to happen for that rescheduling. But we thought that it was this is really cool what you guys are doing today, and we wanted to come on and talk a little bit about our past and Lucha Libre and what else we got going on. So thanks for having us.
Hey man, thank you so much for taking part. Yeah, I love the concept of this, and that's why I love all the different people coming on to talk. So yeah, let's just dive right in. You guys, how did you guys get into this?
I'll let you talk about you first. By the way, Cholo, the lighting, you look like you're in witness protection right now, which I know kind of fits the gimmick, but
hey, you know, it's you can't really, you don't really know who's watching these things, so you got to kind of kayfabe, you know.
I hear you. I hear you. That's why I got the hat too.
Sorry, I'm trying to get better lighting, but
there you go.
No worries. We gotcha.
You know, there's only you can only look so cool inside your house for so long, you know.
Yeah, I hear that too. So, why don't you start us off, Cholo? What got you into this? Was wrestling been a passion for you?
Oh yeah, ever since I was a little kid. Ever since I was a little kid, I've always enjoyed it.
Take the hat off. Oh, Kenny's got a suggestion. He says, "Flip the hat."
Take my hat off.
There
and
you
they're
go.
gonna see they're gonna see my quarantine hair. No, but you know what? I've always loved lucha libre. I've always loved pro wrestling ever since I was a little kid. So it's just something I've always loved.
And how did you end up getting into it? Because like I've talked to many people. Oh, I love wrestling. I have wrestling that they've never made the jump. What made you take that step?
You know what? It was kind of hard because I didn't know schools existed back when I started for wrestling. I just thought, you know, you had to be big and buff, and you know, I honestly didn't know until honestly during my junior high school days. My buddy was wearing a wrestling T-shirt at school, and he's like, sorry, I'm trying to get dope for the camera here. I tried to a little better. I tried to I saw this guy wearing a wrestling shirt. I'm like, hey, you like wrestling? And he's like, yeah. He's like, my dad's a wrestler. And I was like, yeah, get out of here. He's like, no, for real, he is. And I just left it at that or whatever. A couple weeks later, I happened to go to this swap meet here in Orange County, California, at the Anaheim Marketplace. And I saw this sign that said free lucha libre. And I was like, fuck, I've never seen anything like this before in my life. So I'm going to go and check it out. And I sat down, and the actual first match that I happened to see was involved Christopher Daniels. He was actually wrestling there at the time. And I just like fell in love with it. And a couple minutes later, I feel this tap on my shoulder, and it was the kid at my school from my middle school. And he's like, what are you doing here? I was like, what are you doing here? And he's like, well, my dad owns this place. And I was like, what the hell? And yeah, he's like, you want me to introduce you to my pops? And I was like, sure. And, you know, Kevin, you know who it is, Martin Marin. You know, he introduced me to him, and he's like, hey, I hear you want to become a wrestler. And I was like, yeah. And he's like, well, come around next week and, you know, help out at the shows, and I'll see what I could do. And I never left since.
That is awesome. That's the passion that I love hearing in stories, you know.
And the thing, you know, well, I'm gonna put over Cholo for a second first. You know, I think Cholo, I mean, obviously anyone that's watched either Wrestling Society X, which is my show, or Lucha Underground, they've, you know, gotten to see and know Cholo over the years. But within Southern California, you know, when we talk about main stars of the last couple of decades, Cholo's absolutely one of them. From you know, Pro Wrestling Guerrilla and Lucha Vavoom and all the kind of long-standing SoCal promotions, not to mention all the regular Lucha Libre shows that happen. Cholo's kind of been one of those mainstays over the last, how long now? 20 years you've been wrestling?
It's going to be 21 in October.
Yeah, that's crazy. We've worked together on and off since the early 2000s. So
yeah,
it's been his journey is one that at least in SoCal a lot of people know. But for me, I got into it because I'm not a wrestler. I at 12 years old I decided I wanted to get into wrestling, but I did not like getting hurt, and so being a wrestler was absolutely not in the cards for me. Very low pain tolerance. So I knew that I wanted to kind of work behind the scenes in wrestling. Back then, not knowing how wrestling worked. I wanted to be Jack Tunney. I wanted to be the president of the WWF, and I wanted to make the matches. And my career kind of did turn into that in a way, becoming a writer, promoter, booker. And so I started working for a really, really small local group called Slammers Wrestling Federation and Slammers Wrestling Gym. And when I was 16, I started writing for their program. Then I became their timekeeper. Then one day the ring announcer didn't show up, so I was suddenly the ring announcer. And I did that for a couple of years until I was going to go off to college. And I knew that I wanted to kind of expand, do a little bit more. And so I started a small local group called Southern California Championship Wrestling, which ended up folding to become what became XPW, and wrote and produced every episode of XPW TV for a few years. And then that eventually led to Wrestling Society X, which led to Mask Republic. So it's been 25 years now of work behind the scenes in wrestling, and it's been a good journey.
That is excellent. Now, how did you guys get it to where you have it now? Because I've been on that website, and there is like everything on that website.
Yeah, so for Mask Republic, the company started about, well, I've been working with Ruben Zamora, my partner and the founder, for a good 10 years now. But before that, Mask Republic actually started as a company making wrestling masks, making lucha masks. Ruben had been promoting events in San Diego. He was really the only promoter in San Diego that was able to book both AAA and CMLL talent on his shows together on the same show. It's always been very, very political. But he was a police officer in San Diego who hated actually going to the gym. And so to stay in shape, he enrolled in Lucha Libre school and trained under Rey Mysterio Sr. And so he started learning the business that way. And then he and Rey Sr. started promoting shows together in San Diego. And then we met through Conan, who was a friend of mine who had wrestled for me in XPW. And we hit it off. We kind of had the same vision for, knowing that Lucha Libre could be a lot more than it was in the United States, beyond California. And so we put together a company that started looking at representing the luchadors for their intellectual property, for their masks, for their merchandising. And that's really kind of where the roots of Mask Republic started. And at that time, it was mostly, just us getting silkscreen shirts and selling them off of a website. And about 3-4 years ago now, we decided to kind of take that to the next level and really expand into the licensing business, where there really isn't anybody outside of, unless you're in WWE or AEW or Impact, if you're part of a wrestling promotion, then there are licensing opportunities for you, toys and posters and all sorts of things. But there's never really been a company outside of being part of a roster that was able to put those types of deals together for talent. And so that's what we do now. Our roster includes Penta, Phoenix, Conan, Taya Valkyrie, a number of others, Taurus, Laredo Kid. And so we go out, we make deals for their licensed products, and at the same time, we develop our own content. Being as this is the Bookmarks convention, I will put over real quick our Mask Republic Luchaverse comic book universe.
Nice.
Go to luchashop. You can go to luchashop.com and pick this up. We also got it in hardcover. And so we're working now to develop that out for film and television. We've got a number of other animated series and certain things that we're working on. So our whole mission right now essentially is to do what everybody else isn't doing. There's so many people out there right now that are putting on wrestling shows, that are running promotions, and there's so many great indies out there right now. We don't want to be putting on shows once a month or every weekend or whatever. We want to do all the other stuff. And we also have our Expo Lucha convention that we started that Cholo's been part of both years so far. And with Expo Lucha, we look to create like a Comic-Con of Lucha Libre, where we can tour to different cities with this big 2-day convention where you can meet luchadors, dozens and dozens of luchadors, watch live lucha shows, get our products and all that stuff. So we did the first one in Las Vegas. We did the second one in San Diego. We were supposed to be in Philadelphia August of this year. Obviously, COVID is making that questionable. We'll probably have an announcement about that this week as we try to figure out the logistics. But yeah, we've got new partners in that venture in a company called Fangirl, and we're going to be taking Expo Lucha all over the country over the next few years. So that's what we do.
That is excellent because, yeah, I just brought up the site here. I'm going to do a little quick share.
Well, the other thing too is so masterpublic.com really is our corporate site. So it's not really meant for the. I mean, fans can go on there, of course, but we've got another site, luchacentral.com, which we've kind of turned into the ESPN of Lucha Libre, if you want to look at it that way, or the USA Today of Lucha Libre. So you can go to Lucha Central and you can get all your Lucha Libre news in English and in Spanish. You can get also, WWE news, AEW news, but the focus is really Lucha Libre. You get your this day in Lucha Libre history. You get Lucha Libre videos. You get interviews, and then starting this month in May, we're actually launching the Lucha Libre, the Lucha Central Podcast Network, and the Lucha Central Gaming Network, and we've got a TV show, Lucha Central Report, that we'll be announcing very soon. But if you're watching this on Fight, keep an eye on Fight.
Really?
We're busy. We're keeping busy on quarantine.
See, that sounds intriguing. Okay, here we go. Bring this up for you guys. There it is.
There you go. So, like right now, tonight, AAA was running episode 3 of their Lucha Fighter tournament. So you can go to the site when you're, when COVID Con is over, go over to Lucha Central. You can catch up on all the last few weeks of Lucha Fighter. You can check out interviews. But like I said, if you don't speak Spanish and you've been looking for an easy way to stay up on Lucha Libre, read about Lucha in English, see interviews and things in English, this is definitely a very fan-friendly, easy to use and find what you need site. So check it out.
That is excellent. Now, I'm going to share these really quick because just because it's nice. Little Cholo is a legend.
There you go. There's a little fact right there.
Yes.
Thank
the
you.
other one here. Kevin doesn't look any older than you did when he started on XPW.
Kevin, I've known you for almost 20 years now, and you don't look a day older.
Because I shave. When I don't shave, but it's funny because my wife is quite a bit younger than me, and so it's nice when I get to hear that I don't look older than I did 20 years ago. I definitely have more gray or less hair. More of it is gray, and I've got more wrinkles. But yeah.
When you're involved with lucha, you definitely get gray hairs for sure.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing, Cholo. So I know that a lot of people, they know about you on camera and what you've done on camera. But talk a little bit about what you've done, kind of behind the scenes in the school, because you're still training people now, right? Yourself.
At this very moment, no, just due to the whole situation. We decided to close down as well. But I do have a class that I teach every week with my students and out here in Orange County. And other than that, I've been trying to learn other things like in the wrestling business, like on the producing side. Getting the chance to help produce one of the events at Expo Lucha and La Bulla was definitely a learning experience for me, and it's just something I want to get my feet wet a little bit.
Which are you liking more now?
You know what, the producing side is definitely a lot easier and it hurts less.
But
fair enough.
You have to deal with just as many egos and not just as many I don't want to do this or I don't want to do that or
that for sure. It's still stressful for sure.
Well, that brings up this good question. Who's been the most difficult wrestler or organization you've had to deal with?
The funny part is Michael and I text regularly about the difficult ones. So
I see what he's doing here.
I'll let Cholo take that first, and then I'll tell a couple stories.
Difficult. You know what? I haven't really come across too many difficult. Usually, like if I see that they're giving me a hard time or whatever, I'll just won't even pay attention to it, and I'll just go about my business. But let's see. I might drop a name that Kevin knows. Maybe Vampiro. That he wasn't difficult, but
there's different levels of difficult. There's different ways of difficult.
Yes.
Yeah.
For sure.
Well,
trust me. I get this is a tricky question.
So I'll give a couple examples. In terms of organizations, right? I mean, it was very, very public that there were issues between Master Public and Lucha Underground at the start. There's a huge difference in, so when I did Wrestling Society X at MTV, it was not produced as a wrestling company. It was produced as a television show, and it was done as a season. It was done very much similar to the business model of Lucha Underground. The difference was, part of the difference at the beginning was when the MTV lawyers handed me the first contract that they wanted the talent to sign, I was like, there's no way the talent signing this contract. It's not fair to them as wrestlers. It's treating them as if they were, a reality star or something, because you want to own this person. But this person, they were already known. They were famous. They had a persona before you put them on TV. So they won't sign this contract. And I worked with the MTV lawyers for, I think it was about 2 to 3 weeks to come up with a contract that I was happy to give the talent to sign. And I think everyone was happy, as short-lived as it was.
Very, very happy.
and for a lot of guys at the time, it was the biggest payday that they had received. And it was, I remember we were paying guys like double what the base rate that TNA was paying at the time was. So it was good. But I wanted to protect the talent because we knew that the show wasn't going to go forever, and they had to still, make a living and have their personas and own their personas. But when Lucha Underground was being put together, there was nobody in the business side of Lucha Underground that looked out for the wrestlers that way in terms of writing fair contracts. And we, as Master Public, whether somebody's one of our wrestlers or it's just a wrestler in general, we always speak up for protecting the talent. And that led to a little bit of not being so liked in that Lucha Underground, not in the locker room. The locker room loved us, but the business side. And there was a little bit more to the story because Lucha Underground never would have happened when it did if we hadn't voluntarily ripped up our contract that we had with AAA to allow them to go and do Lucha Underground. So it was a lot of weirdness. But like the exact opposite was when we were working to get Penta and Phoenix signed to AEW, because AEW is owned by people that also own a football team and also understand sports business outside of pro wrestling. When we explained to AEW, listen, Master Public is like the NFL Players Association. We represent these guys. They still have to be able to do merchandise with us. They still have to do this and that with us. You guys can do what you want with them, but we're going to continue to represent them as well. They understood it completely because they understood business outside of a television show. So that was kind of one example. I'll give a funny one from Expo Lucha last year, and I don't even know how much of this, Cholo, or saw that was going on, but I won't name names per se. But with Expo Lucha, we don't just have the shows that we book. We also sell tables to vendors and allow people to come, and a lot of the vendors will bring wrestling talent to sign and participate in their booth. One particular guy who comes from a very famous wrestling family. He himself was on TV for many, many years. But he wasn't booked as part of Expo Lucha. He was just there as a guest of a vendor. And the minute he walked in, he was angling for a match on the show, angling for a match. And I'm like, these matches have been booked for 6 months. We don't have any more budget for matches. We're not adding any. No, brother, just, let me do something. Don't worry about it. And so I told him, all right, listen, when we come back to day 2, I'll see if I can work you in anywhere. And if so, then great. So we came back day 2. We had kind of like a Rumble Battle Royal type of match, something we were doing. And I said, listen, I don't know how much I can pay you. I'm not sure what I can pay you, but if you really want to be in it, then, we can do it and I'll pay you something. Yeah, no problem. No worries at all. So he goes, he does the match, comes back after, we're handing out paydays, and he knocks on our little office door a little bit later. He's like, man, if I knew that I was only going to get paid this much, I would have never done it. And I'm just like, you gotta be kidding me. 2 days of busting my balls. It didn't matter. And I know that, we've been around long enough. I know that he was angling for us to add more to the payday, and so to me, that's that's difficult. That's very difficult to handle because I don't want to be rude, especially to someone who definitely can be considered a legend of some kind. But we have to run things like a business, and I think that a lot of times, especially if it's someone who's an older veteran or legend who doesn't like look at me and they don't know me by name because I've never worked for WWE, I've never worked for WCW, whatever. But I've been working in the business for 25 years, and on the indie level, done a lot of big things. I've worked with a lot of top stars, So, but if they don't know me, they just think I'm the next pushover money mark, and I'm just gonna go, oh yeah. Let me slide you a couple extra $100 so that this legend name doesn't think bad of me. And unfortunately for them, we run this like a business, so that's difficult. Thanks, Michael.
Yeah, that happened to me pretty recently too. I won't mention any names either, but I tried to help this guy out recently, and I got him a book just to do a signing, and he was, he had been asking me for a while, hey, can you get me some work? Can you give me some work? He did a signing, and then as we were like a couple days into it, he's like, I want to do a little more. And I was like, well, what do you mean? He's like, yeah, involve me in a match somehow. I'm like, we can't afford to pay you any more money. And he's like, you know what? It's okay. I'll do it for the money that I agreed upon. I was like, are you sure? Yeah. It's all written down, have messages, everything. And he's like, cool. We figured it out. We took care of it to where he wasn't going to do anything. He was just going to showcase what, he knows how to do. And he goes in and does it. He comes out from the ring and, had his money right there for him. And he's like, that's it? I'm like, what do you mean that's it? And he's like, that's it? And like, well, I don't get anything. I'm like, dude, we told you there wasn't anything. No. And he called me every single bad word in the book or whatever. But I guess that's what happens when I try to help him out.
But I do. Yeah. So there are definitely the bad stories, but I don't want to leave. And I don't want to leave it on a negative note. There are just as many. There are more talents out there. Whether it's a Cholo or a guy like Sin Bodhi, right? So Sin Bodhi is the exact opposite for me, right? He's not necessarily a luchador, but
he's dope. Sin Bodhi's dope.
In Vegas, and so when we went to Expo Lucha in Vegas, he said, "Listen, whatever I can do to help, I've got students at my school. Whatever we can do to help, put me on. Whatever you can do for me. We have a history together. We've worked together. I trust you. Let's go." And it worked beautifully. And from that, we said, absolutely. From now on, moving forward, you're going to work all the shows. We brought him down to San Diego. He had ideas for how to work in another match in another show. He had a great match between him and Mr. Aguila. That worked great. So when the attitude is right, we can find budget sometimes for people, and we can make things work. Yes. And I don't necessarily expect somebody who has the history of a Sin Bodhi to be the one to say, hey, I trust you, let's put stuff together. But it pays off sometimes when that's the attitude that's taken. And I think that, whether it's a young guy coming up who's volunteering to, tear down the ring and set up whatever, and there's a lot of guys, and girls, talents who, with the right attitude, you can find yourself getting booked and rebooked and rebooked.
You're 100% right on all of that. That is so true. And it looks like we got time for one more quick question, and this one just looks so appealing. Your personal opinion: what are the best 4 lucha masks?
That sounds hard.
Right? Man,
kind of
you're gonna put me on the spot. Well, all right, I'm gonna. If you look behind me. All right, there's a couple up there on the shelf. So first off, that LA Park mask back there, that mask is the actual version that we made to get his U.S. trademark. So that holds a kind of a special place in my heart. But I mean, even if we weren't directly involved with him at times, the LA Park persona and mask is absolutely one of the best. As well, Dr. Wagner Jr. So Dr. Wagner Jr. in general is just a cool, badass mask. But Urban Aztec, an artist who has remixed a lot of luchadors' masks, including Dr. Wagner Jr., made that version, and which Wagner we made it for a T-shirt. we did this Dr. Wagner Urban Aztec T-shirt, and then Wagner went and turned it into an actual mask for himself, and it's super cool to have that blend between Urban Aztec's art and Wagner's original mask. How do you not say that Rey Mysterio is, Junior, Rey Mysterio WWE is not one of the most badass masks of all time, especially because of the variety that it brings with it, all the colorways, all the different ways that Hayashi has made really cool plays on it over the years. All right, so that's 3. I don't know. I mean, there's something obviously in the simplicity and the iconic nature of the original Santo mask. It's basically one color, silver, and it's really become like the symbol, the icon of what a lucha mask is. So I guess put on the spot, those are my best 4. What about you, Cholo? Wait, sorry. Honorable mention to Psychosis, because the Psychosis mask has always been super, super badass.
Without a doubt, you took 2 out of the 4 from me. Number 1 would definitely be Rey Mysterio. Number 2, definitely Psychosis. I like Pentagon's mask. And then number 4, I would have to say La Parka too, but his original first style mask.
Ooh, very nice. That was tough. And just as a follow-up here, where did he have it? He goes, I'm a journalist. That's why I asked. Gotta be hard questions.
All right.
Nice. So I'm going to get back up here because I saw he had it. There it is, luchacentral.com. Guys, is this like the best place to find all your stuff?
Well, so for me, for Master Public, we're at Master Public on all social media. So Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, give at Master Public a follow. And for your Lucha news, definitely Lucha Central, the website, at Lucha Central on Instagram and on Facebook, and then at Lucha Central.com on Twitter. And I don't really do personal social media that much. We're so busy running all the Master Public related accounts. But what about you, Cholo?
I actually just opened my website. It's littlecholo.com, LILCHOLO.com. And then I also just opened up my YouTube channel, which is, I think you just search under Little Cholo 1503. Just putting up videos of myself and Mariachi Loco, the Lucha homies on the road and stuff like that, and older matches that I don't really get to share with a bunch of people. Or you can find me on Instagram. I'm more on there than Facebook, but it's under Little Cholo 01.
I'm gonna put over the book one more time too, since this is Bookmarks. Yes. So the Luchaverse, you can go to, it's at the Luchaverse on all social media, or theluchaverse.com. You get some of the individual issues are still left, but we've got the hardcover, we got the soft cover. So the whole thing with the Luchaverse world was that these aren't comics about Lucha Libre. This is an entire world of fantasy, sci-fi, horror, adventure that happens to star some pretty badass luchadors: Rey Mysterio, Penta, Phoenix, Solar, Super Astro, Conan. So check it out. It's from Master Public and Cheeto Comics, and it's at theluchaverse.com.
Awesome. Guys, thanks so much for taking the time to be here.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
All right, guys. Have a great night.
All right, you too.
There we go. Master Republic. So yeah, if you want to get into the comic side of it, and plus they've got a ton of other stuff. I'm a comic freak, so I'm definitely checking that out. But if you want other stuff, that's the place to go. MasterRepublic.com, LilCholo.com, and that was it. Sorry, and he's got a YouTube channel. So tons of stuff to check out there. We guess we jump right in to John. John Cosper, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well, Rob. How about yourself?
Oh, I'm having fun.
I am too. I just wrote. I can't. I was waiting to go in, but I wrote down their social media tags so I can follow those guys as soon as we're off here. So Lucha's fascinating. They had a big Lucha event in Indianapolis last fall that I went to, actually at the public library, and they had about 300-400 people at one point. And like kids seeing, just happened to come to the library that day, getting to see Lucha for the first time, and I'll say the moment I'll never forget. I could take my daughter up there. First of all, she got to see which it's killing my son, but she actually got to see live wrestling before he did. She had a blast, but the first time one of those masked guys went over the rope, and did the flip into the end, the kids was sitting around the ring, just wow! It was just such a cool moment, and it was a really, really neat time. I'm hoping they'll. I don't know if we'll do it this fall, but I'm certainly hope they do it again because it was a great event.
That is awesome. So, buddy, we're here for you now.
Yeah,
you've written some books.
I've written a couple. EatSleepWrestle.com is my website. If anybody's never been there, I started out. My first book came out in 2014, which is this one right here, Bluegrass Brawlers: A Story of Pro Wrestling in Louisville, Kentucky. And I went all the way back to 1880 on that book and brought it all the way up to present day. And of course, afterwards, we always talk with the historians. You always find something after the fact. Jimmy Wheeler's got records of a couple matches from I think the 1870s or something. So, what can you do? But I mean, mine's a cool one. 1880 was an intergender match. It was a circus wrestler named Ida Alb who issued an open challenge to anyone in her weight class just to prove that what she was doing was not fake wrestling. And I mean, you read through you can read between the lines in the Courier Journal writing at the time, which is beautiful sports writing, that it was obviously all a work, but just a great story to get the book off.
Nice. So then how did you transition to your next one?
My next one, next book I did, which I don't have a copy handy right here, is actually called Eat, Sleep, Wrestle. It's where the website name came from. But I started going out to the independent shows in Southern Indiana. I'm in Southern Indiana, right across the river from Louisville, Kentucky. And in Indiana, thanks to Dick the Bruiser, there's very little regulation on pro wrestling. So at any one given time, there's 5, 6, 8 people running pro wrestling in Southern Indiana. And then across the river, it's much, much more strict. So you just have OVW. But I was going out and working a lot of the different shows and got to meet some of these indie wrestlers and really became inspired by them. I mean, all my life I wanted to be a full-time writer, and I'm still working towards that goal one of these days, let's hope. But I'm watching these guys who their dream is to be a full-time pro wrestler, and some of them are driving 3-4 hours a night. They're getting paid $25, for the match. They might get $20-$30 for, some t-shirts and photos, and they inspired me. So I ended up reaching out and interviewing about 25 or so, and then pulling some interviews from podcasts and stuff to kind of fill out the book a little bit more with some other people. And Eat, Sleep, Wrestle was kind of a snapshot of indie wrestling in the Midwest at that time. And it was people like Sarah Logan, who was just released from WWE, Isaiah, Aaron Williams, who is probably the best unsigned guy out there, Lufisto, who I know we were singing her praises on the ECW press discussion with Michael Holmes earlier, was another one I got to interview. So that was the next book that I went to. After that, I went back to Kenny Bolin, whom I had interviewed for Bluegrass Brawlers. We did his autobiography, and there were 2 projects that came out of Bluegrass Brawlers I really wanted to go back to, and one was this book right here, Louisville's Greatest Show. This was a deep dive, 1935 to 1957. The Allen Athletic Club, which was started by a promoter named Haywood Allen in 1935. And then his partner bought him out in 1947. It was just kind of the golden age of wrestling in Louisville, Kentucky. And then the other one that I really wanted to go back to was the story of Jim Mitchell, the Black Panther, who was from Louisville, Kentucky, and was the first really African-American superstar in pro wrestling. And we talked a little bit about that one last night on the Battle Royal segment, thanks to Nathan Hatton. But just a really cool story and something I was actually able to get my hands on a lot of this guy's. Well, if you can see on the shelf behind me, I've got a pair of his boots up there, and I've got the flag from his funeral, and got one of his travel cases and some cool photos up there. But I had 900 different artifacts came through my hands that I got to scan and used to kind of tell his life story that were actually his. So. Then after that, folks, started coming to me. Dr. Bob Bryla came to me and said, "Hey, do you want to do Dr. D. David Schultz's book?" And I got to know J.J. McGuire, who was Jimmy Hart's music writing partner, and we wrote his book. And that's a fascinating story, not just about wrestling, but just about the music business. And then probably almost 2 years ago now, a guy named Tim Dennison came to me and said, "Tracy Smothers needs somebody to write his book." And I was like, heck yeah, I'll do Tracy Smothers' book. So, and I'm jumping over a guy too, a guy that I badgered and said, "Hey, we got to do your book. He's coming up right after me." and that's Madman Pondo.
There we go.
Tell you, deathmatch legend, two or three time Hall of Fame. I mean, not the Pro Wrestling Hall of Fames, but as far as the Deathmatch Hall of Fame and the Juggalo Hall of Fame and things like that. I've been very, very lucky, and the folks I get to work with, and from Starmaker Bolin on, they're all great storytellers. Majority of them, are pretty straightforward with you and everything. I mean, Dr. D was always a straight shooter. Pondo is one of those guys that his stories, it's like, just when you're starting to think, yeah, I'm not sure I buy this, and he pulls his phone out, and here's a photo. Here I am. This is me doing this stupid thing that I just told you I did. And yeah, a lot of great stuff.
That is cool. We got one question here. Enjoyed your Dr. D book. What's your gut? Did he slap Mr. T or not?
He says he didn't lay a hand on Mr. T. I have no reason to doubt him. I mean, Dr. D's stories, if you go back and you read the old stuff and you read the current stuff, I mean, his story hasn't changed from the mid 80s all the way up until today, as far as, and not just that story, but every other story that he tells.
Well, following that vein, what did you think of the Dark Side of the Ring episode?
I loved it. I thought they did a great job. Dr. D was like, would have liked to have had a little bit more of a final say at the end of it. I don't know. But I mean, I thought they portrayed him in a great light. Eddie Mansfield is Eddie Mansfield, and Stossel seemed to play into the whole heel thing a little bit more than normal, I think. Yeah. I think he kind of took the attitude, I can't win these folks over anyway, so let me just channel my inner Mr. McMahon or something, but whatever. So, but yes. I enjoyed it. I thought, Dark Side of the Ring is a fantastic show. I was glad they did a special on him, and I'm really glad they did it right for him.
And then the follow-up, have you talked to him since, and what was his opinion?
Like I said, he's like, yeah, I wish they said that, I wish they would have given me my say there at the end and whatever, but,
Oh, okay, so sorry.
Yeah, but, yeah. No, I think, they did a really great job with it. I think they presented them well.
Here's a good one. What's been your favorite book to research and write?
It's hard to say. The Black Panther was one that I worked, almost 5 years on. I would say I'm probably the most of the ones that I went after myself and digging the stories out. Black Panther is certainly the one I'm most proud of.
Nice. We've got one. I think this is just a comment. One of the coolest things he saw was a show with his kids and his parents in full Sin Cara garb. Yeah. And say, man, like I said, that Lucha event up in Indianapolis was fantastic, and it was a local. Actually, it was an art gallery that put it on, an Hispanic art gallery, and there were a lot of things related to Lucha culture and Hispanic culture and everything, and it was really just a really neat event. Yeah, here's another one. Dr. D should have main evented that WrestleMania one.
I asked him. I was like, was there any discussion as to what your role was going to be? In WrestleMania 1, and he said, nope, I don't think they ever intended for me to be there. So, I really think there was just, it was about getting rid of him as much as it was getting rid of Stossel backstage.
Yeah. His situation they didn't want anymore.
Right. So, he was a guy, Vince likes guys that are, yes, sir, whatever you say, sir. And, we were Swoggle talking earlier. It was like, I didn't have a choice. I had to be birthed out of Mae Young in that 1 second. I didn't have a choice in those kind of things. So, David's not one to toe the line. He's got an opinion. He's going to voice it. And, McMahon was looking for guys who were willing to hop on board and do what he said.
Trey says, Black Panther was an awesome read. Thank you for getting this much needed story out there.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
And here's an interesting, when will your Wrestling by Gaslight book come out?
Oh, you mean this one? It's out, Tim. Didn't I get you a copy of this one yet, buddy?
Tim dropped.
Yeah. This one's Tim, of course, is the guru when it comes to 19th century wrestling. My goodness, all kinds of he's got a great book where he's got all kinds of biographies of different people. And really this was kind of based on a number of those different stories. Vero Small, who was a former slave who became a pro wrestler up in New York in the 1870s, and the story that I mentioned earlier about the intergender match in 1880 was the inspiration for another one. It's just kind of an interesting time in pro wrestling because a lot of the soldiers kind of took their love of wrestling home after the Civil War, and you had the legitimate wrestling matches that could go for hours and hours into the night, and then you had the circus style wrestlers, which is much more fast and athletic, and then you had the hookers and the shooters that could come into the ring and break somebody's ankle to show that it was not fake, and and you had the carnies and the con men too. You know, the guys who would and this happened in Louisville as well. A guy comes into town, he establishes himself as a local celebrity and does all these strongman feats, and then goes to the newspaper, puts up $500 as collateral for any man to take him on a wrestling match, and somebody answers the challenge in Chicago and comes down, and they make the arrangements and everything. And of course, you know, the two guys were in on it from the beginning. It was all a plan, and like Tim said, it was all about the betting and making money off the gambling, which they made it. Actually, in this particular instance in Louisville, they went to a no finish because the match went after midnight. And one of the guys withdrew and said, you know, the date on the contract said yesterday, and it's after midnight now. And he withdrew and refused to, kind of played the heel, refused to agree to a rematch for several days. And finally was like, oh, okay, let's do a rematch. So they doubled their money on that one.
No doubt. That's actually a brilliant ploy.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, good luck getting away with that today, but
yeah,
it's changed, obviously.
Here's one. Can you tell the story of when David saved the two girls from a predator?
Oh, we go into that one really in depth, more than he did on Dark Side of the Ring about that. But that was, the thing about bounty hunting stories that he always emphasized, and we tried to emphasize as well in the book, is, it's not as easy as, he gets the paperwork and he makes a phone call. Oh, here's where they are. He goes down to Puerto Rico, goes in the bar, then goes and breaks it. I mean, he tracked this guy for a long time, and this guy actually had. He had informants everywhere, who were tipping him off. Hey, bounty hunters are looking for you. You have to deal with the FBI in Puerto Rico. You have to deal with the police and not knowing who's informing, from those guys and might tip somebody off. But he did eventually track him down. This is a guy that he wanted and was hard after for a long time. And was able to rescue those girls and bring them back. And we didn't give the real names because obviously, I mean, this is, it's a long time ago when he wanted to protect their privacy. But I mean, it's a legit story. I saw the documents, I saw his notes on them and the photos of these people and the records and stuff. And he brought those girls back home safe to their families. And I mean, he was, everything that made him a great pro wrestler made him a great bounty hunter. He understood psychology and how to work people. He could go in and he could sweet talk grandma and tell her, the cops think he's armed, and I hate to think what would happen if they got to him before I did. And he was very patient and would come back, multiple times. And there was a young kid in the house. He'd bring him an autographed photo and stuff, and work grandma and work mom and win their confidence. And when he got a hold of these people and when he's actually able to get to them, the ones that didn't resist, he would say, listen, what you're doing right now is making things harder on you. Come back with me, go to the judge, and answer for what you did, do your time. I want to help you. I want to be your ally. Anybody he went after, he brought back. He even went into a couple of states where it's illegal to bounty hunt. He's got a great story about how he got 3 people to come out of Illinois of their own free will. Basically, they're sitting there saying, you can't take us back. It's illegal. It's like, that's right. But I can make one phone call. You guys will be in Cook County tonight. It's like, now why don't you sign this piece of paper that says you're coming back with your own free will for me. We don't have to do that. So, I mean, he just knew how to work people. And, wrestlers get bored on the road. They start pulling ribs. The bounty hunter sitting in a hotel room for several days waiting for the phone call starts pulling ribs on his partner as well. And so there's some great rib stories about some of the wrestlers and some of the friends who went along with them on some of these things. And, leaving his friend out back of the house, holding a mag-light flashlight, scared to death, thinking somebody's going to come out the back door, in the pouring down rain. And then an hour later, knocking on the door of the apartment and finding out David's sitting in there and grandma's making pancakes. And the guy's not even there. So.
Oh, man. See, I was going to say, normally I love the road stories from that era, but the bounty hunting stories seem like they might be just a touch better.
Everybody says the bounty, and I agree, the bounty hunting stories are better than the wrestling. And he's got some great wrestling stories. And, a lot of people, some people have said, well, I wish there were more wrestling stories. It's like, this is the book David wanted to write. These are the stories he wanted to tell. And, he spent a long time, built in a reputation as a bounty hunter. And actually, Tracy Smothers did some work as a bounty hunter as well. And he always told me, Dr. D's reputation was known everywhere he went. That people knew Dr. D was if he was coming after you, you might as well just pop your head up and say, all right, take me back. So
Yep, here I am. I give up.
Yep. But it is the best part of his book is all those bounty hunting stories.
That is awesome. Michael Stamp's got a question. Do you think a Dr. D run in the NWA just after he left the WWF would have worked? Imagine the heat if he slapped Soley and Rhodes or Flair. Even Magnum made the save.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah. It's hard to say whether he was being blackballed or whatever. He feels that he was. He wrestled some tough guys after he left, WWF. I mean, it's like Murderer's Row. He went through Johnny Rods, Abdullah the Butcher, Bruiser Brody, Ric Flair. I mean, if there was a tough guy in the wrestling business, and they wanted to be in the ring with him, there's a no, I don't have that one framed, but there's a magazine cover of Ric Flair in the grips of Dr. D. And the headline is "I fight the men the Hogan's afraid of." I mean, there was honor and valor in fighting Dr. D after what happened, and yeah, I'm not really sure. I mean, it would have been interesting. I think it would have been prolonging the inevitable if it did have a big impact with the NWA, as far as extending their life. But I don't think it would have changed the result with WWE taking over.
No, I do kind of agree with you there.
Mm-hmm. I'd love to get my hands on some of those matches. I mean, I've seen some of the photos of him and Abdullah juiced up, and Johnny Rods especially too. There's a bunch of them that I went through. I was like, my gosh.
I remember watching some back in the day, and it's like I would love to see some of those again, but where do you find them?
Yeah.
It says this is from Facebook. I watched a lot of Dr. D interviews this week. I've heard Cosper's name a lot. Cornette and Dr. D speak highly of you.
Thank you. I really do appreciate, and always glad to hear that. So,
okay, let's see here. It says this is from Facebook. Totally was being blackballed. Got into an argument today about that. Barnett wouldn't have nothing to do with him after Stossel and McMahon making it known.
Yeah, and that's I think that's very likely. I mean, there's a lot of guys that saw the writing on the wall, and they wanted to make sure that when the time was right, there was a place for them in the office in Stamford, Connecticut. I mean, it's kind of a tragic hero story. What happened with him. He did stand up for the business. He did what he was trained to do. I mean, in the end, he had a great life. He took care of his wife. He took care of his daughter. He's doing well, and and it's really exciting to see his story coming to light, people discovering him. We went to Starcast when they did the first Starcast and the first All In back in 2018, and that was a cool event. And not only the young going into that, I wasn't really sure, are we going to be walking into this and everybody's here to see Kenny and the Bucks and Cody, but it was a fantastic event. There were fans there who were real fans of the history of the business, and wanted to see guys like Dr. D, and not just the fans, but Gerald Briscoe coming over and shaking hands with them. The two of them had never actually met, and saying, "I just want to tell you I respect you and appreciate you." It was a neat moment. Jerry Lynn came over and talked to Dr. D for probably half an hour. Hurricane Helms, who I know was on here earlier today. If you go to my YouTube, the Eat Sleep Wrestle YouTube channel, you can see a short film of ace reporter Gregory Helms looking to get the big scoop and then running face to face to Dr. D. We managed to coax Dr. D into doing it, even though he didn't want to, but it's a great moment. And then I always love to tell this story. There's a big mass of people in front of our table. It's the end of the day. Everybody's going in to see the weigh-in, to see Cody and the Bucks and Kenny and all them and stuff. And here comes Joey Ryan rolling by with his little suitcase, and he stops by the tables. Dr. D, my name's Joey Ryan. I'm a pro wrestler. Just want to tell you, I love you, respect you, and I'm so glad to meet you, and thank you for all you did. And David shook his hand, and I was like, I'm not going to tell David who that guy is. Joey's got a gimmick, making him a lot of money. I know he's very controversial and everything, but I thought it was very classy and very cool of him to do that. And
Exactly.
One of my favorite moments of Starcast, I'll tell you.
No, absolutely. All right, let's get you to another one here. What's your next project?
Right now, I'm finishing up with Scott Romer, who's a pro wrestling and boxing photographer. We've got a book that is just jam full of his photos and a lot of great stories from a lot of people. A lot of folks know who Rip Rogers is. Rip is a good buddy of Scott's, and he figures into some of those stories. So I'm working on finishing that. There's a female wrestler from the 1940s named Elvira Snodgrass, who's been a long-time fascination of mine. Her career was cut short when she was in a car accident and she lost an arm, which she may or may not have actually cut the arm off to escape from the car after it was pinned. I'm trying to. That's a story the family has. There's some newspaper columns that kind of contradict that. But I mean, a fiercely independent woman who grew up on a poor farm in Louisiana and wanted a better life for herself. Just again, a fascinating story. Danny Damon and I are hoping that we can do a project on his uncle, Dangerous Danny McShane. There's another guy, Wee Willie Davis, who ended up in Louisville, who had been a movie star and a wrestler, and was a promoter in Louisville for a little while. Is another one. I've got some others that I'm very interested in. I've had some phone calls this week about a more recent bio, somebody who died way too young, that I'm hoping to get into. Not ready to pull the lid off that one just yet, but there's always several things, and I've got other folks coming to me saying, "Hey, when are you going to be available?" I was like, "It's going to be a while." So,
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. These two questions kind of go back to back. So the first one, a question about Tracy Smothers, who always had a tough guy reputation. Compare the real Tracy with the perceived wild-eyed Southern boy Tracy.
He's too humble to say this, but Tracy is one tough guy. I mean, Tracy can handle himself, and there are some stories in this book that will just, make the hairs in the back of your neck stand up. There's a riot story in Mexico. There's a bar fight, I believe in Singapore. He's been in the ring 3 different times with bears, and a lot of folks who were listening earlier got to hear some of those stories. Definitely a tough guy. I mean, I think the real Tracy is certainly tougher than the baby-faced, wild-eyed Southern boy or Young Pistols Tracy persona. We'll say that.
Okay. Then the follow-up: who wins in a shoot, Dr. D or Smothers?
I think Smothers would tell you who's going to win that one, and it's not going to be him. So Dr. D says he fears no man except for Herb Welch, the guy who trained him. I think he did have at least a very healthy respect for Stu Hart, because he wouldn't let Stu get his hands on him whenever Stu came to him and said, let me just show you this real quick. And no thanks, Stu. No. So, but no, I think Tracy would say that that one's a no-brainer as well.
That is awesome.
Not that Tracy couldn't hold his own, but there's a story about Dr. D and Billy Robinson as well too. I mean, Robinson was a great shooter and everything and stuff, but he shot on David in the ring just being cute with him one night, and David said, "You do that to me tomorrow night, and I'm gonna pop you." And Billy did, and David hit him. And after that, Billy was like, "Okay, all right, we're gonna work." So
you win.
One of those mutual, yeah. Okay, all right.
This one here, Facebook user, Dr. D was great to us at StarCast, signed our book, and told us great stories. He does seem like that kind of guy that just likes to almost reminisce.
He enjoys it more than he'll let on, and he enjoys seeing some of his old pals. There's certain ones of them he just as soon as see him get hit by a bus. But when Haku and the Barbarian walk in, he's very excited to see it. And they're thrilled to see him, and it's always really cool, not just the fans but the wrestlers who come up. And like last year at Cauliflower Alley, seeing Joel Gertner and Blue Meanie and a lot of the ECW guys come over and shake his hand and everything. I mean, everybody's always excited to see him, and that's always the cool thing is seeing the wrestlers, the younger generation of the wrestlers who know who he is. They're just like, wow, it's Dr. D.
And see, he's one of the guys I grew up with. Like I remember him, Magnum TA, UWF, that period. So
yeah.
That slap heard around the world was,
Mm-hmm. It was an impactful slap, that's for sure. So.
We have another suggestion. Would like to see you write a book on Bobby Shane, the original King. Any possibilities of that?
I'd have to look into who Bobby Shane is, to be honest with you. I've got 3 historical projects and a couple other possible autobiographies lined up. So it's I'm not sure, but I'll certainly look him up and and see what interest there is.
If you could have one book, just suddenly appear that you've written on a person, who would that be?
A dream? We're talking dream projects.
Your dream book.
Kevin Von Erich. 100%.
Yes.
Kevin Von Erich. I would love to work with Kevin Von Erich. I got into wrestling because of the Rock and Wrestling era. I got into it because of seeing Mr. T and Cyndi Lauper hanging out with Hulk Hogan, and my friends were watching wrestling. But it was ironically when I moved to Southern Indiana, the Louisville, Kentucky area, the Memphis territory, that I start watching World Class Championship Wrestling replays on ESPN every afternoon. And I'm watching the Von Erichs and the Freebirds and Percy Pringle III and the Dingo Warrior and the Simpson brothers. That's somebody else I'd be interested. I love the Simpson brothers. But, the Von Erichs are a fascinating story. Kevin was, hands down, always my favorite. Wrestling in the bare feet. And I would certainly love to work with him.
That actually, that sounds very intriguing. That whole family intrigues me beyond belief.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, we are just about out of time, and I think.
Say if Pondo's there, I was going to have somebody else join me to talk with him for a moment. But if he's there, we can go ahead and pull him in because I've got. There he is.
There he is. Then let's do it. Let's do it.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
we can hear
yes,
you.
We can.
We can hear you.
We can.
All right, what's up, guys?
Not much,
We
man.
pull these damn nerd specs off.
Hey, Pondo, just wanted to hang around for a minute.
Hang around for more than a minute.
We've got an echo here.
Here,
you got
your
speakers on?
I got earbuds. I got my.
Oh, okay. You're fine. No, I'm still hearing echo.
Are they plugged in?
What's that?
Are your headphones plugged in?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm the only one echoing. Rob, speak.
Speak.
No, he can hear you
it's
too.
Just you.
No, he can hear you too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I don't know what you want me to pull it.
How's that work?
Am I still echoing?
No, still echoing.
A bit. I'll jump out for a second. You do what you got to do, John.
Well.
Yeah. So try plugging them back in here. Let's see what we got.
Always something I'm doing, guys. I'm the worst computer guy you could ever meet in your damn life.
Oh, that's no. I assure you, Jim Cornette's the worst computer guy you could ever meet in your life.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He's still got a flip phone. So.
Well, I hear you.
It's well, Rob's working on things. Just the one thing I want to say, Pondo, we're all missing wrestling, and we're all excited for live wrestling to come back. The one promotion I miss the most, and I told you I was going to say this, is Girl Fight. Girl Fight obviously started as a place for some young ladies to get some experience, to get some networking and stuff. I know at one point you were ready to give up on it, and Sue Young said, Pondo, you got to keep this going. It's been great for all of us. I think it's still a great thing, and I know it really sucks what happens in January. And I was going to have, unfortunately, it didn't work out. I was going to have Sam Laterna come in as well with me and make the case. But just want you to know we love you and we love Girl Fight, and hope to see a Girl Fight show again sometime. And I'm looking forward to LB5 as well. So.
Well, I'm sure there'll be another Girl Fight show, but just as long as you know as well as I do, another piece of shit decided to run his own girls promotion out of this building. So, and now, as long as he's going to run his here, I don't want to run mine here,
I understand that. So,
I think June, he proclaims that he's going to get out of this building and go to his own, but who knows if that's true. But I worked out a deal, and I had this set up before the whole COVID crap started. Indianapolis, we was going to do it once every 2 months there, or once a month there. We was going to do it once a month there, so at least Girl Fight was going to live. Girl Fight was set up to help Sarah Logan network. Yes, I was with Sarah Logan, and I know she doesn't mention me or give me credit or anything, but I don't think there'd be a Sarah Logan without me right now. But girl fight was to help her wrestle girls way better than she was and learn from them. And the biggest part was to help her network with bigger stars. That way, when she went to other areas, they would already know who she was. And there was a few girls who, girls will be girls. They would talk shit about one wrestler and then go to that same wrestler and say, "Hey, Sarah was saying this about you." Of course, she was Crazy Mary Dobson then. They would say Crazy Mary Dobson was saying, so I told her to stop doing that, be humble, network with people. And in her first 5-6 years, she had already been in Japan, Mexico, Germany, Scotland, and England. She's been to ROH, NXT, and then straight to SmackDown, straight to Raw. So I think the formula worked out pretty well.
It certainly did. I mean, not only for her benefit, but I mean, I watched, Samantha Heights grow into, I mean, she was the girl fight champion before she got injured on her Japan trip. And, last couple of years getting to watch Charlie Cruel and Ella and Billy Starks and a lot of other young ladies coming up. And I mean, you had Jordan Grace early on, you had Britt Baker and Candice LeRae. And I'll tell you guys, there's some girl fight shows that are out there on some of the different streaming services. And there's some incredible matches. And of course, I'm happy to bring her name up again. It keeps coming up today. Lufisto worked a couple of those shows as well. And I mean, it was a cool opportunity for, somebody like, when Sarah was younger to get into a match, a high profile match with somebody like Cheerleader Melissa or Lufisto or Jazz. And, Samantha Heights was really kind of right there with Mary when everything started. And, now she's the veteran. Now she's the one who's working with Billy Starks, who's, still in high school and working her way up. And, it's just really, really neat to see that cycle continue and to see the younger girls, learning from the older girls. So, but, hey, I'll interview. Let's talk about you, Pondo. I mean, everybody knows you're the hardcore legend, the deathmatch guy. And why don't you tell everybody how you broke into the business to begin with?
Well, back in the day in Fairfield, Illinois, my grandma and my great-grandma and great-grandpa, they loved Channel 7 wrestling, which to people in this area was the Louisville Gardens area. That on Tuesday, the Louisville Gardens would have Jerry the King Lawler, Bill Dundee, Sheep Herders, Fantastics, Moondog, stuff like that. The show that you guys would see in Louisville, Kentucky on Tuesday, the same show, which there wasn't a lot of social media to ruin this, the same show I would see on Wednesday at the Evansville Coliseum. So, but that was on Channel 7 in Fairfield, Illinois. So my family is very reserved and they don't really cause a scene or they don't like to be the center of attention. But when wrestling was on, my great grandma and great grandpa would be in front of that TV talking about these dirty MFers and pieces of shit, this and that. And me and my brother were just thrown back that was even a thing. And it just made me become an instant fan of professional wrestling. So moving forward a little bit, there was a guy named Roy West Jr. in my hometown, and he was amazing. Like, if you did good in school, he would take you to go see professional wrestling. So I'll give you the rundown. I lived in Florida, Illinois, and that's where Roy lived, in Florida, Illinois. An hour and a half to the west was St. Louis, Missouri, and they had wrestling at the Chase, which had Andre the Giant, Bruiser Brody, Bulldog Bob Brown. People don't even know who Bulldog Bob Brown is anymore, and which Harley Race was there, Cowboy Bob Orton. Then an hour to the south had ICW, which was Angelo Paffo's company, and I got to see Randy Macho Man Savage versus Leapin' Lanny back before people knew they were brothers. Crusher Broomfield was there, and Gypsy Joe was there. Then an hour and a half to the east was Evansville, Indiana, and that had CWA, which turned into USWA, and that's your Jerry the King Lawler, Bill Dundee's, and Jimmy Hart's, and all that. 5 hours to the north had Chicago, Illinois, and they had every damn thing. Like, I went to the Super Clash 3, I went to the Night of the Skywalkers, I went to the Halloween Havoc. They had WCW, they had AWA, which I found out now that Buddy Roberts lived in Chicago, and that's why World Class Championship Wrestling would come to Chicago every once in a while. But my favorite company in the Chicago area, it was called Windy City Wrestling, because they would do oddball matches that I'd like to see. They had like Sergeant Slaughter versus Colonel De Beers in a boot camp match, Frank the Tank versus Abdullah, Bam Bam Bigelow in a 20-man battle royal. But the two main events that they had that I was just blown away, they had Bruiser Brody versus John Nord. And then if you get a copy of the Windy City match, the Battle of the Bam Bams, Bam Bam Terry Gordy versus Bam Bam Bigelow, way before ECW did it, you can see one Man Fn Pondo sitting in the front row of that. So I was just a fan, big fan, but you can ask my mom and dad. Growing up, I told them the whole time, I'm going to be a professional wrestler. And I know this because in school, they had this thing where you're supposed to draw your occupation that you wanted to do in the future. And kids were drawing police officers and firemen, and kiss-ass kids was drawing teachers and stuff like that. But mine had a wrestling ring with two stick figures wrestling each other. And I said, I'm going to be a professional wrestler. So that same guy, Roy West Jr., he was friends with a guy named Milt Smith. And Milt Smith was a college teacher at Albany Central College. He told Roy told me that he had a professional wrestler in his class. So I asked to please get his telephone number, and they was like, why, are you going to ask him for tickets? I said, hell no, this is my chance. I'm going to become a professional wrestler. So they gave me his telephone number, and that very weekend I went to Albany, Illinois, to where the wrestling school was, Bud Chapman's wrestling school, and I started training, and I probably trained, I bet, 3 years. And then finally, on June 24th, 1989, in Albion, Illinois, I had my very first match. 31 years, well, June 24th, it'll be 31 years. And that's how I got into wrestling.
Very cool. Hey, Pondo, I'm going to let Rob the Slob take over here, but I just wanted to say, hey, miss seeing any of the shows, but hopefully we'll be done with this soon. Folks, check his book out. It's on Amazon.com. It's also on my website, EatSleepWrestle.com. And everybody, thank you so much for tuning in tonight.
Before you go, John, make sure everybody knows Memoirs of a Madman 2 is coming out someday.
One of these days it will come out. Yeah, we've been talking about it. We're going to get to it. It's only
I got so many stories up here. The computer's full and ready to explode, man. So we're ready to go.
The Kindle edition of Pondo's book is out now too, and it's selling extremely well. So if you've been waiting for the Kindle edition, you want to see these photos in full color, we left the bloodiest ones in the book. So go grab it. It's on Amazon.
Hey,
see you, John.
See you, man.
Thanks so much, John. There. Oops. And I kicked you up for a second, Pondo. I'm so sorry.
No problem. It didn't hurt at all.
I got a question here from Steve. He says, Atsushi Onitis, influence of the USA hardcore scene. And is he an influence in your career? Sorry, I was trying to read.
Onita. His name's Onita. And so, Rob the Slob, is that what it is? I'm sorry.
Don't worry. Yeah, that's what it is.
Rob the Slob, do you know what tape trading is?
I'm so sorry. Do I know what is?
Tape trading.
Tape trading. No, I don't.
Okay, I'll give you a little. Okay, so back in the day, the wrestling magazines one time a year would give addresses for people who had certain videotapes that they wanted to trade with other people. And
Okay.
then there was a thing called the dirt sheets, and they would give addresses as well. So my mom and dad had one of those big ass satellites that you had to motorize and catch the right place and be scrambled and
Yes.
all that. So I had all types of wrestling. Like I had a whole wall of videotapes that my mom said, "Get that shit out of here, or you're going to." So I was doing a lot of tape trading. And you remember the In Your House pay-per-views?
Oh yes.
Okay, so uh, I was me and my wife at the time. We lived in a house, and probably 9 to 11 friends would come to my house, and we would rent the In Your House pay-per-views week after week because they was every week. They wasn't all that great, and it was only lasted an hour and 20 minutes, but it was something to watch each week. So we was renting those, and I would start noticing that my friends wasn't watching the TV except for like the main event. But I mean, most of the time it was we would be talking back and forth or eating and not even worrying about the TV. But at the end of the night, because I had so many videotapes, my friends always said, "Hey, Pondo, throw in one of those deathmatch videos that you got," and I always had a new one. So uh, the first two that I started watching to become touched in the head like I am today was Mr. Pogo versus Masanaga, Mr. Danger. So they were just like Mr. Pogo spit gas on Mr. Danger's head and blew a fireball and caught his hair on fire, and there was barbed wire bats and glass on their fists. You know, my friends were freaking out, and I would watch them, and they was watching the screen. They wasn't talking. They was focused on that screen, and that's what made me decide, okay, this is what I could do. So I will admit that those were the first two, but then other videotapes started coming, and Onita had exploding barbed wire matches. So he was probably number 3 out of that influence of why I become a deathmatch worker.
That is weird. And I do remember those matches. I remember watching them because you could only see them on videotape.
Exactly. Yeah. Now you can punch it in the old internet, and boom, there they are. But before, there was just a whole big process of, hey, did you film? Did you get any lucha libre straight out of Mexico? I'll trade you this for that, and that's what tape trading was back in the day.
And see, I do know that term. I have to apologize. When you said tape trading, I was picturing something about tape around the wrists and all that. We
Oh
used
no
to
no
do it.
no!
We did it here with horror movies.
Oh, I would have loved to have done it with horror movies. I didn't even think about that back in the day.
I hear you're a fan of horror movies.
I'm gonna confess something to you here, and the people on the COVID con. I am a much bigger horror movie fan than I ever am a wrestling fan. Like you can go around my room, and people think they're gonna come in my room and see a whole bunch of wrestling memorabilia, and it's a whole bunch of horror movie shit around here. I mean, that's me, man. I love horror movies. I get people challenging me all the time. Hey, did you see this? And it'll be the most obscure horror movie that you could think of. And I'll start telling them some scenes, and they're like, I can't believe you saw that movie. But my first 3 jobs right out of school was video stores. Well, video stores had from good movies to the B movies to the shittiest of the shitty horror movies. And I would watch them all. I mean, for free. You got to take them home. 3 different video stores. Yeah, I'm a big time horror movie fan.
Well, you know what? When we're all done, I'd like you to stick around after we go off the air because I want to talk to you about something that I think you might find very intriguing then.
No
Okay?
problem, man. I go to horror conventions all the time. If you go to my Facebook and you go to my photos, What's your favorite horror movie, Rob the Slob?
I'd have to say right now, just for mainstream, would be The Thing.
Uh, you got me on that. I haven't met anybody from The Thing.
Oh, that.
Oh, wait. I take that back. I met the guy that was also in the Warriors. The guy that was on the microphone.
Oh,
I can't remember
Windows.
what his. Huh?
In the movie, he was Windows.
Windows. I met Windows. So see,
That's
it's like
cool.
that. It's like that Kevin Bacon game. But yeah, it took me a minute. But yeah, I met Windows from The Thing.
That's awesome.
But that's
Yeah,
because he was in the Warriors, not because he was in The Thing.
gotcha. No, I completely understand. Well, we got a question here from Wayne Palmer. How did you and Sarah Bridges, aka Crazy Mary Dodson, get together? You definitely accelerated her career.
Well, I get a message on Facebook, and it's from this girl. She's asking me about training. Well, monkeys can do what I do, you know. I mean, as long as you've got the heart and the soul to do death matches, you're a star, right? So I was wrestling for a company called D1W out of Charlestown, Indiana, and she lived in Jeffersonville, Indiana, which was about 10 minutes from Charlestown. So she was asking me about training, and I said, "Nah, I don't really train nobody." So she said, "Well, where are you wrestling at?" And I told her Charlestown, Indiana, and she flipped out. She's like, I'm 10 minutes from there. When's the next match?" So her boyfriend at the time and like 5 of their friends came to the show, and she was asking me about training, and I'm not a trainer. Like, I don't have the patience for it, and I don't feel like I'm a good enough wrestler to be training people or taking money or any of that horse shit from anybody. So I gave her to Mickey Knuckles. So she started training with Mickey Knuckles, and sometimes Mickey would, a lot of times, Mickey was busy and didn't really come down for training her and all that. So it was always me helping out, and you know, so she's 18 years old. She's a little hottie, and never did I think that this girl would be interested in me. But I don't know, just we kept training, and next thing I know, her and her boyfriend at the time got into it, and then we started dating. So it was my mission to keep her happy, and keep her happy seemed like going out and becoming a professional wrestler. To begin with, she wanted to become the next Man Fn Pondo. She wanted to be a deathmatch worker. But when she came back from Japan, I would watch her wrestle, and she wasn't just a deathmatch worker anymore. She was a damn good wrestler. So I'm like, look, you need to forget all about that hardcore idea and just get into wrestling. So Heather Patera, Heather Monroe, whatever you want to call her, called me one time and said, "Hey, they're looking for an extra, an older guy, to be on stage with Bo Dallas when he was doing the Bo Leave thing. I was going to be a farmer or some shit like that." And I said, "Well, could they also use a younger extra?" And she said, "Yes." Well, we was in Chicago at the time, and we only had the money for one plane ticket. I had a guaranteed job on the show, but I'm at that time, I don't know, I was 46, 47. They wasn't going to give me no job. So I said, let's buy a ticket. And Sarah went. So Sarah got there, and because of regulations in the state, I believe it was Missouri, she couldn't get in the ring during the show. But she could be on the outside and be the Mrs. Makeup Artist. I don't know if you remember she did that or not.
I do.
Well, that was so. If you remember that episode, do you remember Bo Dallas had 3 people on stage interviewing him, and then there was a big farmer who was praising him and shit like that? Well, that was supposed to be me, but I was never happier that I sent her instead, and she got to be the Mrs. Makeup Artist. Well, then she kept going to the TV tapings as a Rosebud. She was probably a Rosebud 10, 12 times. I was a Rosebud 3 times, but she was 10 or 12 times. And it came up where she was Kane's concession stand manager. Do you remember that?
No.
Yeah, he was, what was his name? Kane, Corporate Kane. He was Corporate Kane, and he was forced to sell concessions while she was the manager, and she was bossing him around and stuff like that. So after that, things started taking off for her. She started going to Ring of Honor and shit like that. But I don't know, man. She met somebody else, started cheating on me right when she got the contract signed, and then she took off. But yeah, that's how we met each other.
That is so interesting. Now, I think these two kind of go together. Kenny asked, what was the most brutal gimmick used in a match? And then this one here is, what was your favorite kind of death match that you competed in? I kind of feel like they might be similar.
Okay, well, they're not similar at all.
No, okay.
The worst has to be a bed of pencils. It's just like a bed of nails, but it was number 2 pencils sticking straight up, all sharp. And I took a bump on those because I wanted to be remembered, because I knew that I was out it was a tournament of death, and I knew that I was out first seed. So I wanted to be remembered in this thing. So I took this huge ass bump in these pencils. And after I took the bump, I was fine. But I still have the shit in my back and in my ass today. And for 6 days, those pencils poisoned my body somehow. So I was in agony for 6 damn days. So anybody out there, if you want to be like me, don't be that dumb. Leave them pencils alone. Like Jimmy Chondo was getting ready to do a bed of pencils at CCW, and I said, don't do it. It's not worth it. It's 6 days of just laying around, not being able to move. And then my favorite, I don't know, man. I would have to say probably when they surround the light tubes inside the ring, because everything you do is a big explosion and a big pop, and people just go nuts for it. So I would say I believe it's called a 1,000 light tube match. That's probably my favorite one.
That does sound cool, actually. Here's a question, though. Who do you think some of the rising women in Girl Fright that people may not be aware of?
Well, I used to say Aja Pereira, but she became the referee on NXT now. I'd say Nina Monet. She's at WoW. Samantha Heights. Ella. I've got my big one, but I'm waiting on that one. Let's see. Charlie Cruel. Trying to go over my girl fight thing here. But the one that's, I think, okay, the same thing that I saw in Sarah Bridges, I also see in Billy Starks. Billy Starks is a younger wrestler, but her mind is like a wrestling sponge, and she's always training. She always can't wait to get in the ring, and she's trying to learn her 450. She's landed on her head more times than anybody's possibly supposed to, trying to get this 450, but she wants to get it down, and she dyes her hair blue, and she has the drive, and she's young enough that when she is out of her house and ready to go, she's going to be a star. Mark my words. Billy Starks will be the next one that goes to one of the big two.
Excellent. Well, I think maybe we'll end this with you asking. I'm going to ask you the question you asked me. What's your favorite horror movie?
Have you ever heard of Mother's Day? It's a trauma movie.
I have. Yes.
Yeah. It's my favorite horror movie. It's a terrible concept. It's a mother who teaches her sons to rape and kill women and stuff like that. And there is a rape scene in there, but the girls get them back. Don't think that they don't. But my favorite part about that is there's two brothers named Ike and Adley, and they're both adults, but they fight like they're still kids. And they did such a good job with this movie. I think the budget for the movie was almost 5,000, but it's made way more than that now. The woman who played the mother did a really good job. Yeah, if you haven't seen it, check out Trauma's Mother's Day.
And see, that's the fun with Trauma, though. They are like that, you know. If you're watching a Trauma movie, you know what you're getting.
Me and Lloyd Kaufman are on first name basis. He emailed me one time. He asked me. We was in the same hotel, and he asked me, "Hey Pondo, would you go get me an egg salad sandwich?" And I said, "Sure." So I had to go to 3 different gas stations, but I found this man an egg salad sandwich, and I gave it to him. And he texted me, and he was like, "Hey, thank you for the chicken salad." And then he texted me again. He's like, "I mean egg salad." Then he texted me again. He said, "Screw it. Let's toss each other salads." You know, I mean, that's just Lloyd for you. He likes to say shit like that just gives you that big surprise, you know.
Exactly. Well, man, thank you so much for coming here and chatting with us.
2 things, real quick.
Yes.
First thing is, you can buy my book on Amazon.com, or you can go to EatSleepWrestle.com and talk to John Cosper about getting an autographed copy. Or June 24th is my birthday. My Facebook is Kevin Kennedy, Canady, and all through the month of May, I am selling the 30 Years of Wrestling Man Fn Pondo t-shirt. Go to my Facebook. Again, that's Kevin Kennedy, Canady. Scroll down the timeline, and you'll see where it's for sale.
Excellent. Well, happy early birthday, okay?
Oh, thank you. Well, I mean, it's still a damn month away, but
yes.
I figure instead of asking people for money like they do for the girls, will be like, go to my wish list. I'm not doing that shit, but how about getting something for their money that they're giving me for my birthday and get a t-shirt out of it?
It's a win-win.
Always thinking.
Yeah,
Always
that's right.
thinking.
All right, Pondo, I'm just going to back you out for a second. Don't hang up yet, okay?
All right, man.
Okay. And there we go. Day 1 of COVID Con is in the can. Now, remember, 9 a.m. tomorrow, you tune in here. 80s Wrestling is on Facebook, and Fight TV will be streaming on there. Our 9 o'clock, we'll be here with Gernot Freiberger. Ed will be here. Make sure you're here with him. And again, once you go through that first feed at 3:30, I come on, make sure you refresh, and you'll catch the new feed. If you want to ask questions, please post them. We try and get as many in as we can, so that way all the questions are asked. Again, I did say we are going to be on Fight TV. We're on 80s Wrestling on Facebook page, and the Wrestling Bookmarks COVID Con on Facebook. That's a group you can join. And from all the people here, like I said, this is kind of a big virtual con, but we're hoping you can help people. If everybody just buys one item, a book, a t-shirt, just anything, everybody buys one, it's an amazing event. So go out and make sure that you help support these people. And I'm going to put this up one last time just because I love this shirt to death. The COVID Con t-shirt. You can wear the virus with pride because it's got an awesome logo over top of it. Okay, and on that note, I will get rid of this. And I would like to thank Kenny Casanova as a producer and director on this for putting the whole thing together. We've got one more day. Now, we'll have 2 moderators. Tomorrow morning, we have Ed will be here. And then after that, Deadly Ed. That's right, Deadly Ed. And then following him will be Rob the Slob. I still think I got the short end of the stick on this one. But man, everybody, thank you so much for tuning in. We'll be back tomorrow. Make sure you're here.